Dark Legend. Dark Series, Book 8. By Feehan. Part 2. Chapter 10. How long do you think you can keep avoiding me? Bryce demanded as he came up behind Francesca. Don't flatter yourself, Bryce, Francesca said, exasperated. This isn't the best time to confront me. I just had a little visit from a very unsavory reporter. He was making me out to be some kind of nutcase. I suspect I have you to thank for that. Bryce had the grace to look ashamed even as he tried to shrug her accusation off casually. I only told the truth. You examined my patient. At the time she was terminally ill. There is no question that was so. It was fully documented, and I have all the records to prove it. Afterward, every blood test came out clean, Francesca. She's completely cured. I didn't do it, and I have no idea how it was done. So you just gave me up to reporters, the freak miracle worker. You made sure my privacy was completely destroyed. Is that supposed to make me look upon you with favor? Francesca tossed her head, her thick curtain of blue-black hair flying. I'm busy avoiding your reporters, Bryce. I don't have time for a little chat. Francesca, it didn't happen like that. Come on, you know me better than that. I admit I like to grab the headlines, but it wasn't me who talked to the reporters. He caught her arm, bringing her to a halt. Stop running, Francesca, you're wearing me out. It wasn't me. It was the girl's parents. Her name is Chelsea Grant. Her father is a United States Senator. I mentioned you to her mother without thinking. There was no hope for Chelsea. None. Her parents knew that. I wasn't the only doctor who had examined her. I was only one in a long line of opinions. Mrs. Grant had you investigated. Several former patients were only too happy to be able to talk about you and the miracle you worked for them. Francesca glanced down at the fingers trapping her arm. There had been a time the brush of his fingers had warmed her heart. Now he irritated her. Was she so shallow that her feelings could change so easily, so quickly? Or had she somehow deceived herself about his true character because she had been so lonely? She had wanted to share her life with someone once before she allowed herself to die. Now Francesca could clearly see how important headlines were to Bryce, how important pleasing a senator's wife really was to him. Important enough to sell me out, she mused aloud. You wanted her to owe you a favor. I'm sorry, Francesca, I wanted the best for my patient. And yes, she happens to have parents who could smooth my way to the hospital I want. A place where my skills can really make a difference. I thought you cared about these kids. Of course I care about them. I've dedicated my life to them. You haven't learned that it's okay to want to make a decent living. You have money, Francesca. You have more than enough, although you're giving it away at an alarming rate. I need to make a living. It's as easy and as heroic to help a rich sick child as it is to help one that's homeless. Like Skylar, Francesca said softly. She can't do a thing for your career. You didn't want her in your life, so you tried to make certain she wasn't in mine. That is beneath contempt, Bryce. That child needs a home, and I can provide her with a good one. For you to try to keep me from taking her home was absolutely unforgivable. How could you do such a thing? Damn it, Francesca. You're the one who's changed, not me. You knew I wanted certain things. This isn't about me, it's about him. Gabriel. What is he exactly? A government spy? A mob boss of some kind? Is he holding something over your head? Over the judges? Are you all afraid of him? Don't think I haven't noticed something's not quite right about him. Was he in prison for a crime? Where has he been all the years he was gone? You heard what the judge said. He is all he needs to know about Gabriel. His life is a matter of security. It's classified. Bryce spit back an explosion of swear words. Is that what he told you? And you just believe him? Don't you see, Francesca? He could be a criminal of the worst sort. You're too trusting. He just waltzes back into your life after dropping off the face of the earth, and you accept him. The judge accepts him. Your attorney accepts him. My God, don't you see? He's not like us. No, he's not. He's good and kind and has no ulterior motive when it comes to Skylar. Francesca's dark eyes were flashing fire at him. She was so beautiful. Bryce found himself reaching for her, wanting to take her into his arms. He must have blinked because she moved so fast he didn't actually see her move, but his arms dropped empty to his sides. That's a hell of a thing to say to me. I wanted Skylar to get better. I was the one who asked you to look at her in the first place. Her father had no money. Don't forget that, Francesca, while you're so busy condemning me. And don't think for 1 minute your precious Gabriel has no ulterior motive when it comes to Skylar. His motive is you. He wants you and he'll use anyone to get you. Is Gabriel holding something over your head? Are you afraid of him? Is that what it is? You can tell me. I can help you. He can't be so powerful we couldn't fight him together. Francesca almost burst out laughing. Bryce had no concept of what power really was. The two of them and an army could not defeat Gabriel. No, Bryce. I'm not afraid of Gabriel, but thank you for asking. I'm grateful you would want to help me. Why have you taken him back into your life without so much as a fight? Bryce demanded. He just showed up on your doorstep and you let him in. Why? Why didn't you take some time to get to know him again? Don't you see what a mistake this is? I'm your friend and I can see him more clearly than you. He's dangerous, Francesca. I mean really dangerous. He's a criminal of some sort. He reeks of it. Francesca shook her head wearily. I don't want to fight with you anymore, Bryce. I can assure you Gabriel is no criminal. If the judge has information on him and is willing to allow Skylar to stay with him, you must accept that he is a good man. You know he's no criminal. You're just angry because I've allowed him back into my life. I don't know what I'm going to do about Gabriel, but it's for me to decide. I've never deceived you, not once in our relationship. I never told you I loved you, I never committed to a relationship with you. You've always known how I felt. I haven't changed. I'm sorry I'm jealous. Just spend some time with me. His voice suddenly turned cajoling, appeasing. Come home with me. Spend the night. Bryce bent over her, his mouth hovering close. His face was suddenly filled with a kind of crafty, greedy lust, his eyes flat and unfamiliar. Francesca's heart slammed in alarm. It was all she could do not to jerk away from him. She was very aware of his suddenly strong grip on her upper arms as he drew her body into his. He seemed different somehow, a stranger, not at all like the Bryce she thought she knew. Could she have been so wrong? Had she been so desperate for companionship that she had overlooked his true character? It didn't make sense. It wasn't in Francesca to make a scene, and it was ingrained in her to act human at all times. She stood very still, like a deer caught in the headlights of a speeding car. Just as his lips were about to touch hers, he coughed, both hands going to his throat as he began to choke. His eyes glazed with instant alarm. What's wrong? Francesca deliberately touched his arm to read what was happening in his body. Was it Gabriel? She didn't feel the surge of power his presence should cause, but he was an ancient. She had no real idea of his true power. All she could tell was that Bryce's airway was blocked. She couldn't tell what was wrong. His throat seemed swollen, almost as if he was having an allergic reaction to something. Bryce went limp, his eyes rolled back in his head, and his knees buckled so that he began to topple to the floor. Francesca easily caught him with preternatural strength, easing him to the floor, reaching to open his shirt, frantically seeking to find if his airway was open. Gabriel. She reached for him almost automatically. Help me. He was there instantly in her mind, a soothing calm in the eye of the storm, assessing the situation. Francesca was attempting to breathe for Bryce, but no air could make it through his passageway. When she tried to enter his body using pure energy and light, there was some obstruction she could not pass. Gabriel was grateful that she had suspected him only fleetingly, had turned instantly to him for aid. She was beginning to trust him far more than she realized. Lucian, I know you are there. Gabriel was very calm. You are killing this man. Let him be. You do not fight your own battles. It was a taunt, a reprimand. Francesca renewed her efforts to enter Bryce's body to heal him, but the obstruction was like a brick wall. Sharing Gabriel's mind enabled her to hear the exchange between the twin brothers. Who is this man that you do not remove him when he causes you such annoyance? You have grown soft, Gabriel. You expect to hoard these two women when you cannot even destroy your enemies. The voice was beautiful. So beautiful that Francesca had to try to block it out. It was compelling without the vampire even trying to make it so. She was frightened to think what power he wielded so easily. Hurry, Gabriel. She whispered it on their own private mental path. Bryce had been without air for far too long. At once she heard the soft, beautiful laughter echoing in her mind. She is begging for the life of this worthless human. Your woman, begging for the life of another male. What does that mean, brother? You cannot even keep your woman. It was shocking to discover that the private path used between life mates had been so easily invaded by the vampire. It was unheard of. Her heart began to beat loudly. She felt very vulnerable and she was desperate now to save Bryce. Gabriel, however, remained as calm as ever, completely unruffled. Keep this between the two of us, Lucian. You are becoming rather tedious with these displays. Showing off for women is beneath you. Are you so afraid, then, that I am not paying enough attention to you? I will come to you at once if that is your desire. He was searching for a path to locate the vampire. All at once, Bryce coughed and choked, gasping for breath. Francesca felt the unmistakable ripple of power. It filled the spaces around her, vibrated in the air, and then it was gone. She shuddered, sitting back on her heels beside Bryce, her hand on his shoulder, her large dark eyes anxious. Should I call someone? Water, he croaked, his voice strangled and hoarse. His hands groped their way to his neck rather weakly. Francesca could feel Gabriel's frustration as he realized that once again the vampire had slipped away before he could pinpoint his exact location. Since there was nothing she could do to help Gabriel, she hurried to find a cup of water for Bryce, nearly spilling it as she helped him into a semi-sitting position. It was Gabriel, he accused, his voice rasping. I felt his hands on my throat strangling me. Bryce, it was not Gabriel. He is nowhere near this hospital. You were choking. I cleared your airway so you could breathe. She made the suggestion calmly and clearly. Bryce's eyes flashed at her. It was Gabriel. I even smelled him. It was his hands around my throat, and he tried to murder me. I saw him. I know I did, and you're trying to cover up for him. There is no use trying to persuade him otherwise, Francesca. Gabriel said it softly, matter-of-factly, not bothered by Bryce's opinion of him. Lucian is far too powerful for you to overcome the compulsion he has buried in this man. I have seen him destroy an entire army. When we hunted together, he often ordered a vampire to rid the world of its existence, using only his voice, and it was done without a fight. The vampire ended his existence without so much as a struggle. You know vampires will do anything to continue their life, yet Lucian is able to control them with only his voice. You have no idea of his power. Allow Bryce to think what he wishes. I will have established a perfect alibi with the judge. It will not be hard to do so. Francesca climbed slowly to her feet, turning her full attention to the problem at hand. You may think anything you wish, Bryce, but remember when you accuse Gabriel of this terrible crime, you are also accusing me of aiding him by my denial. I was here with you, I helped you. What motive would I have for lying to you? Bryce shook his head, rubbing his sore throat and neck. I know he's evil, Francesca, and I know you have to do as he tells you. I know you wouldn't want me hurt. He's making you say and do the things you're doing. You're afraid of him, aren't you? You probably did save my life, but you're covering up for him because you're afraid. If you'd just tell me what he's holding over your head, I could help you. Francesca sighed, swept a hand through her long silken hair impatiently. I thought you knew me, Bryce. Really knew me. If I was afraid of Gabriel and thought him capable of outright murder, if he was threatening me in some way, even with so trivial a thing as blackmail, do you think for one moment I would expose Skylar to such a person? Never. I could never, under any circumstances, be persuaded or induced to place her in jeopardy. If you know nothing else about me, you should know that. And if Gabriel had tried to strangle you, you would be dead. I would not be able to fight him off, nor would anything induce me to protect him if he had attempted to murder you. I don't know what he's done to you, but you can expect a visit from the authorities, because I intend to press charges against him. Bryce massaged his neck and throat, coughing several times. Do whatever you think you have to do, Bryce, she said softly. Obviously you think me capable of being an accomplice to murder. Regally, she turned and swept down the hall toward the double doors, leaving Bryce to stumble unsteadily to his feet by himself. I do not know where Lucian is, Francesca. Gabriel's voice was as calm as ever, but she was beginning to know him well enough to hear he was worried. Do not leave the hospital until I am once again with you. I am on my way. What if that's just what he wants? What if he is using me to lure you out where he can harm you? There was real fear in her voice. He has never defeated me in battle, sweetheart. You should have more faith in your life mate. Lucian is a very unusual vampire, just as he was an unusual Carpathian. There is no other like him. It does no good to try to second-guess him. He always does the unexpected. He could just as easily have attacked you or Skylar. He is intelligent far beyond your imagining, just as he is more powerful than the legends have told. To guess what he is up to is impossible, but he has found you and he has found Skylar. I do not want you to set one foot into the night without me by your side. For some reason, Francesca was annoyed. I am not about to allow this vampire to change my life, Gabriel. This is my city. There is much I do here, much I love. Over the centuries there have been many vampires who have come and gone. For that matter, there have been many Carpathian males, yet I live on and do as I please. Lucian likes games, Francesca. His mind craves action at all times. He is not one you can play with and expect to win. I will not live my life in fear of him. She said it defiantly, both to him and to the vampire if he was monitoring their conversation. She didn't think it was possible, but then she had not thought it possible that anyone but Gabriel could hear their private path. All Carpathians communicated on a common mental path, but this was different. Gabriel was her life mate. Their path was an individual, very intimate, personal one. No other should have been able to penetrate their private communication. Lucian was indeed powerful and unique. As she emerged into the darkness of night that was her world, into the fresh air where she could breathe without the stench of human suffering, Gabriel materialized beside her, his strong arm encircling her slender waist. Francesca's heart nearly stopped. His presence was so unexpected. I thought you were establishing an alibi somewhere. It is not so hard, honey, to send vivid images to those humans I have touched already. The judge and I have spent a pleasant evening together in his home. He plays chess, did you know that? Naturally, I was the victor, but it was a close game. He believes I drank his favorite brandy with him and conversed on all sorts of subjects. As he resides alone, it was not at all complicated to plant the memories in his mind. There was another murder? Francesca asked unnecessarily. It was Lucian, wasn't it? What is he doing? What does he hope to gain? Gabriel shrugged easily, the movement a subtle ripple of power. He seeks to draw me into his web. Do not worry, honey, he will not defeat me at the scene of one of his kills. He may be high and powerful from one of his kills, but I know his ways. I know the way he does battle, how he thinks and moves and plans. He will be far more clever than an ordinary vampire. He has a master plan. This is just beginning, rather like the opening moves in a chess game. He bent his head to inhale her fragrance, needing in that moment to bury his face in the warmth of her neck. He could feel the age-old call of her pulse, her blood, the essence of life calling to him. His body was hard and aching, and his hunger intensified. Francesca was shocked at how her body was responding to his. Every cell was alive. Inside, heat was spreading at the mere sight of him. Even with the vampire stalking them and Bryce out to blacken Gabriel's name, all she could think about was Gabriel's hard body, the heat of his skin, the softness of his long hair, the perfection of his mouth. Stop it. There was a husky sensuality to Gabriel's voice. The words were low and his hand bit into her ribs, just beneath her breast, so that every step they took she could feel the brush of his thumb against the underside of her swelling flesh. I am trying to be the hunter, the legend you have named me. Do not tempt me. I am not nearly as strong as I would like to think. She smiled up at him, her long lashes concealing the sudden hunger in her eyes. She liked the way she felt beside him, safe and protected. Cared for. She had been so alone for so long. Let him hunt another time. Gabriel stopped abruptly and caught her chin in his hand. I was alone, too, Francesca. All those empty years. Totally alone. You are cared for now. And safe. And protected. You are my reason for existing, the air I breathe. His thumb feathered along the side of her face. His black gaze burned over her, needing. He took her breath away whenever his eyes moved over her so possessively. I want you. She said the words in the same low tone he had used. She wanted him on fire, unable to resist temptation. She no longer wanted him in control. It was contrary of her, and she knew it was wrong of her. He had a job to do. She shouldn't distract him. She shouldn't seem to know that he needed to be with her in the same way she needed to be with him. She knew she was playing with explosives, but it didn't matter to her. The world was caving in around her, and she wanted his arms and his body, and the hot flames only he could ignite. She wanted him no longer thinking and in control. She wanted him needing her beyond anything else. Beyond hunting Lucian. He made a sound low in his throat, easily reading her every thought. You are not making this easy, Francesca. We are in an open place, and it is becoming difficult to take a step without pain. A slow smile tugged at her mouth. Her hand brushed his chest, dropped lower to caress the inviting bulge that was already hard and thick. Her long fingernails raked the fabric, teasing him, deliberately arousing him further. She took the lead toward the river, her body enticing him with every step. Her breasts were aching and swollen with need, and her hunger was rising sharply. Inside her mind were hot, erotic pictures. It isn't as if we will not know if someone comes along, she whispered softly. Francesca reached up and began to slowly unfasten the buttons of her blouse as they approached the shelter of some trees. Gabriel watched in complete fascination as the edges of her blouse slowly parted to reveal her creamy breasts thrusting so invitingly toward him. Her smile was pure seduction. You think to resist me, life mate? We are not in a safe place, he replied, but his black gaze was burning over her naked skin so intensely, her nipples hardened in response. He had scanned the area just as she had. He knew they were alone, and the knowledge didn't help his discipline at all. He knew that if someone came along the river, he was perfectly capable of shielding their presence. She dragged the shirt from his shoulders, wanting to see the ripple of power in his hard muscles. Her hand moved over his skin, her fingers imprinting the memory of him on her brain for all time. I want to feel what you're feeling, she said softly. I want to know what I can do to your body, to your mind. Her hands went to his waistband, and with deliberate slowness, she opened the material so that he spilled out thick and hard and throbbing with fullness and need. At once the warmth of her hands cupped him, her fingers committing him to memory. Gabriel groaned with pleasure, allowed her mind to fully merge with his so that she could feel the intensity of his enjoyment, the lust rising sharply in him, the hunger threatening to consume him. Her long silken hair brushed his sensitive tip as she found his chest with the warmth of her mouth, her soft lips following the path her fingers had taken. Another groan escaped as she moved ever lower, so slowly he thought he might die before she touched him. Her lips moved over the hard length of him, her tongue tasting him, gently at first. Then her mouth, hot and tight, took him to a place he had never imagined, took her there with him. Francesca could feel every pleasure she gave him, knew exactly what he wanted, what he needed. Her hand found the tight muscle of his buttocks through the material of his trousers and urged him deeper into her, reveling in the power she wielded in that moment. She reveled in the fact that he could do nothing but thrust his hips helplessly, his fists clenched in her silken hair. It felt like nothing she had ever experienced, hot and sexy and so erotic. It seemed incredible to have such power over a legendary being. He muttered her name, his head thrown back, his voice husky with need. He dragged her up to him, fastening his mouth to hers, hard and relentless, dominating, hungry, intensely masculine. He kissed her until he was drowning in her, merged so deeply he didn't know where she started and he left off. Francesca. His life. The air he breathed. His arms tightened possessively. His lips drifted from the heat of her silken mouth to her throat, down lower to find her creamy breast, soft and full and inviting. His lips closed over the hard peak, pulled strongly, a torment for both of them. She circled his head with her arms, cradled him to her. Tell me this is real, Gabriel. This is us, you and me, not the Carpathian heat rising between us. There was a plea in her voice, an aching need for it to be real. Only you, Francesca, he whispered fiercely. Look into my mind and see the truth. It is there for the taking. I want you and only you. For yourself, not just your beautiful body. For me there will never be another. No other could satisfy this desperate craving. A craving as old as time itself. Beautiful and magical. His hand wandered over her skin, pushed low into the waistband of her jeans. I look at you and remember the endless centuries, all those wars and battles, my people turning undead, and the countless times I was forced to destroy them. You're the reason I did it, the reason I endured it. Just you. Not some noble purpose, but somewhere on this planet I knew you might be, a child just beginning, and it was necessary to keep you safe. His palm moved along the curve of her hip as he pushed her jeans aside, traveled down her soft skin following the slender line of her legs. I thought of you every time I made a kill, when my life was dark and bleak, without hope. I thought of you in a village or town somewhere, high in the mountains or down in a valley. I whispered to you that I was coming, that no harm would find you as long as I existed. And I continued to exist, century after century. Gabriel closed his eyes as his hands moved over her body, savoring the feel of her, the perfection of her, committing every curve to memory. To carry with him always. For all time. For all eternity. For you, Francesca, I continued to exist for you. To carry with him wherever he went after his death. Francesca felt tears burning behind her eyes, shocked that his words could move her so deeply. The feel of his mouth drifting over her breast, the heat of his breath as he whispered beautiful things against her skin were as compelling as any black magic spell he could have used. You make me ashamed that I gave up all hope, she whispered, tears in her throat, as she cradled his head to her. He lifted her easily with his enormous strength. I do not want you ever to feel such a thing, he chastised softly. You are the strength in my mind, the iron in my will. You are so brave and beautiful, inside and out, and I do not deserve one such as you. So many centuries of living alone, cut off from your people. For someone else it would have been a living hell, yet you managed to do good with your life. Francesca clasped her hands around his neck, threw back her head as she wrapped her legs around his waist, and settled over the hard length of him. Her hair fell in a dark curtain of silk, enveloping them in a private world. She wanted this, the union of their bodies, so perfect in the night air. The night where they belonged, where their people lived and thrived. She held him to her, rode him, at first slowly, savoring the hot, slick feel of him filling her with his strength, sending pleasure coursing through her slender body. She clutched him, trembling with ecstasy. She bent her head slowly, seductively toward his throat. He had fed well this night, and she was shaking with her longing to have every part of him, to consume him in her own fiery need, in the fires of her dark desire. He whispered her name, his arms like iron bands, holding her close. He closed his eyes as her breasts moved over his chest, as her tight sheath enveloped him, clutching with a hot velvet friction. Unbelievable pleasure. Her teeth sank deep into the side of his neck, and white-hot lightning lanced through him, through both of them, welding them together. He began to move then, taking the lead, picking up the pace, surging deeper and deeper, striving to find the very core of her. Her hair was sliding over his skin, sensitizing him even more. She seemed to be his world, his breath, his blood, his body, his every pleasure. The rush felt like a fireball, a firestorm out of control. He felt her gasp, close the pinpricks with her tongue, a sensuous caress, her body clutching at his, milking him until he wanted to shout his joy to the heavens. To feel this. To experience this. The love that welled up in him overflowed. His body was exploding into the universe, following hers, stars shooting in all directions and colors whirling like a kaleidoscope. He held her to him, their hearts beating as one, their bodies united. They belonged together. He stood there in the darkness holding her close. I love you, Francesca. I really do. She went very still, her head buried against the warmth of his neck. Gabriel. I do, Francesca, very much, more than I ever thought it possible to love anyone. I did not know how strong such an emotion could be. I am not asking anything of you, sweetheart, do not think that. I only want you to know what I feel. I want to say the words to you aloud. And, just so you know, I love your body too. She laughed softly. I was the one who seduced you. She wanted to make that very clear. Time and again. It was not for lack of wanting, lady, and you well know that. I was being a gentleman. Very gently, he allowed her feet to touch the ground. And I told you first that I loved you. Just remember that when you are being smug.
Francesca stretched sensuously, turning her face up to the stars.
Take me home, Gabriel. Set safeguards for Skylar and take me home. I want to spend the rest of this rising making love to you.
She grinned at him mischievously.
And you remember when you're being smug, I was the one to make the suggestion first. It is only fair that you spend time with your life mate. Soon our home will be filled with others. I think it is time you stayed with me and admitted you made a terrible mistake looking at that poor excuse for a human man. He is not as bad as he is looking at the moment. There was genuine puzzlement in Francesca's voice. Without giving any more thought to Bryce, Francesca straightened her clothes, her body very close to Gabriel's. It is all right with me that you showed poor judgment in this one small area before my arrival, he said with a straight face. After all, you showed your common sense in all other things. Francesca began laughing so hard she had to fling her arms around Gabriel's neck to keep on her feet. I can't believe you're such a schmuck after 2,000 years. I would think you'd have a clue how to talk to a woman. He bent his dark head to hers. Sweetheart, do you want to hear me talk to you? His voice was softer than the night sky.
At once her dark eyes found his.
He was looking at her with hunger. Nothing else described it. Hunger. Because I very much want to talk to you.
His hand cupped her breast, his thumb moving gently, insistently over the hard peak of her nipple.
Can you hear what it is I am saying to you?
Francesca shivered and wrapped her arms around him.
Let's go home, Gabriel. Skylar needs a few more days in the hospital, and I want every minute we have alone with you. Every minute.
Her mouth found his, every bit as hungry as his eyes.
Chapter 11. Something terrible was going on in the city. Francesca could hardly bear to look at the news.
There were strings of murders, mutilations, terrible things that seemed to be breaking out all over the city.
Was it Lucian?
Was he responsible for the crimes sweeping her beloved Paris?
If she and Gabriel left, would he follow them? It was more than the brutal murders, it was the feel of the city, as if something evil resided there.
Something dark and malevolent, crouching, awaiting its moment to rise. Somehow it seemed to permeate the city until the residents were affected.
Fights broke out, wrecks occurred on the streets, and conflict erupted everywhere. It was important to her to spend as much time as possible with Gabriel. She wanted to be with him each rising, when the night was so beautiful it took her breath away. She wanted the early morning hours. She wanted to make love to him, watch his gaze become so intent that she felt a rush of heat through her body. They had spent every moment they could together, their only responsibility checking on Skylar. Francesca wasn't yet ready to relinquish her time with Gabriel, but he was a hunter and the newspaper reported that evil had found its way into her city. He could do no other than destroy what threatened his family. Gabriel moved up behind her, silent as was his way, his palm shaping the nape of her neck, his touch warm. It is not only Lucian, my love. I believe Skylar and you are targets of the undead. You are now out in the open. I have exposed you to a danger you managed to elude for long centuries. Skylar is not of age, but her ability is strong, and she has come out of her own mind where she had so successfully remained in hiding. The undead seek ones such as Skylar. We need to move her to this house immediately and set up strong safeguards for her. Bryce said one more day, Francesca murmured, all too aware of his hands on her. She was always so aware of Gabriel. His rich scent, the power in his body when he moved. Most of all, the way he needed her. The way it was so necessary for him to touch her, to allow his fingers to drift through her hair, to touch her skin. The connection between them. She loved the way he glided up behind her and circled his arms around her, his hands locked protectively over their child. Their child. It was growing inside her, a part of him. A miracle she had never expected. He thought he had committed an unforgivable crime, yet she wanted to weep with the joy of it. He had given her a gift beyond measure, beyond her dreams. Francesca wanted to laugh aloud at herself. How silly and childish she had been to think she would walk into the dawn. She was a healer, a woman of power, one who knew her body intimately. Gabriel could not have deceived her unless she had wanted to be deceived. She had taken his dark desire willingly, returned it tenfold.
He thought he wielded so much power over her, yet on some level she had known all along what was happening. She had known. She was no fledgling, she was an ancient. He could not have seduced her without her consent. Was the call of a lifemate so strong? Or was it the lure of Gabriel himself? The legend. The myth. The Carpathian wanting to share her life, no, needing to share her life. She leaned into him, her body finding the exact niche it sought as if they had been made for each other. Gabriel, a shadow in her mind, refrained from reminding her they had been made for each other. Exclusively. Francesca was the other half of his soul, his heart. She was his world, the reason he had spent 2,000 years in darkness. She was the reason he fought so hard to rid the world of the undead. She needed to know he was the reason she had held on to life for as long as she had. They belonged to each other. Francesca glanced over her shoulder at him, her large dark eyes very expressive. "I am reading your mind, Gabriel," she said softly, a small smile tugging intriguingly at the corners of her mouth. "If you were reading my mind," he responded wickedly, "you would be blushing right now." She found herself blushing just at the sound of his voice, the brush of velvet, the whisper of his breath. She didn't need to see the images in his mind, so vivid in detail, so completely erotic. "Stop it, we have work to do this rising." She took a deep breath. "Especially you." She could feel her heart skip a beat at her words. She was sending him out into the city to hunt the vampire, to try to find out what was happening to her beloved home. Evil was stalking Paris. Lucian. Dark angel, the fallen angel. At once she felt incredibly sad and knew she was catching Gabriel's sorrow, so intense it washed through him like a turbulent storm. Gabriel turned away from her, removing his touch as well as his mind to spare her the intensity of his grief, but Francesca immediately swung around and captured him within the circle of her arms. Soothing, tranquil, his healer as well as his life mate. Her mind found his unerringly, sending him waves of peace and comfort. "I am with you, Gabriel, always with you. Do not feel as if you're alone in your task. If you are sharing my mind, Francesca, then you will see him as he was, a warrior unsurpassed by any other. He gave his life for our people, for mankind. I believed in him always, and he never once let me down. After all the battles, all the times I witnessed his kills, it is still impossible for my heart to accept what I know to be true." Gabriel raked a hand through his long black hair, his dark eyes stricken. He fought the vampire night after night. He suffered many wounds, terrible wounds, and often he took my place when I would have been injured. He moved that swiftly, inserting his body between mine and the undead when we battled. I never heard him complain, not once in all those endless centuries. He always did the right thing, no matter the cost to himself, yet now I am sworn to destroy him. Francesca chose her words very carefully. "It is no longer the man you are hunting, Gabriel, but a shell left behind. What once was great, the soul and mind and heart of your twin, is long gone from this earth. You cannot think of him as being the one you loved so much, the one you held in such high esteem. This is a vampire, the undead, and is not your twin." Gabriel caught her hand, held it to his chest over his heart. "I know what you say is true, yet he is not like the undead I have hunted and destroyed for my entire life. He retains certain qualities I would never have expected." She moved closer to him, a small protective gesture he treasured. "Perhaps those small things have been your downfall with him, Gabriel. Perhaps he was cunning enough to know the memories would defeat you where he could not." He brought her hand to the warmth of his mouth. "I know only that he was a great man and I loved him much. We were together 2,000 years, Francesca, even during the last few centuries when we battled long. He was always there, touching my mind, sharing information, a challenge in a world of emptiness. It was Lucian who allowed me to continue when the darkness threatened and the whisper of power called to me. He was always there, my mission on this earth. To allow another to destroy him would be a sacrilege, and I have given my word of honor to him." He shook his head, his sorrow so great it weighed both of them down, a stone on their hearts. "Gabriel." The voice shimmered in his mind and Francesca heard it as clearly as Gabriel did. It was soft and beautiful. Lonely. Concerned. It sent a shiver deep inside her very soul. How could one so evil possess such a gift, such a weapon? If he commanded her obedience, would she be strong enough to resist the lure of that voice? If you seek me, Lucian, simply reveal where you are, and I will come to you in all haste. Gabriel sounded weary, and his tone alarmed Francesca. She took a firmer grip on his arm, terrified that that beguiling voice was somehow wearing Gabriel down so that he no longer believed in his abilities. You are tired, brother. I would not want to take unfair advantage when there is much more entertaining prey. I will leave you to your rest. The contact was broken as easily and as swiftly as it had been made. Gabriel buried his face in the warmth of her neck. Do you see what I am saying? It was my sorrow that brought his mind to mine. He retains a strong connection with me that I cannot sever. He lifted his head, his black eyes searching her face with such intensity she could hardly bear his scrutiny. I want you to know something, Francesca. You have given me more happiness in the short time we have been together than I have ever known in all the centuries of my existence. I am honored that I was given such a wonderful life mate, a woman of courage and beauty when I have only known evil. I have never had a home before. I look around this dwelling of yours and I see you everywhere. I went into the room you put together for Skylar, and it was so beautiful it brought tears to my eyes. I touched the quilt you had wrought for her. It was you. Soothing. Compassionate. Courageous. It was filled with life and love and laughter. I felt the safeguard to keep her nightmares at bay. It was strong as you are strong. Embarrassed by his words, Francesca looked away from the black depths of his eyes. In a way, his words were frightening, almost as if he were saying goodbye. He caught her chin in his fingers, stilling her so that his gaze could capture hers. Do not look away from me. You deserve to look into my heart and mind and know the truth of my words. There is no other woman in the world like you. I would want no other. If something happens to me, I know you will choose to stay in this world. You will be strong enough to raise our child with enough love for both of us. You will see to it that our child knows who I was and what I stood for. Gabriel, don't. Francesca jerked away from him. You are talking about yourself in the past tense. You will destroy Lucian, I know that you will. He nodded slowly. Yes. I have no choice. Francesca found herself clutching his arm, giving him a little shake. You don't believe you will return to me? No, Lucian will take me with him. His hands framed her face. You are in my heart, and wherever I go, I will take memories of you with me until such time as you are able to join me. It is enough that you and Skylar and our child will remain safe. I am your life mate, Gabriel. You insisted on the ritual, you bound us together, you gave me a child. You cannot go into battle with the idea that you will not return. Lifemates remain together, she protested. He believed what he was saying, and all at once she realized he was everything she had ever wanted in her life. Gabriel. Her life mate. Her legend come to life. A small smile tugged at his sculpted mouth. You are so brave, my love. You will remain even when others would not. You have known a life on this earth few others could have managed. You would never abandon Skylar when she is in such need. She must be guarded at all times and brought up to know her own power and strength. Without you, Skylar would retreat back into her mind and be lost to our people. You know that. In your heart you know it is only the link you forged with her that keeps her with us. You cannot leave her. And there is our child, growing inside you, part of me, part of you. You must be the one to raise and guide him so that he has the strength so many others do not. I would want no other to perform this task. He must know you and through you me. Gabriel kissed her forehead gently, his hands tunneling in her hair. And you must be here to help me with these tasks, Gabriel, Francesca replied, striving to remain calm. He was calm. Tranquil even. She felt his deep sorrow, but there was acceptance in him, complete acceptance of the future. I mean it, Gabriel. Call the others. Call Grigori. He is a great hunter of the undead. You do not know his reputation, but vampires walk in fear of him. There are several others who could help. Aiden would come from the United States. He is feared by those he hunts. His brother is powerful and the prince would come to aid you. All would do so. Lucian could not defeat all of them. Gabriel brought her hand to his mouth, lingered over the pulse beating so frantically in her wrist. This is all a game to Lucian, Francesca. Right now he is soaking up what this century has to offer, feeding his intellect, but he will soon grow bored and the game will begin in earnest. If I broke my vow to him, my word of honor, I could not live with myself, and worse, he would use his power in such a way as to destroy all those who sought him. The prince has a life mate. I believe the others do also. Their loved ones might be his targets. We cannot take such a chance. You would not want me to do such a thing. She rested her forehead on his chest, struggling not to cry. I am very afraid, Gabriel. You attribute all kinds of wonderful traits to me, but I am a woman who had chosen to end her lonely existence before you came. Now you think I will not only choose to stay without you, but I will do so for at least 2 more centuries. Alone. Or longer if you must. The child is most likely a male. He will need you to give him memories that will last until his life mate is found. You can defeat Lucian. I know you can do it. There must be a way, Gabriel. We have to find a way. She raised her head to look directly into his eyes. I have examined your memories of him. I know that you bested him once. You caught him by surprise and locked him into the ground with you. He did not expect such an attack by you, and it worked. We have only to think of something similar, something he would never expect. I will work with you. He will not think a woman would do such a thing. Do not smile, Gabriel, I am serious. He bent his dark head to kiss her. She was so beautiful to him in every way. When he looked at her, she warmed him. When she talked this way, she melted his heart. You are incapable of harming a fly, Francesca. You would want to aid me, indeed you would try, but the healer in you would prevent you from destroying another. Even the undead. And Lucian is not like the vampires you have seen or heard of. He appears beautiful and is more deadly than all others. You would hesitate, and he would kill you. I would never allow such an event to take place. Then do not confront him until we come up with a plan that will work, Francesca said decisively. I will not give you to him so easily. I will not, Gabriel. You must defeat him and live. We have been tied together 2,000 years, he replied sadly. We are tied together now. What happens to you happens to me. I will not allow him to take you with him, she said furiously. Her silken hair went flying in all directions. He cannot have you, Gabriel. He is using his voice to defeat you, using your own emotions. You are an ancient, and the strength of your love is vast. He knows you feel for him while he cannot. It is his advantage. You must separate what remains on this earth from what was lost to you. He is no longer Lucian, your twin, your hero. He is foul and unclean, and it was his choice. Gabriel shook his head. I wish that were true, my love. It would make my task so much easier, but Lucian did not have a choice. He waited long with me, far past the time he would have met the dawn. He waited to protect me even though he lost his emotions centuries before I did. He waited too long for my sake. In the end, he was unable to make a rational choice. He was too close. He rose without me and it was done. He bowed his head in shame. I was struggling with the demon. It was with me endlessly, calling, whispering that all was lost to me. I thought I would rise undead if I did not choose the dawn. There was so much death around us, so much violence. I often wonder if my struggle pushed him over the edge. Francesca flung her arms around his neck. Do not do that to yourself, Gabriel. We have enough burdens to bear in our lives without taking on those that belong to others. You must honor Lucian's last request and defeat him. Remember your true brother, the one who shared your life for those 2,000 years. He fought to protect you that you might find me, and you have. Your real brother would want your life, not your death. He brushed at the silken ebony strands tumbling around her face. You have given me food for thought, Francesca. In the meantime, I must hunt this night for the lesser vampires that have invaded the city. They are a foul stench in the air, impossible to ignore. I will send out the quilts and stained glass pieces I have been working on. I do have a business to run, Francesca said, trying to think of mundane things so that she wouldn't live in terror of what Lucian might do to Gabriel. There is no need for worry, he said softly, his voice magic and so pure Francesca felt instantly better. He was like a clear breeze blowing through her body, removing the terrible fear. Francesca knew he was using his magical voice to aid her, but she didn't mind. She pressed her hands to her stomach and thought of their baby for further comfort. Gabriel, like all of their race, would believe she carried a male child. Yet, she knew she carried one of the precious females.
She had a daughter. Fragile. So very vulnerable.
Francesca took a deep breath and let it out slowly. Was their baby one of the rare females because she had succeeded for a short while in changing her body chemistry enough to walk in the sun? As a healer, it was all important to find that answer. Female children were so unusual within their race, and very few managed to survive the 9 months gestation.
The one in a century that did, still had to face that difficult first year of life.
Francesca did not want to have to face that fight without Gabriel. She did not want to lose her child and not have him beside her, rock steady, to lean on. Gabriel's eyes met hers with sudden understanding. He caught her to him, nearly crushing her slender body in his arms. Yet at the same time, he held her so tenderly, he made her want to cry.
It is impossible. Our family produced only one daughter in 800 years.
Before that, it was nearly 1,000 years, and she did not survive.
We cannot be so blessed as to have a girl.
Francesca leaned into him, savoring the heat of his skin, his masculine frame, so different from her own.
I examined her earlier while you went out to feed. The child is female, and she clings to life stubbornly.
I do not want to face this test alone, Gabriel.
Find a way to live for us. You are right about Skylar.
Without my aid, without her belief in me, she would slip back into her mind.
We would surely lose another of our males to the undead.
More than that, we would be without a brilliant, rare treasure.
I cannot do it without you, Gabriel. Live for us.
He buried his face in the silken curtain of her hair.
I can do no other than as you command, my love. It is my duty to see to your happiness. I will find a way. He meant it.
She could hear the resolve in his voice. The weariness was gone, as was the acceptance of his own destruction.
Lucian had held him for 2,000 years.
Francesca would not give him up so easily to his dark twin. She would fight with every cell in her body, every weapon she possessed to keep him with her. Lucian would not win. It didn't matter that he was Gabriel's twin and had been a great man once. He was now the biggest threat to her family. She would find a way to combat him.
There was a way. Somehow. There was a way.
They clung to each other for a few minutes longer, each aware of the other's thoughts, each determined to find a way to defeat the ultimate vampire.
You must go, Francesca finally whispered reluctantly. I have so much to do this rising, and I must attend to Skylar. I have neglected so many of my responsibilities. Gabriel's smile was slow and sexy, heart-stopping. I am very pleased that I was able to provide such a distraction for you.
For no reason at all, Francesca found herself blushing. At once she ducked her head so her hair fell around her face, protecting her.
He laughed softly.
My beautiful woman, I cannot believe you are blushing after all that we have done together.
At least you didn't mention my age, she said.
I am not that unbalanced, although I will admit I do not have much practice with women. He bowed, that curiously courtly bow that always made her breath stop. Francesca glared at him.
Go away, Gabriel, you have that look in your eyes, and I have much to do.
His hand moved possessively over the long curtain of her black hair.
Nothing is more important than satisfying the needs of your life mate.
His face was innocent and very serious. Francesca blinked once, then gave him a good hard shove.
Go tell it to the last century, ancient one. I am a modern woman with many commitments.
You are a woman much sought after by these human males, and I am beginning to find it tedious.
Her eyebrow shot up. Tedious, she echoed. Do I hear a veiled threat in there somewhere?
He bent his head to kiss her.
It was not all that veiled.
His grin was boyish and seductive at the same time.
I cannot very well admit I am bothered by those who seek your attention when I am your life mate. As an ancient, I am above such trivial things.
Francesca found herself laughing.
You're above something all right, but I'm not entirely certain what it is.
Watch yourself tonight, Francesca, Gabriel cautioned as he glided through the room toward the door.
You must always remember you are a target now, and so is Skylar. I'll send word to Aiden's family, asking them not to delay. That way if Skylar is home, she can be protected while we sleep.
Her dark gaze was suddenly anxious.
Gabriel, don't let Lucian undermine your confidence in yourself.
I really need you, and so does our child.
Our children.
He paused at the door, looking back at her, his world, the only real joy he had known. "I love this home of yours," he answered softly. She watched him leave. "Ours," she corrected, knowing he could still hear her even though the door was closed. Gabriel's hearing was phenomenal, and he often shared her mind. It was their house, their life. Gabriel had to separate himself from his twin if he were to survive the battle that was to come. Francesca was carefully folding quilts into large boxes when it suddenly occurred to her that Lucian might lead him out of the city and far away from her. Her hand went protectively to her throat. "Stop worrying over what has not happened." There was a wealth of love in Gabriel's voice. It felt like a caress. She glanced at herself in the mirror. "Quit mooning about and get to work. You have much to do and little time to do it in." She was very stern with herself, but a curling heat stole through her body as Gabriel's warm laughter echoed softly in her mind. Francesca completed as many tasks as she could. She took orders for her stained glass pieces and her quilts. She sent out the ones she had completed and paid her bills meticulously. There were the shelters to call and the hospitals. There were charities she had neglected and friends she wanted to keep in touch with. Because they had risen late and spent a great deal of time talking together, it was already well into the evening and past time to call too many. She kept each conversation brief, but very upbeat. It was necessary to maintain the appearance of being human at all times. She was firmly entrenched in society, and it wouldn't do to simply disappear. Her contacts would be helpful to Skylar. Once her phone conversations were concluded, Francesca drove to the hospital, scanning the surrounding area along the way. She was worried about Skylar, worried that something was going to upset their careful plans for her. She had been vaguely uneasy ever since her encounter with the reporter. Something about him bothered her immensely. He was the type of man who could cause her tremendous trouble. She walked into the hospital, greeting the nurses with a little wave of her hand as she made her way down the hall towards Skylar's room. Her heart dropped when she caught a glimpse of the reporter lurking just a few feet from the room. Francesca paused for a moment, waved her hand to create a clone-like image as she blurred her own. She sent her soft musical voice out ahead so that her body seemed to be moving quickly along the hall as she called to an unseen nurse around the corner. At once the reporter turned his head, catching a glimpse of her slender shape and long hair. He hurried down the hall in an attempt to catch up to her. Francesca laughed softly, waiting until he disappeared before entering Skylar's room. The girl turned her head, her soft, dove-gray eyes wide and beautiful. There was a welcoming look in her gaze that hadn't been there before. "I was waiting for you." Her voice was stronger, and Francesca noticed for the first time how melodious it was. "I thought you'd never get here." "I had quite a bit of work to do," Francesca said, seating herself and reaching for Skylar's hand. "I make stained glass windows and also quilts for people in need." A slow smile curved the young girl's mouth. "I had my friend here to keep me company." She hugged the stuffed wolf to her. "I like the way you say that. People in need. People like me. I've noticed you have a way of making me feel like everything is going to be all right. Sometimes, when my mind is very chaotic, I think of you and feel you in my mind." Her long lashes swept down, concealing her expression, but Francesca was holding her hand and could read her mixed feelings. The girl was struggling to come to terms with the idea of entering life again. "I'll be with you every step of the way, Skylar," she softly reassured her. "You won't be alone, and you won't be expected to take on more than you can cope with. I see you are worried about school. It isn't necessary to think about it at this time." Skylar turned her face to wall. "Dr. Bryce said I would have to go to school immediately so I wouldn't fall behind. I didn't want to tell him, but I hardly ever went to school. I'm different. I could never fit in." "You're different," Francesca affirmed, "but that is not a bad thing. It doesn't matter about school. You're gifted, quite brilliant actually. We can provide tutors for you, and I can help when there is need. It is certainly nothing to worry about. Dr. Bryce is a good man, and he wants what is best for you, but he doesn't have a clue about your special talents and gifts. He does not understand what it is like to be a woman and be abused as you were. He does not understand what it is like to be a child and have no guidance, no one to love you unconditionally. He has no say in your future, Skylar." Skylar's fingers twisted together, a small betrayal of her nervousness.
I don't like it here.
I never feel safe unless you're here, or... She trailed off as if she had done something wrong.
Sometimes the other one touches my mind and I feel reassured.
Francesca's heart skipped a beat.
Not Gabriel? He is there sometimes, but it is different.
The other one never really says anything, he's just there, touching me, but I can feel I'm not alone and he only comes when I'm very frightened.
Like when I have a nightmare and I wake up.
In the middle of the afternoon there was a stranger in here.
I didn't like him and I was so scared. That's when the other one touched my mind. It was soothing and comforting.
Francesca bit her lip.
The other had to be Lucian.
Was he so strong then, that he could defeat the daylight and reach out to touch Skylar when she was frightened?
Was he already so connected with her that he could read her fear even when his strength was at its lowest ebb?
She forced air through her lungs, remaining calm.
What stranger entered your room, Skylar?
A man.
He asked me lots of questions about you, but I didn't answer or look at him. I retreated like I do.
Into my own mind.
Skylar continued to look at the wall as if she were slightly ashamed of herself. Her hands were clutching the little stuffed animal until her knuckles turned white. I don't know if I can keep from doing it when I'm really afraid.
Francesca gently pushed her hair from her forehead. She couldn't wait to get the child home, where she would be surrounded by love, by feminine things.
She couldn't wait to do something with the wealth of hair that had been neglected for so long. He's a reporter, honey, nothing more. Someone told him a story about me and he wants to write about it. It has nothing to do with you, but I'll make certain there's a guard posted outside your door at all times. No one else will get in. She should have posted a guard long before this.
A small sound escaped Skylar's throat, something between a laugh and a cry.
A guard? I don't think you have to go that far. I think it's a little late for guards.
Francesca leaned over the teenager and brushed her forehead with her lips in a small caress.
You are so silly, young lady, to think it is too late for a guard.
You are beautiful and unique, a rare treasure.
I intend to guard you and keep you safe for all time. There is no need to have idiot reporters breaking into your hospital room and questioning you. He asked strange things. He wanted to know if I had ever seen you during daylight hours. Isn't that a strange thing to ask?
Francesca went very still inside. There were many people throughout Paris who would testify they had seen her during daylight hours, and there were photographs to prove it. Her picture had appeared more than once in the newspapers at various charity functions around the city. The reporter would soon lose interest in her if he was no more than a simple reporter. She wouldn't fit the profile of what he was looking for. But if he was more than a reporter, if he was a member of the society hunting the Carpathian people, seeking proof of their existence, she needed to know.
Francesca. Skylar sounded tired and forlorn.
I want to go home with you.
When can I get out of here? Everything scares me, even Dr. Bryce, and I know he means well. I just can't stand to be around him anymore. He doesn't feel the same. Skylar was very sensitive to the emotions of others. All around her, the plots were thickening. Francesca had to get Bryce to agree to allow the child to go home with her. She would have to face him and use the power of her voice if necessary. They could better protect her if she was in their home. I think you're right, honey. I'll track down the good doctor and get his permission to allow you to leave. You'll like the house. It's big and roomy and filled with all kinds of books and treasures. I've seen stained glass in churches before. Is that what you do? Most of the time I create pieces for private homes. Sometimes I'm asked to do windows for a church or cathedral. I mostly like to do residences. I want to know all about the people and get a feel for who they are and what they need. I try to incorporate feelings of safety and comfort into the patterns.
Francesca shrugged casually.
Sometimes I'm successful. Can you teach me how to do it? There was interest in her voice. Real interest. I drew pictures of wolves one time. They're so beautiful. I used to read everything I could find on them. That's why I love my blue-eyed wolf. I always wanted to study them, but I know it won't ever happen. Not here anyway. But maybe I could do a picture in stained glass. You can do anything you want, Skylar, anything at all. If you wish to study animal behavior, I am behind you 100%. And I know you can make stained glass. I would love to work with you. Rest now while I go to find Bryce.
She patted the wolf gently and bent to kiss the girl's head before leaving.
Chapter 12.
Francesca bit her lip as she quietly closed the door to Skylar's room. The reporter was waiting as she had known he would be. She had heard his footfalls, the sound of his pacing. She read his determination to confront her even as she was speaking to Skylar. It was okay, it was what she wanted, too. She needed information, and he was conveniently outside the door. She wouldn't have to go looking for him. The man spun around with a determined look on his face.
I need to talk to you.
Francesca's smile was mysterious and inviting.
What can I do for you?
His eyes were devouring her, roaming freely over her body. There was something about her that made him a little crazy. The way she looked, the sway of her hips, the sultry smile. He had never seen a woman who moved him in quite the way she did. He liked women in their place, but he had always bought the right to their bodies and kept it strictly business.
No fuss, no emotional entanglement.
This woman was very different from the average woman. There was something mysterious and sexy about her. He could stare into her eyes forever, listen to the sound of her voice for eternity.
All at once his suspicions seemed totally ridiculous.
This was no vampire preying on the human race. She was a woman of extraordinary talents, and he wanted to protect her from those who sought her for study. Francesca could feel Gabriel's power flowing through her when she looked into the reporter's eyes. It was not the same as hers, but far more aggressive. Gabriel would make sure this man would never harm her, would in fact die to save her. He did it easily as he did all things, the commands flowing through her mind into the reporter's. She had no idea how Gabriel could do the things he did. He was helping her at the same time as he hunted the undead and watched for traps along the way. He seemed capable of operating on more than one level at a time, even when the stakes were as high as his own life. Nothing is more important to me than your life. His voice was fading away as if he was in motion somewhere. Francesca did not seek to sustain the connection between them. She wanted to concentrate entirely on the reporter. She needed to know everything he knew about the society he was a part of, a society that had hunted and murdered humans and Carpathians alike, naming them vampires. She smiled at him. It's Woods, isn't it?
Barry Woods? You said you were a reporter.
I'm so sorry about the other evening. I was in such a hurry, late for so many appointments, I can't recall exactly what we talked about. I promise to give you my full attention now. Would you care to go somewhere and have a cup of tea or something?
Tone it down, Francesca.
He is very susceptible to you, and that in itself can be dangerous. This time there was a distinct growl in Gabriel's voice. She tilted her chin, although she knew he couldn't see her.
Go away, I can handle this problem all by myself. You have bigger fish to fry.
She sounded faintly haughty, snippy, warning him to back off. Barry Woods was gaping at her, astounded that she was actively seeking him out. She leaned close, enveloping him in her mysterious scent.
You will never attempt to see Skylar Rose again.
The command was one of the strongest she had ever issued. She could read his acceptance of her authority, but all the same, Francesca guided the reporter to the seclusion of one of the empty rooms with every intention of ensuring obedience by taking his blood.
You will not.
The command was sharp and authoritative.
Gabriel was not playing now.
The threat was very real. I will see to it this buffoon does no harm to our girl, but you will not do this thing. Exasperated, Francesca decided against arguing with Gabriel's tyrannical ways. At once she felt Gabriel relax, felt his amusement, and she shook her head over the silly idiosyncrasies of men. Did you have some questions you wanted to ask me? She queried softly, looking directly into Barry Woods' eyes. Or did you have information that you thought was very important to tell me? He could feel himself falling forward, deeper, deeper still until he was so mesmerized he wanted to stay there for eternity. He cleared his throat, unable, unwilling to break away from the beauty of her eyes.
I have friends who heard things about you. They're dangerous men. We hunt vampires.
Real vampires, not the make-believe things in the movies. No one believes the creatures exist but us. We've been collecting proof over the years. We just need to get one, a body, something tangible to make the world take us seriously. Right now they think we're fanatics, nuts to be laughed at, but we're scientists and we're trying to save the world. Francesca wrapped him in waves of warmth, swamping him with approval, with the idea that she believed in him and what he was doing. He broke out in a sweat, but his gaze remained captured by hers. He wanted to do whatever she wanted of him, whatever it took to make her happy. He wanted her to believe in him. She tipped her head to one side so that her hair fell in a seductive sheet of silk across her shoulder and tumbled past her waist. Why would anyone think such a thing of me? I have lived in this community for some time and have been involved in many things. I think my life is rather an open book. It is not so difficult to find those who know me. Woods leaned forward, needing to hear the purity of her voice, or maybe he wanted to touch her hair. He really wasn't certain which was more important at that moment. I think I can dig up indisputable proof that you're no vampire. There was a trace of humor in his voice. The idea of her being in the ranks of the undead was totally ludicrous. He could convince his fellows they were wrong about her, and she would be crossed off their list. Are there many of you? Francesca requested the information softly. Are there any others named on this list of potential threats? Perhaps I can aid you in some way. We have to protect ourselves now. We've lost many of our best people. It's a war, a real war, between them and us. We only know a few of each other's names. Our meetings are small. We use phone numbers and a place on the internet to leave messages back and forth. That way, if our society is penetrated, we will only lose a few. Francesca could see that something was making him very resistant to giving out the names of those on the vampire list, although he was deeply ensnared by her compulsion. She pushed further into his mind and found a strange phenomenon. Immediately, she reached for Gabriel and shared the information, puzzled by what she found in Barry Woods' mind. He has undergone some kind of strong hypnosis. Gabriel relied. You can get around it, but he might have flashbacks. I can remove all traces of you from his memory. It is not so difficult to extract the information from his mind. He will never know. Go ahead then, Gabriel. I don't want him to take up any more of my time. Francesca wanted to get her business out of the way and return to Gabriel. She didn't like him being out in the city hunting the undead. She wanted him back in the safety of their home. She wanted Skylar safe within the walls of their home. She wanted the reporter long gone. Are you attempting to distract me from my task with your wanton thoughts? There was a curling caress in Gabriel's voice, brushing at the walls of her mind, flooding her body with heat and excitement. Wanton thoughts? You need a checkup, my boy. Your fantasy world seems to be growing larger with each passing day. I wanted you home to take out the trash. She was staring directly at Barry Woods so that Gabriel could use her as his instrument, could see the reporter and extract the information they needed from his mind. Gabriel's teasing had lifted her spirits, given her the impression of a cool cleansing breeze moving through her mind, erasing her worries. Francesca smiled at the reporter. Gabriel had what they needed, and it was time for her to reinforce her most important command. She leaned closer to him so that her eyes held his. You will never, under any circumstances, go near Skylar again. At once she felt Gabriel's power moving through her mind, swift and deadly, unbreakable, relentless. He issued his own command, stronger than any she could have made. The reporter would protect her, ensure that others left her strictly alone. Francesca shook her head over the vehemence of that command, but she felt very precious to him. Cherished. You are cherished. Now do something women are supposed to do, something I will not worry about. Look who's talking. She tried to sound indignant, but he was making her laugh with his nonsense. It is not nonsense. These are commands from your life mate, and you should listen and obey. He sounded very arrogant, as only Gabriel could. You're showing your age again. You awoke in the 21st century. Women no longer listen and obey. Worse luck for you. I have work to do, and you are in some place very musty and smelling of wet dirt. What are you doing? Performing secret masculine rituals. Francesca found herself laughing out loud. Wood startled her by smiling and reaching out to shake her hand. She had almost forgotten his existence. Thank you so much for your time, and I enjoyed the tea. He sounded very brisk and businesslike. Gabriel had ensured his obedience, and the reporter was doing exactly as he had been instructed. He was leaving Francesca and going to report his findings to his friends. They would believe him, Francesca was a human woman with extraordinary talents, but she walked in the sunlight and drank tea. Woods was certain he had shared such a thing with her. Francesca smiled gently.
I am pleased to have met you, Mr. Woods. Good luck with your work.
She turned and made her way through the corridors, moving silently. She was scanning for Bryce. He often slept in one of the empty rooms if he had been working all day and late into the night. When he was not attending social events, Bryce spent the majority of his time at the hospital. She caught his scent and turned unerringly toward the small room at the end of the hall. It was one of his favorite places to escape. Gabriel moved silently through the cemetery, the very place where he had spent so many years locked in the ground. The earth was torn up where graves were being opened and the caskets removed to make way for progress. He shook his head at the way of life. 100 years ago, no one would consider disturbing a grave site in such a manner.
It would be sacrilegious.
Evil stalked Paris, and it slept within this ancient cemetery that held the bodies of so many of the dead. As he moved through the graveyard like a silent wraith, he thought of that long-ago battle, nearly 2 centuries ago. He had found Lucian crouched over his latest victim, a man in his early 30s. The victim had been drained of blood, a lifeless rag doll that Lucian had tossed carelessly down on the ground when he turned to confront Gabriel. As always, Gabriel was struck by his twin's elegance, the way he moved so silently.
There was never a stain of blood on his clothing or his teeth or nails. He was always immaculate.
Nothing about him seemed different, yet he was a terrible monster, not the legendary hunter their people whispered about. Just the memory of his brother, tall and elegant and so courtly, sent a wave of love through Gabriel. He had not felt it for so long, only remembered the emotion, but now it was stronger and more intense than ever.
Gabriel bowed his head.
Lucian.
His brother.
The grief was overwhelming him, and he shook his head decisively to clear it.
That way lay his own destruction. His mind had to be clear and fixed on the hunt. He needed every advantage ferreting out the evil undead. They were here in force.
A grave caught his eye. He turned back to examine it.
Freshly dug, it was one of the newest in the cemetery. The heavy equipment had not reached this corner so near the rock wall. He touched the soil and at once felt the vibrations of destructive forces. So tuned, he snatched his hand away. The earth itself was groaning from the touch of the vile abomination.
He remained hunkered down, his eyes casting along the floor of the cemetery even as his senses flared out to scan the region around him.
Gabriel sighed.
He heard the soft shuffle of boots in the dirt, the heavy breathing of the ghoul a vampire had created. Dangerous creatures, ghouls lived to serve their masters, feasting on tainted blood and the flesh of humans. They were vicious and without mercy. He waited, his power building and building, gathering until it flowed through him and poured out into the air around him. The ghoul approached from behind, shuffling closer, an evil being, clumsy, but very cunning and impossibly strong. A human being would be in grave danger should he meet with a minion of the vampire.
Gabriel was one of the ancients, powerful and far too experienced to give the ghoul much thought.
As the grotesque creature closed the distance between them, Gabriel whirled around, caught the misshapen head between his hands and jerked hard enough to break the neck. The crack was loud in the silence of the night. The monster wailed loudly, flailing its arms, but Gabriel had melted away, his speed far too great for the macabre puppet. The ghoul was shrieking in a brutal animal rage of pain and anger. It moved with jerky steps, swinging its body this way and that, searching for Gabriel, searching as it had been programmed. Its head flopped at a sickly angle, and the creature drooled continuously. Gabriel materialized in front of it, plunged his hand deep within the chest cavity, and removed the already dead heart. At once lightning slammed to the ground, incinerating the body to a fine ash. Gabriel flung the putrefied organ into the blue-white streak and turned away, shaking his head at the horror of the long-dead creature. He felt their presence long before he saw them. 3 vampires were moving silently toward him, gliding through the air so that their feet didn't touch the surface of the earth. He inhaled the stench of their foul, poisonous bodies. He turned slowly to face them. They were older than he would have liked and powerful.
"Come to me then," he said softly. I will give you the dark death that will free you from your chosen path. Bryce sat up when Francesca called his name softly. Raking a hand through his hair, he regarded her with speculative eyes. Francesca, I didn't expect to see you tonight. He got to his feet and smoothed his rumpled clothes. Francesca noticed his clothes were stained. Always before, he was immaculate and meticulous in his appearance. This shocked her. There was even a faint shadow of a beard, something Bryce had abhorred in the past. He was almost compulsive about his appearance. He often said it was because he attended so many meetings and press conferences. He needed to know he looked good at all times. Guilt swept through her. Had she caused this? Was she going to be the instrument of his destruction? I wanted to see you, Bryce. We've been friends a long time. Francesca sighed softly. Out of respect for their friendship, she had never read his mind unless it involved a patient or a crisis he needed help with. It had been important to her to be as human with Bryce as possible. Now it was a temptation to look into his mind. Was he going to be all right? Had she really broken his heart? Maybe she should plant a subtle compulsion in his mind to get over her. I wasn't sure we were friends anymore, he responded. Come on, let's get out of here and go somewhere quiet where we can talk this out. Francesca glanced around the room. It's pretty quiet right here, Bryce. For some strange reason, Francesca was reluctant to leave the hospital with him. Gabriel was out in the city hunting the undead. She needed to arrange a guard for Skylar's room, and until she was certain the child would be safe, she wanted to stay close. You know, if we stay in the hospital, we'll be interrupted. I really want us to remain friends. Come on, Francesca. It's not like I'm asking all that much. She nodded reluctantly. Bryce immediately opened the door and waved her down the hall. He followed close behind her, occasionally resting his hand on the small of her back. His palm felt hot and sweaty right through her clothes. Francesca found herself squirming to get away from him, walking faster through the corridor and out into the night. Clouds were swirling ominously overhead. The weather is looking a bit grim, Bryce. Where should we go? You never were afraid of a little rain in the old days, Francesca, before you had to look perfect for your hero. Francesca stopped right there at the edge of the parking lot. If you're going to be snide, Bryce, there's no point in this. I don't want to fight with you anymore. I really don't. I've always valued your friendship, and I prefer not to lose it, but if you can't be civil about Gabriel, or at least avoid the subject, then our conversing is a complete waste of time. Suddenly, she didn't want to go with him. A dark feeling of dread was stealing over her, and she wanted to be back with Skylar, or better yet, wrapped safely in Gabriel's arms in the sanctuary of their home. Bryce deliberately took her arm. I'm sorry. Jealousy is an ugly thing, Francesca. I'll behave. Just come with me. Please. She owed him that much, and she knew it. Bryce had always been her friend. It wasn't his fault that she wasn't human. He had no idea of her true nature. He couldn't possibly fathom the relationship between true life mates. Francesca glanced up at his face as she went with him. She thought she saw something flickering in the depths of his eyes, just for a moment, something sly and cunning, but he blinked and it was gone before she was certain. All the same, Francesca was uneasy. Bryce cleared his throat as they walked along the bank of the river toward the seclusion of the park. I haven't liked myself very much lately, he admitted. I didn't much like learning certain things about myself. Bryce, her voice was soft and sad, I didn't want you hurt, not for the world. I'm the one who's sorry. I didn't tell you about my past with Gabriel because I truly thought him lost to me. Otherwise, I would never have allowed you to think there was a chance for us. You knew I didn't love you. I told you I didn't. I loved you enough for both of us. His words stabbed at her heart. Bryce, no one person can make a relationship work. It takes two people together. I wish I was the right woman for you, but I know I'm not. There's someone out there, someone very special who will love you as you deserve to be loved. She used her voice, giving a little push even though she didn't like to do such things with friends. She hated his pain, hated knowing she was the cause of it. Bryce was silent for a moment, then he let go of her arm and clutched his head. Francesca touched him. At once she could feel his pain, a sharp splintering headache growing and building at an alarming rate. She settled her fingers around his arm. Let me help you, Bryce. You know I can.
He broke away from her, breathing heavily.
No, Francesca, just let me be for a moment. I've been getting these headaches the last few days, and they're killers. I even had a CAT scan done to see if I had a tumor.
He pulled a tube from his pocket, took off the lid, and shook several small pills into his mouth.
Francesca could see his hand was trembling. You don't need medication.
I can take the pain away, she said softly, feeling hurt by his rejection.
He shook his head again, this time decisively. Don't waste your time and talent on me.
The pills work just fine.
Give me a few minutes and I'll be okay.
A small frown touched her soft mouth.
Bryce, I know you're angry with me, but these headaches sound serious. You know I can help. How often are you taking these pills?
What are they? He shrugged and cut through the park along a dark pathway, holding aside the low-lying branches to prevent them from hitting Francesca.
It doesn't matter. Why were you looking for me? Where in the world are we going, Bryce?
This path leads out of the park toward the cemetery.
Let's go back.
He swung around to face her, and once again, she thought there was something crafty in his eyes. Then he blinked, and it was Bryce looking down at her with sad eyes. But Francesca was very uneasy now. Nothing felt right to her, not Bryce, not the path they were taking, not even the night itself.
She bit down on her lower lip, while she tried to think what he could be planning.
Bryce was not a violent man, she knew that much about him. He was gentle and caring, even if he was ambitious.
We aren't going back, Francesca, not until we talk this out.
If nothing else, I want to stay friends.
I'm hurt, I won't deny that, and I've acted like a spoiled child, but I always thought you would come around and marry me. I really did.
In my mind, we were already engaged. He shook his head as he picked his way along the uneven surface of the road.
You never looked at other men, never.
I thought that meant you truly felt something for me, but you had been hurt and were afraid to love again. Francesca could see the first of the many headstones standing like silent sentinels of the dead in the graveyard. It was a beautiful place, really, ancient, a place where it was believed the sacred and the damned had to be kept apart. One side of the burial grounds was sanctified, blessed with holy water, while the other was for those who had lived lives of sin and debauchery, criminals and murderers. It was now being torn up, the dead removed to the new cemetery away from the middle of the city. The machines hadn't yet reached the area where they walked. The imminent destruction made her sad. She had many human friends buried there.
I never was interested in anyone else, Bryce.
I preferred your company, but it was friendship I felt, the love of a sister. I often wanted to feel more, and when I thought about the future, I wished I could love you as you wanted me to, but I never loved any man other than Gabriel. I thought him dead to me all these years, but I was not over him.
Why didn't you ever mention him?
Bryce demanded, sounding petulant again.
Not once did you even say his name.
If we were such good friends, why didn't you share with me such a terrible tragedy as losing your husband?
He spat the last word out distastefully. I didn't know you'd ever been married to anyone.
He was moving faster, now, taking the lead, pushing his way over the small rock wall to hurry along a little-used path leading to the mausoleum.
I never spoke of him to anyone, Bryce. It was too difficult. That was the truth.
Even her mother had never known about that small incident in the village so many centuries earlier. When her family had been wiped out in the wars, she had fled the Carpathian mountains, making her way to Paris, where she learned to hide herself from her people. Tears shimmered unexpectedly in her dark eyes, the memory of that time still raw. She blinked them away and followed Bryce along the winding trail.
I wasn't just anyone, Francesca. I was your best friend. But you always held a part of yourself away from me.
No matter how hard I tried, I never could get close to you. She hated that whiny note in his voice, and that made her feel guiltier than ever. He had every reason to feel bad about what had happened between them.
She had
thought about spending her remaining years with him. She ducked her head, her long hair falling in a cascade around her face.
I didn't mean to lead you on, Bryce. I hope you believe that. I try to be honest with you, but there were times when I seriously thought about becoming involved with you. Because I was considering a relationship with you, I must have been inadvertently sending you messages that we might eventually be together. That was very wrong of me, but I didn't do it on purpose.
He turned his head for a moment, fury in his eyes.
That doesn't take away what I feel, Francesca, or absolve you of guilt. She sighed. He seemed to be going back and forth between recrimination and genuinely wanting to retain their friendship. Perhaps it is too soon for a conversation like this one. Maybe we should wait a few weeks until you can see I never would have been right for you. I never would have felt the way you wanted me to feel. We'll never know that for sure, will we? He said.
He was moving rapidly through the graveyard, moving away from the newer headstones into an older part of the cemetery where the stones were so ancient they were crumbling and gray from the effects of weather.
Francesca slowed her pace. Bryce, do you have any idea where you're going, or are you just walking as fast as you can because you're so angry with me?
She could hear the blood pumping furiously through his heart, the rush of adrenaline coursing through him as he moved. He caught her wrist and yanked, a snarl twisting his handsome features.
Come on, Francesca, hurry up.
She moved with him a few steps, deliberately touching his mind as she did so. At once she was afraid. There was nothing in his mind except the overwhelming desire to get her to a certain place at the far side of the cemetery. He was willing to use any method, from cajoling her or humoring her to brute strength.
His need to get to this place was so strong, it blocked out everything else.
Bryce, she said very softly, you're hurting me.
Please let go of me. I can walk all by myself. He needed help desperately.
Whatever was wrong with him, whether he had been shadowed by a vampire, or was using drugs, or was on the verge of a mental breakdown, Francesca wanted to help him. She feared for him now more than for herself.
There was something terribly wrong with him, and she was determined to heal him.
Well, hurry up then, he growled, still retaining possession of her arm. He loosened his hold because she had picked up her pace and was walking willingly with him.
Honestly, Francesca, you want everything your own way. You didn't want to talk to me about our friendship. You probably wanted to discuss your little patient. I do want to find out when I can bring Skylar home. She's anxious and bored in the hospital. And a reporter got into her room.
She was very frightened. She kept her voice reasonable as she walked beside him, studying him intently. If she used her power, the vibrations of it would scatter into the night and draw unwanted attention. She would have to be persuasive to get him to her home, where she could control him and help him without the threat of interference. If she was so darn frightened, why didn't she tell me about it? He demanded, angry all over again.
I'm her doctor, not you, not Gabriel.
If she has a complaint, she can voice it to me.
We know she can talk. Not that she talks to anyone but you.
Bryce, Francesca protested, slowing her pace again. He seemed to be pulling her at breakneck speed, almost as if he was so enraged he didn't know what he was doing.
Slow down, I'm going to fall. Do you have a pressing appointment somewhere? Let's go back to my house. I'll make us some tea, your favorite kind, and we can talk.
He instantly slowed his pace, shaking his head.
I'm sorry, he repeated. I don't know what got into me. It isn't good for that girl to depend so heavily on you.
She won't talk to the counselors we send in. She won't speak to the nurses or to me, just you.
She has been severely traumatized, Bryce. You know that. There's no quick fix for her pain. I'm taking it one step at a time with her. Once I have her settled at home, I will get her a counselor. I will follow your advice. You know I respect you as a doctor. I'm sorry we've gotten so off track together, but our feelings for each other are genuine. I still want us to remain friends. You might not be able to accept my friendship now, but perhaps you will in time. Meanwhile, we can still keep a professional relationship going, maintain that connection. Francesca tried to be hopeful.
She put a gentle hand on his wrist to restrain him, to get him to come with her. She was really afraid for him now, certain he was losing control of himself.
Bryce shook his head, turned onto a faint trail through thick shrubbery. Francesca felt as if she was in a maze. Now the feeling of impending doom was growing. Overhead the storm clouds were dark and heavy. The wind was picking up so that it blew her hair into a wild mess. She caught at it, twisted and clipped it at the nape of her neck. With the wind came the scent of danger, and Francesca stopped dead in her tracks. Why hadn't she scanned the area as she should have been doing? She knew the undead were in the city somewhere. Gabriel. She sent the call instantly.
She had walked straight into a trap, and poor Bryce was with her. She had already ruined his life, and now, because of her failure to be alert, he would most likely lose his life. The stench of the undead permeated the air around her. Bryce yanked on her arm once more, dragging her out of the shrubbery and into the open. At once, in the distance, she saw Gabriel. He was standing with his arms at his sides. Tall, strong, powerful. His long black hair was flowing to his shoulders. He looked relaxed. On 3 sides of him were the enemy, circling, moving their feet rhythmically in an attempt to weave a holding spell. At first the 3 appeared to be tall, rather gaunt, handsome men, but at once Francesca saw through the illusion. Bryce stopped abruptly when he saw Gabriel, suddenly confused. What was he doing in this dark, dreary place? Gabriel looked so powerful standing in the midst of the 3 other men. Before Bryce could make a sound, Francesca drew him back into the maze of shrubbery. Without conscious thought, she took command of him, pushing his body along the path, turning onto another one so she could get above the combatants. There were 3 vampires, all flushed from fresh kills, high on the adrenaline rush. Gabriel might need her strength or, if he was wounded, her blood in the aftermath of the battle. She touched his mind, unable to stop herself from doing so. He was Gabriel, always the same. Tranquil. Calm. Without fear. His strength enabled her to breathe easier. Francesca pushed Bryce along until they were well above the lower part of the cemetery. She moved out where she could better see what was happening. The scene below was frightening. From her vantage point, she could see a dark shape on the ground near one of the graves. A young woman by the look of her, her throat torn. She lay like a broken doll, one hand stretched out toward the cross marking the grave. Gabriel would have sensed death and violence in the cemetery, but he would not have been able to see the body with the machinery blocking his line of vision. She sent him a vision immediately, warning him of what had been done. Francesca closed her eyes for a moment, sent up a quick fervent prayer for the victim and her family. How could she ask Gabriel to be anything but what he was, a hunter for their people, exterminating the vicious creatures who committed such senseless, cruel acts? Beside her, Bryce stirred, coming out of the semi-stupor he had fallen into. What the hell's going on? He snapped, glaring down at the scene below. He could clearly see the body of the young woman, and off to the right, far away from them, where the heavy equipment was parked, he could make out what looked like another body slumped near the bulldozer. A man, by his size. I told you Gabriel was a criminal. He's involved with murder. Francesca waved her hand to silence him, her entire focus centered below. The vampire to the left of Gabriel suddenly launched himself, wings bursting through his back as he leaped into the air, talons twisting his hands, his face contorting until he wore a razor-sharp beak. Even as he attacked, the second vampire's body rippled with fur and his face lengthened into a long muzzle to accommodate the teeth filling his mouth. While the bird went high, the wolf attacked low. The third vampire wavered until he was transparent, dissolving into droplets of mist streaking toward Gabriel. To Francesca's horror, she could see a vine creeping along the ground, a long deadly tendril reaching out toward Gabriel's ankle. She pressed a hand to her mouth to keep from screaming. It wouldn't do to distract him. She had to trust in the fact that Gabriel was very experienced and would see each and every threat directed at him, even though the attacks had been launched simultaneously. Get home now. Gabriel's voice issued the command in her mind. It was sent sharply and with a strong underlying compulsion to obey. She knew he had no energy to spare to force his will on her. Francesca felt the seriousness of his command deep within her body. His first concern would be her protection, not that of his own life, and with her out in the open, vulnerable, she would be a weapon to be used against him. The information flooded her mind out of nowhere. She wasn't even certain it came from Gabriel, but she turned at once to obey him. Her hand caught Bryce's. Come on, we've got to get out of here now. They began running down the embankment toward the river, away from the cemetery and the terrible battle taking place. As Francesca turned toward the lights of the city, a single figure moved out of the night and blocked the way between the two of them and freedom. The beast was tall and gaunt with gray skin stretched tightly over his skull. His teeth were blackened and jagged, stained with the blood of so many innocents. He smiled at her, a terrible parody of a smile.
Chapter 13.
Francesca was screaming, although no sound emerged from her throat. Gabriel was engaged in a terrible battle with 3 ferocious enemies, his very life at stake. She closed herself off from him immediately, not willing to take the chance of distracting him from his duty.
He could not help her.
"What the hell is going on?" Bryce muttered, his voice strangled in his throat. He was terrified, certain someone had slipped him a hallucinogenic. This could not be reality, not with monsters fighting, demons turning into wolves, and winged gargoyles coming to life. Automatically, Francesca reached out to soothe him, her fingers settling lightly around his wrist so she could manipulate his mind. Her voice was low and compelling, the compulsion embedding itself deep within his brain. She might not be able to save Bryce's life, but she could make the dying easier. He would never feel the teeth in his throat, ripping and tearing while the monster gulped fresh blood. With her head held high, she faced the creature, her eyes blazing defiance, her soft mouth set with distaste.
"How dare you come to me in such a way?" she said softly. "You are well aware such things are against the laws of our people." The vampire's smile was a macabre parody.
"Stand aside, healer, allow me to dine this night." Francesca retained her light hold on Bryce, kept her body positioned slightly in front of his. The enemy was calling to him, the command floating in the air, but she had successfully cut Bryce off from the rest of the world. His head was down like a small child's, innocent of the things happening around him.
"I will not. Go away from this place. You do not belong here."
The vampire hissed horribly, spittle spraying into the air between them.
"Take care, woman, the hunter is otherwise occupied. He will not rescue you this night.
I would not want to see harm come to you, but if you do not place yourself in my care, it will be necessary to force your compliance."
"You! Take care, evil one. I am no rank fledgling to be forced into anything."
"I have no intention of going anywhere with you," Francesca said quietly. She pressed a hand to her stomach protectively. He would force her to accept his tainted blood. It would run in her veins, it would contaminate her child. She screamed again silently, using every ounce of self-control she possessed not to call out to Gabriel. Her only chance was for Gabriel to defeat his enemies and rescue her. But her baby, it would be far too late for her child. Vampires deceived themselves into believing that if they found a woman of the light, their souls might be restored. They sought Carpathian women and human women with psychic abilities in the hope of regaining what they had chosen to lose. She would have to make the decision to sacrifice Bryce to this thing. Eventually, she would have no other choice. It would be Bryce or her daughter. Inadvertently, her hand tightened around Bryce's wrist, as if she could anchor him to her. She kept her mind firmly away from thoughts of Skylar and disciplined herself to keep from calling out frantically to Gabriel. He would come to her as soon as he was able. It was up to her to stall the vampire. "Do not anger me, woman. I am far more powerful than that one who claims you. An unknown upstart who believes he is a hunter. I know every hunter, and this one has no reputation. I am an ancient. Do not think he can save you." He didn't know who Gabriel was. She held that realization to her. It was ammunition, might have shock value when she needed it most. His head was beginning to move from side to side, a slow reptilian motion that was curiously hypnotic. Francesca knew better than to focus her attention too closely on the movement. Something about it fascinated her, yet at the same time repelled her. That was warning enough. He blinked his hooded, blood-red eyes just once. She blurred her image and that of Bryce, jerking the human with her as she sped with preternatural speed just as the vampire struck, grabbing for her with his clawed hands. She felt the wind of his strike as he missed her by scant centimeters. The creature shrieked his anger, whirling in a cloud of dirt and twigs, a powerful dust devil towering high, blackening the air around them. Francesca's heart was pounding in alarm. She had succeeded in angering him. There was no telling what he might do to her now. Overhead the storm clouds were gathering, a dark ominous portent of things to come. Lightning arced from cloud to cloud while all around her the skies darkened until every star was blotted out, until the moon was nothing but a memory. The vampire hissed again, a deadly sound while the wind whipped at his tattered clothing and raked the lank hair hanging around his skull-like face. You will be punished for that. I will have this human, and his dying will be long and painful. I will destroy everyone who has ever meant anything to you. Francesca's heart was pounding frantically, and she took a deep breath to calm herself. Inside, she felt her daughter leap in fear. Immediately, she covered her womb with her 2 hands as she faced the beast. He was undulating his head again, a rhythmic motion designed to be hypnotic. He attacked again in a blur of motion, and Francesca waited until the last possible second to escape, towing Bryce with her. Before the vampire could reach her, something inserted itself between them so that the undead was forced to halt his attack. With a howl of rage, he jumped backward. Between her and the vampire a form shimmered, solidified. For one heart-stopping moment she thought it was Gabriel. The figure was tall, broad-shouldered, with the same long black hair and hauntingly perfect features as her life mate. His eyes were black and empty, although Francesca could occasionally see the beginnings of small red flames smoldering deep within the empty depths. Power clung to him as if he were power come to life, power personified. He moved with a flowing grace, yet when he stopped, he was as still as the very mountains, a part of the earth itself. He was like Gabriel, yet unlike him. He bowed to her, a courtly, prince-like gesture, before turning his attention to the vampire. Francesca's breath stilled in her body. This was Lucian. It could be no other. Gabriel's twin and a vampire without equal. Her heart began to thud painfully in despair. Where she had feared the other vampire, she was now terrified. It was something about Lucian, something she couldn't name, but he seemed invincible, seemed so powerful that a force of hunters could not defeat him. This was Gabriel's mortal enemy and the one he loved above all others. She bit her lip hard to keep from crying out to her life mate. And then Lucian spoke. It was as if music were playing, music not of this world, but so pure and beautiful it was impossible to forget. His voice was the most beautiful thing she had ever heard in her life. You have come here to this place and you have annoyed me, undead. I have chosen this city as my own personal playground, and yet you think you can simply ignore my claim. You sent your minions to challenge my brother while you attack this one that he has laid claim to. She is under his protection, and I can allow no other to interfere in our game. You understand that? The voice was so perfect, so reasonable. Anyone could understand him. You lost your soul many centuries ago, dead one, and you yearn for the freedom of the final death. Go now. Your breath is no longer able to sustain you. Your heart shall cease beating. He raised his hand into the air and slowly began to close his fingers into a fist. Francesca watched in horrified fascination as the undead obeyed the compulsion in that sweetly lethal voice. The vampire gasped for air, and as the fist closed tighter, his face began to turn color as he choked and strangled before her eyes. The vampire clutched at his chest as his heart stuttered, but he made no attempt to fight the order, so powerful was that voice. Francesca could scarcely take her eyes from her lifemate's twin. She, too, was caught in the spell of his power, mesmerized by the true beauty of his voice. It was only when he plunged his fist deep within the cavity of the vampire's chest and extracted the heart, when lightning slammed to earth in a jagged bolt of blue-white and incinerated the already dead organ and its host, that she managed to jerk herself awake, once again aware of her own very precarious situation. Francesca waited in silence, one hand over her stomach to protect her unborn daughter, the other holding on to Bryce, who was still under her mind control, unable to comprehend anything going on around him. Lucian was 1,000 times more powerful, more deadly, than the vampire she had just faced. She stood watching him with her dark eyes, her small teeth biting down on her lower lip, betraying her nervousness. He moved then, a flowing of grace and timeless beauty, a two-edged sword more destructive than anything she had ever known. Gabriel was right to hunt this monster. Nothing could stop him. Nothing the humans had would slow him down if he should decide to give up the murderous game he played with his brother and turn to something even more vicious. Francesca swallowed the tight knot of fear blocking her throat and lifted her chin defiantly. I must thank you for coming to my aid, Dark One. To my brother's aid, he corrected softly, moving around her with a flowing grace. He seemed not to touch the ground, but to glide through the air itself. He moved so softly there was no sound, no disturbance in the air. Lucian's black eyes moved over her face, and he seemed to see right into her soul. My brother is the only one able to provide me with diversion. Life is tedious when one is so much more intelligent than all others. Why have you come to his aid? Francesca asked softly, puzzled that he did not appear as foul to her as the other vampires she had encountered over the centuries. Was he so good at illusion that even an ancient such as she could not recognize what was foul and wholly evil? His power was very disturbing to her. The broad shoulders shrugged in a lazy ripple. I do not allow others to interfere in our game. You are an anchor he weighs himself down with. A pawn I can use against him when I so desire. What is between my brother and me shall remain so always. Any who dares to interfere, hunter or vampire or woman, will die at my choosing. She tilted her chin. What are you going to do with me? The perfect mouth slanted into a brief, humorless smile. Call him to your aid. You would not want me to make you my slave. Call him. His voice was pleasing and subtle, an insidious whisper of purity. He seemed not to move, yet he was so close she could smell his scent, clean, not foul. She could feel his power. Francesca swallowed hard and took a step backward, shaking her head to be sure she wasn't under compulsion. Never. There is nothing you can do to make me betray him, not of my own free will. Gabriel is a great man and my life mate. I willingly exchange my life for his. She waited to be struck down. There was a silence, long and empty. She couldn't hear him breathing, couldn't hear his heart beating if he had a heart. Her long lashes fluttered as she regarded the master vampire standing so motionless, looking like the statue of an ancient god. It took a moment to realize there was no entrapment in his voice, just plain black magic. His voice simply made one want to comply with his every wish. Why aren't you forcing me to do your bidding? She asked curiously, sweeping one hand nervously through her long blue-black hair. I do not need the aid of women in my battle. She felt a whip of contempt in his words. I find it rather astonishing that my brother has grown so weak he has allowed this mortal you guard to remain alive. What do you see in this mortal that you would prefer his company to that of one of your own people? He is self-seeking, his mind is filled with plans of revenge. His main purpose in life seems to be to get at my brother. His black eyes were steady on her face. But you know that, Francesca. She shivered, running her hands up and down her arms. She was suddenly cold. It was his voice again. The tone was exactly the same. Soft, pure, beautiful. Yet somehow she felt threatened now. And worse than being threatened, she felt the heavy weight of his rebuke. It shouldn't have meant anything to her. He was the undead. Yet she felt as if she were a young girl censured by the prince of their people. It hurt, and it was humiliating. Francesca could not meet those empty black eyes. Instead, she found herself looking down at the toes of her shoes. She wanted to make him understand, yet she didn't understand her own feelings. How could she possibly explain them to someone who had no emotions at all? I would stay and play longer, but the foolish one is forgetting all that was taught him. Lucian said the words softly as he shimmered for a moment, his once solid form transparent so that she could see the trees right through him. There was a peculiar prism effect she had never seen before right before he dissolved into droplets of mist and streamed through the fog-filled terrain away from her. Francesca let out her breath slowly and relaxed muscles she hadn't realized were cramped and taut. At once she reached for Gabriel to warn him. He was in a desperate battle, whirling among the 3 lesser vampires, all minions of the one Lucian had destroyed. They were darting in, seeking to wear him down with long, razor-sharp talons, attempting to slice small, deep cuts in his flesh to weaken him. Lucian is here. Soft laughter echoed through her mind. At first she thought Lucian had somehow managed to get into her head, but then she realized he was in Gabriel's mind. Because she shared Gabriel's thoughts and memories, she could hear their strange conversation. You have forgotten all that I taught you, brother. Why would you allow these lesser vampires to surround you this way? Lucian shimmered into solid form between Gabriel and the largest and most aggressive of the 3 undead. Gabriel launched himself at the smallest vampire, the one directly behind him, moving so quickly he had plunged his fist into the chest and extracted the pulsing heart while the vampire was still staring in shock at Lucian. Gabriel was on the second vampire before he had dropped the heart of the first one. The creature screamed his defiance, lashing out, but was far too late. Gabriel had taken his heart and whirled away, even as bolt after bolt of jagged lightning beat at the earth, incinerating the two bodies and their tainted hearts. It happened so quickly, Francesca was unable to comprehend how Gabriel had done it. There was no thought, no plan in his mind that she could read, not even a communication between the twin brothers, yet even as Gabriel had used Lucian as a distraction, so had Lucian used Gabriel. He had attacked the largest of the undead while it was gaping in horror at Gabriel. The third body was lying shriveled and lifeless on the ground while Lucian tossed the tainted heart into the fiery ball of energy Gabriel was using to destroy the other two. It was then Gabriel suddenly comprehended that his brother, the mortal enemy of their people, had once again aided him in his battle. Francesca read his guilt, his annoyance with himself that he had not taken the opportunity to destroy Lucian. He was so accustomed to working with his twin, he had simply acted on instinct. Before he could launch himself in his brother's direction, Lucian had disappeared, leaving no trace behind. There was no trail of droplets, no minute particles, no suggestion of power or empty spaces that Gabriel might use as a path to follow the undead to his lair. As he finished incinerating the three vampires and all evidence of their battle, he went over every detail of Lucian's appearance, the tone of his voice, the things he had said. Lucian had flooded him with more information about the city, hideaways commonly used by the underground people, those who were often used as minions by the undead. Gabriel swore softly, eloquently in the ancient language. I am useless. Do not say that, Gabriel. You see why I have not destroyed him. I have always followed where he has led. He knows it and taunts me with my failure. If I had not done so tonight, I could have had a great advantage against him. You would have been fighting 4 vampires. Gabriel, he would have defeated you. You would be dead and I would be forced to flee to the Carpathian mountains to have this child. You cannot take such risks. The very idea of his death frightened her. He was already a part of her, buried deep within her soul. She would live a half-life without him. And she would not even have the option of following him to the afterlife. She carried their daughter, and she must bring her into the world safely. She would have to seek shelter and protection from the prince of their people. Gabriel. She whispered his name in sudden terror. He could not leave her alone like that, not after he had dragged her back into a world she had given up. He would not have allowed the others to destroy me. Gabriel sounded as calm as ever, his voice soft and comforting. It is a game to him. No other can play it. Only I have the potential to defeat him. He would have liked me to attack him. He is probably disappointed that I did not. The pure, beautiful voice filled their heads. You have grown soft, Gabriel. I was prepared for such an action, yet you passed up the perfect opportunity. You looked tired, Lucian. I did not want an unfair advantage. Gabriel's reply was gentle. You need a rest. You seek ever to find a resting place, a way to leave this world behind. Tell me where you are that I may come to you and aid you in your long-awaited journey. Francesca's heart jumped at the idea, fear racing through her bloodstream so that she actually felt physically ill. She waited for the answer, terrified that Lucian would call Gabriel to his side. They would fight to the death. She knew it as surely as she knew her own name. Gabriel would never go unscathed by so powerful a being. The laughter that followed Gabriel's words should have been ugly and horrible to hear, yet Lucian's voice was a beautiful instrument filling them with a soothing, tranquil feeling. Their tranquility was quickly dispersed when he spoke. You seek to entrap me with your voice, brother. I do not think entrapment is possible between us. I did once. Locking me to you beneath the earth was an interesting move and one I did not expect. There was a certain note of admiration in the beautiful voice. You were weak from loss of blood. Now you seek to anger me, hoping I will continue our conversation so you may follow my trail. I am incapable of emotion, brother, not even anger. The precious gift was not bestowed on me as one of the legions of undead. But I am glad to tell you where I am at this moment. I am bending over the child you claim is yours. She is unusual, a rarity in a world filled with carbon copies. There was a subtle threat, a subtle challenge. Francesca cried out and without thinking dropped Bryce's wrist. She had all but forgotten him. Now she could think only of Skylar lying helpless in bed with the vampire bending ever closer to her neck. She pushed Bryce into a sitting position, issuing a command to awaken from his dream even as she dissolved into a million droplets of water and streamed back toward the hospital. "I forbid this, Francesca." Gabriel's voice was quiet, authoritative. "It is a trap. I will not give her to him." There was a sob in her voice, in her mind. She knew Gabriel was already winging his way toward their shared destination. "I am sorry, my love. I cannot allow such a threat to you." Gabriel's voice whispered against the walls of her mind like butterfly wings. Without warning, Francesca abruptly changed direction. Alarmed, she cried out to Gabriel. She was no longer in control of her motion. Someone else was controlling her flight. Instinctively, she attempted to fall to the ground, to shapeshift, but it was impossible. "Gabriel, do not fear so, Francesca. I am merely doing my duty. You will wait for me in the protection of our home." The soft, taunting laughter came again, moving through their minds and bodies like a warm, molten spread of sunshine. The power of Lucian's voice was incredible. "What safeguards do you think to use to keep me at bay? Have you learned much that you have not shared with your own twin? Do not think yourself invincible, Lucian. I have bested you once, I may do so again." Gabriel replied calmly. His very calmness strengthened her, allowed Francesca to push aside her horror. She was shocked at Gabriel's strength, that he could command an ancient such as herself in flight, hold her course steady, safeguard her, yet continue his journey toward the hospital even as he conversed so calmly with his mortal enemy. His calm was not a facade. He was completely confident, an ancient warrior who had battled continually, fought his way through the long centuries. The forthcoming battle would be the culmination of those centuries of experience. At once she stopped fighting him, not wanting to make his tasks more difficult. Francesca had to force herself not to plead with the vampire to spare Skylar further pain. Vampires thrived on the pain of others. It was one of the dark gifts of the undead. Through their victims, they could feel momentarily, a fleeting glimpse of what they had lost. Each emotion was dark and ugly, but it was emotion all the same. She quieted her thoughts, centered herself. "Skylar? Can you hear me?" The teenager was asleep. "Do not open your eyes. You are in danger." There was a slight stirring and the young girl was aware. Francesca was so familiar with her mind, she could actually feel the child scanning her surroundings much as the Carpathian people did. Her pulse rate stayed the same. Her heart didn't jump in the least. "I cannot be. He is here with me and I am perfectly safe. Has he taken your blood?" There was a long silence while Skylar puzzled over the question. "He isn't a lab tech." "I know he isn't. Why would you be afraid he would want my blood?" Francesca thought for a moment. Skylar had obeyed her. She remained still, breathing easily, feigning sleep. Yet for some reason she felt safe despite the threat of terrible evil. Skylar was gifted with a sense of danger. Lucian must not mean her any real harm. That was the only answer. He was baiting a trap to draw Gabriel to him. She knew Gabriel could read her thoughts, was sharing her mind. She should have realized Lucian was sharing Gabriel's mind as well. His laughter came again, that soft musical symphony of beauty. "Now you see the futility of struggling against one such as I. This human child, though she is rare in this world, cannot fool one such as I by pretending to sleep. You cannot protect her from me, not with your safeguards, and not by trying to hide her from me. What Gabriel knows, then so do I. When I wish to make her my slave, I will do so. Right now it is tedious to think of such a burden." "Lucian." Gabriel said the name softly, gently. "You grow tired of your existence. There is nothing to hold you to this world. You chose to lose your soul and follow the path of darkness, yet you gained no emotions, no power you had not already wielded. Allow me to aid you in leaving this madness behind." "You want me to aid you? You have always wished such a thing. That was your vow to me, brother, and you can do no other than honor it. Yet I find this world different, much changed since last I arose.
It is true it is tedious to continue when I have no one to match wits with, yet you remain. Do you then also seek the dawn? He laughed softly, as if to himself. I think we should continue our game for a time in this strange world. Hue was fading. Francesca felt it through her link with Gabriel. He had lured Gabriel to the hospital with the intention of battle, yet he seemed to have lost interest quickly, fading from Skylar's room, from the very air itself, leaving no trace of power behind. Gabriel sighed with frustration. Lucian knew about both women. How could he not? The power, unmistakably female, was there for any to read. Already the undead were being drawn to the city, looking for the one thing that might save them. Lucian could not have failed to read the signs, would know that Skylar as well as Francesca existed. And he would know Gabriel had claimed Francesca, that she was an ancient Carpathian. He probably knew she was with child. What Gabriel knew, so did Lucian. Skylar was no longer safe in the hospital, away from his protection. Gabriel shapeshifted as he landed, already striding across the hospital parking lot to the entrance. He blurred his image, not wanting to deal with humans while he checked to see for himself that Lucian had not touched Skylar. They had to move her as soon as possible. Lucian could use human minions to harm her during the day when Gabriel was unable to protect her. Skylar needed to be in their home where he could use safeguards, where he could supply human bodyguards that could be trusted to watch over her when he was deep within the ground. In all the centuries they had battled, Gabriel had never known Lucian to use a servant in an attempt to destroy him during the day, but with Skylar to protect, he could take no chances. And there were others in the city, vampires of lesser power, but still evil and vicious. Any might attempt to acquire Skylar. He could not allow such a thing. Her mind could not take one more battering. Skylar was lying quietly, staring up at the ceiling when he entered her room. His shadow reached her first. Someone with fewer powers of observation would never have noticed the tiny shiver that ran through her small body. Do you fear me? Gabriel asked softly, giving her the courtesy of staying out of her mind. He knew he would have to read her to be sure Lucian had not taken her blood, but he was determined to respect her privacy whenever possible. Skylar's fingers curled nervously in the sheet. Not really. Beneath the thin covering, the outline of the stuffed wolf was visible close to her side. There was honesty in her voice, but her tone was a mere thread of sound. Do you know why I am here? She looked at him then, her large gray eyes soft and wide, long lashes throwing thick crescent shadows across her cheek. She looked beautiful to him. Skylar swallowed hard and brought up her hand to cover the scar running along the curve of her face. Very gently Gabriel caught her wrist, preventing her from covering the thin, jagged white line. Tenderly, he turned her hand over, ran his thumb over the myriad of scars crisscrossing her forearm, wrist, and hand. We are family, child. Real family. There is no place for embarrassment. I am proud of you, proud of the way you defended yourself and kept yourself true to your own soul. Do not hide your badges of courage, Skylar, not from me and not from Francesca. Her large eyes moved over his face a little moodily. I have always been alone as far back as I can remember. Ever since my mother died, I have been alone. I'm not certain I know how to be with others. Gabriel had a breathtaking smile, and he used it shamelessly. Welcome to the family then, Skylar. I have been alone far too long, and so has Francesca. We will learn together. He stroked back her hair with gentle fingers. We may be amateurs at it, but in the end we will be successful. The smallest ghost of a smile flickered across her face. You think so? I know it absolutely. I do not fail in my tasks, not even those abhorrent to me. This is the first time I am undertaking something for myself. Believe me, child, I will not fail. She studied him, more adult than child. What tasks are abhorrent to you? His white teeth flashed at her, a small tribute to her insight, to her special gifts. There are times I have no choice but to order the women in my family to do as I bid them, he answered mischievously. Her soft gray eyes lit up briefly, a small victory for him. And that is abhorrent to you? I doubt it, Gabriel. She felt very brave teasing him back. He sat down so he wouldn't tower over her. It was important to him that he didn't intimidate her. Francesca's influence had helped Skylar to accept him, to see him as someone good, not an enemy,
but his position with her was tenuous. He made certain his movements were flowing and graceful so he would not startle her. "If I take your hand as Francesca does, I can read your thoughts," he explained softly, "much in the way you receive information about those around you. I do not want to frighten you with my touch, but it is necessary that I read your memories of the other one who visits you so often." Her long lashes fluttered, veiled her large eyes. "Will I be able to read yours?" There was a hesitation in her voice, as if she feared angering him. "Would you like to?" "I usually can." When he continued to look at her, Skylar twisted the sheet between her fingers. "I've always been able to read people if I touch them." She glanced at him, a quick surreptitious look. "I don't think it's the same way you and Francesca read minds though. I just seem to know things. I can hear and feel her talking to me. I know she's there with me." Her fingers continued to pluck nervously at the sheet. "Just like the other one is there when I'm afraid." "Skylar," Gabriel said very gently, "if you do not wish to read my emotions or my thoughts, then you will be shielded from them. If it would reassure you to do so, then, by all means, let us begin." Her large dove-gray eyes were very expressive as they moved over his face. He waited quietly, allowing her to make up her own mind. Eventually she nodded. Gabriel took her hand with extraordinary gentleness, leaned close so that his black eyes could trap Skylar's gaze in the dark depths of his. She didn't even blink. When the young woman made up her mind to do something, she threw her heart and soul into it and did it 100%. He would have to keep that in mind when he was trying out his non-existent parenting skills. She startled him with her laughter, not aloud, but in her mind. "I'm reading your mind, too," she reminded him. "Great, you're going to be a pain in the neck, just like Francesca." He groused, teasing her gently while flooding his mind with the extent of his love for Francesca, with his warmth and feelings of protectiveness toward Skylar. She felt his presence in her mind occasionally, but she didn't realize he had already shared her memories of her childhood. That would have humiliated her. He knew it instinctively and had no intention of allowing her to be embarrassed. She read what he wanted her to read. His desire to welcome Skylar into his family, his hope he would be a good parent, someone who would protect her and guide her and always make her feel safe. He shared his feelings of inadequacy as a husband, his fears he would somehow let Francesca down. He loved Francesca more than life itself, and he allowed Skylar to know he would grow to love her the same way. All the time, he was delving deeper into her mind in an attempt to find a trace of power, a hint that his twin intended to use her to strike against Francesca. He saw Francesca's work, and it was flawless. He saw their combined safeguards, the strong protection they had wrought together, yet he could find no trace of Lucian, no hint of tainted power, no dark hidden agenda. Gabriel was careful, searching everywhere for the slightest anomaly, finding many, examining them all meticulously. She seemed to be free of all outside forces. He sighed softly, releasing her before a sudden, unexpected surge of anger transmitted itself to Skylar. She had been hideously abused, and the raw wounds in her mind would forever leave scars. She was an extraordinary young woman with rare insight and gifts beyond measure. But the man who should have loved and protected her had been the very one to initiate and perpetuate the abuse. Gabriel was careful to breathe deeply, wanting to appear completely calm and in control. He knew that Skylar would be terrified by any masculine displays of temper. Lucian had already destroyed Skylar's abusers one by one. He had taken the girl's enemies as part of his little chess game with Gabriel, to show he knew what Gabriel knew. "Did you see anything in there that changes your mind about wanting to take me home with you and Francesca?" There was a challenge in Skylar's soft voice, but her gaze had slid away from his the instant he released her. Gabriel caught her chin in 2 fingers and tipped it up so she had to look at him. "You have an astonishing mind. I stand in awe of you and the things you have accomplished and the things you are capable of doing. I am honored you would want me to serve as your guardian along with Francesca. Did you not see yourself through my eyes?" He asked it very gently. A faint flush of color crept up her face. "I'm not like that. Not like you think of me, courageous and brave and beautiful. No one else thinks that." When he continued to look at her, the color deepened. "Well, only Francesca, but she doesn't have a mean bone in her body. She would find something nice to say about a monster." A small smile tugged at Gabriel's mouth. You are very likely correct, Skylar, in your assessment of Francesca. She would think the best of a monster, but she also is very astute. In you she sees what I see. You need to begin to see yourself as we do. We are your guardians, and you must learn to trust and rely on us. If ever you wish, you may examine my mind and I will share my thoughts with you openly. I wish to get out of this horrible place and go home with you and Francesca. She was securing the doctor's permission when we were interrupted. Skylar bit her lip, started to speak, and then dragged the stuffed animal to her face. Tell me, little one, he encouraged softly. In our home I will expect truth and respect to be given on both sides. If you wish to say something, I will listen and value what you have to say. You won't believe me, but I know I'm right. She dug her fingers into the plush wolf in her nervousness. Gabriel gently placed his hand over hers and sent her a small wave of warmth and reassurance. If you know you are right, Skylar, I will believe you. She loved the sound of his voice, the accent she couldn't place, the funny way he twisted his words. Mostly she loved the conviction in him, the way he made her believe him. I don't think the doctor is really good. Something's wrong with him. Gabriel nodded. He was very much in love with Francesca, and he was not happy when I returned. You see, Francesca thought I was dead. I think the doctor is having difficulty overcoming his jealousy. Skylar stared at him a long while, then shook her head. It is more than that. I feel it when he touches me. For a moment, the red flame of the monster danced in Gabriel's eyes, and inside him, claws unsheathed. He took a moment to breathe before he responded. What do you mean, little one? His voice was quieter and more beautiful than ever. Skylar felt the air in the room grow still, as if the earth itself were waiting for her answer. Her long lashes swept down, concealing her expressive eyes. When he comes in to examine me, he tries to hide it, but I know something's wrong with him. He's twisted. It's more than jealousy, Gabriel. I am going to secure your release for tomorrow evening. Francesca and I will need to set things up at home so we can give you adequate care while you recover. In the meantime, Francesca has hired a bodyguard for you. He is your guard, not a hospital employee, and he will ensure you are safe in our absence. If you feel threatened, you tell him to get you out of this place and take you to our home. He pulled the key to the front door of Francesca's house from his pocket. Taking a thin chain of gold from around his neck, he secured it. This is the house key, little one. He placed the chain around her neck. If you need to come home, you have the key. He felt her relief. She was lifting the key, turning it over, and holding it to her as if he had given her something precious. Gabriel stood up, towering over her. Your room is ready and Francesca has outdone herself. He wrote the address on a slip of paper and tucked that into her hand also. A small smile shaped Skylar's soft mouth. I knew she would go crazy. The smile faded from her face, leaving her wan and pale. Do you believe me about the doctor? There was an anxious note in her voice she couldn't conceal. Gabriel regarded her gravely, his black eyes serious. I believe you, Skylar. I have felt the same uneasiness around him. Do not fear for Francesca. I will do all within my very considerable power to keep her safe. Skylar searched his face for a long while before her lashes drifted down and she subsided quietly in her bed, obviously satisfied with his reassurance. Gabriel automatically scanned during his waking hours, and now he felt Bryce entering the hospital. He glided away from the bed toward the door. A small gasp of alarm spun him around. What is it? He asked softly. Skylar was staring at him as if he were a ghost. Self-consciously, she forced a laugh. Just now you reminded me of. She trailed off. He deliberately grinned, a boyish, mischievous grin. A rock star, he asked hopefully. Skylar's astuteness was far more than he had given her credit for. She managed a nervous laugh. Not hardly, Gabriel. A wolf. A big bad wolf. She held up the stuffed animal, just like him. He laughed with her but took great care to appear more human as he left the room with a reassuring wave. Chapter 14. The couple will arrive today, Gabriel, Francesca said. She was sitting at her desk, rather absently weaving together abstract designs. They looked a jumble of materials to Gabriel, but he could see how her fingers traced each swatch lovingly, even though her mind didn't seem to be on what she was doing. Gabriel crossed the room to stand behind her, wanting the closeness of her slender body.
I am well aware of their arrival, Francesca. What is it you are trying not to say to me? There was a hint of laughter in the richness of his voice.
He was her life mate. He had only to share her mind to uncover her worry. Francesca took a deep breath.
Her fingers sought a piece of cloth and unconsciously began to rub her thumb over it. Aiden has requested we do not take their blood. There was a small telling silence. The air was heavy with the weight of his disapproval. Francesca understood completely. There were only a handful of humans who knew of the existence of the Carpathian people.
Gabriel was an ancient, a hunter unsurpassed by any other than his twin. He had remained alive by concealing his sleeping chambers, by blending in among the human race.
Carpathians could easily control the behavior of humans they took blood from, yet Aiden had asked that they not do such a thing.
If the human had knowledge of their race and lived in their home, he held power in his hands.
To Gabriel, it was putting the lives of his family at risk, trusting two people he did not know. What do you say to this strange request?
Francesca felt her heart leap.
Gabriel.
She breathed his name silently, held it to her. She had been her own person for so long, making her own decisions just as Gabriel had, yet he remembered it was important to consider her opinion as if she was his partner.
Gabriel found a smile curving his mouth. Francesca was his partner, his other half. Her opinion counted where no other ever could. He was extraordinarily proud of her achievements. She didn't seem to realize just how much she meant to him. That astonished him.
She needed to see herself through his eyes.
In his opinion, she was without equal in the world. Of course, I value your opinion. You may not have mixed with our people all these centuries, but you have kept up with the news. You managed to hide your identity from those in power and from the evil ones continuously searching for females of our race. I believe you are better equipped to judge this strange request than I, who have been buried in the earth for nearly 2 centuries. I have heard it said that Aiden does not control this family, has never used them to feed, that he respects them greatly. They have helped out other members of our race in times of need. Not all of them are privy to our secrets, but those who know have never betrayed us. If Aiden has recommended 2 of his human family to aid us, then I believe he must trust them implicitly. He has said this is the son of his housekeeper. This man has known of our people for some time. I believe his wife was told only recently, but she has proved to be loyal. Her husband has assured Aiden that she is trustworthy. I do not like the idea of the wife not being under our control, Gabriel admitted. Obviously, the husband has known for many years and has proved his loyalty, but this woman is a huge danger when we are under siege.
She could turn into a liability.
Francesca nodded. What you say is very true, especially now, when Lucian is here and hunting us, but I think we can monitor her thoughts well enough to control the situation. If we believe there is danger, we will have time to contact Aiden. Gabriel's eyebrows shot up and Francesca turned away from him to hide her sudden amusement. Gabriel did not like her idea of consulting Aiden Savage over any matter, let alone one within his own household. It was all she could do to keep her face straight. Gabriel reached out lazily and held her shoulder. Are you laughing at me? He inquired very softly. His voice purred with menace. Would I do that? Her eyes were so dark they were black, and they glinted with laughter. He wrapped his arm around her waist and pulled her right into the shelter of his body. Yes, you would do that, he whispered, bending his dark head to the invitation of her neck. His mouth skimmed over her satin-soft skin. Are you so busy with these people, you have no time at all to discuss my ailments? I need healing. She reached up behind herself and circled his neck with her arm, leaning into him so that his every muscle was imprinted on her slender body. She found his mouth with hers. The earth seemed to stand still beneath her feet. For one heart-stopping moment, breath ceased to be important. Their hearts had a single beat, their minds were fully merged, their souls one. Francesca melted into him, her body soft and pliant. He could do that with his kiss. Send molten lava coursing through her blood and raise her temperature several degrees in seconds. We have a child, she murmured softly against his throat. She's moving toward us right at this moment. Gabriel groaned softly.
He had heard the soft pat of Skylar's small feet as she explored their home. At the first rising, Gabriel had hunted prey, feeding well for himself and for Francesca. They had much to do, seeing that Skylar was settled in her new home. Gabriel approved of the bodyguard Francesca had summoned. Jared Silva was a man of almost 30 who looked very capable. He wasn't the least bit intrusive, and Gabriel easily read his desire to do a good job. Gabriel reinforced Jared's determination with a subtle compulsion and was satisfied the man would protect Skylar should the need arise. Francesca turned all the way around in his arms to press her slender body along the length of his. He laughed softly, holding her close. "I look at you, Francesca," he whispered softly as he framed her face with his hands, "and I cannot believe my good fortune. You are my life, my very breath. I hope that you always know that and carry the knowledge in your heart. You make the torment I endured all those centuries worthwhile." Francesca felt tears gathering behind her eyes. She sensed his utter sincerity, the intensity of his emotion. Certainly, he wanted her body. She could feel the heat and need in him rising like the inevitable tide, but even stronger and more intense was the love he felt for her. She told herself to breathe, just to take a breath and inhale his scent. A soft sound had both of them turning their heads. "I love that about the two of you," Skylar announced. She was moving slowly, carefully, her small body still battered physically. "The way you look at each other. I've never seen anyone else do that. You look at each other with such love. It shines between you." Francesca immediately held out her hand to the girl. "And you wonder if there's any room for you?" Skylar looked very fragile. Her skin was pale, almost translucent, her eyes enormous in her delicate face. She looked far younger than her 14 years until one looked at her two old eyes. Skylar ducked her head, her long lashes veiling the expression in her eyes, but she moved forward and took the outstretched hand. Francesca drew her gently to them. Gabriel covered their hands with his. "We have enough love to go around, Skylar," he replied gently. "More than enough. We are family, the three of us, and we always will be, no matter what the future brings. It starts here with us. Francesca has lived her life alone as I have. You also. We do this together, helping one another." His voice was beautiful and compelling. He could command the heavens and make the very earth rise up beneath their feet. He made Skylar a believer without any hidden compulsion. Francesca smoothed back the ragged ends of Skylar's hair. "Our housekeepers arrived today. They will be living with us on a permanent basis, we hope. Gabriel and I have many duties to perform, and for a brief time during the daylight hours we will not be home, and it will be difficult to reach us. I want someone I trust with you at all times so you feel safe. But you remember this is your home. If something is done or said that you do not like, I expect you to convey it to me so we can deal with it together. If you have fears or wish to change something in the household, please say so. Your happiness and comfort matter to us. It is no bother. We want to do things for you." "My room is beautiful, Francesca," Skylar said, her voice still so soft and thin it made Francesca want to gather the girl into her arms. "Thank you for going to so much trouble for me. It was fun. Shopping together will be fun." Francesca laughed softly. "You turned pale at the thought of shopping. Most girls would be thrilled. I finally get my daughter or younger sister, whichever label you prefer, and you do not want to shop for clothes." Skylar brought a trembling hand to the thin scar on her face and rubbed it self-consciously. "I haven't been out in public in a long time," she confessed. Gabriel took her hand gently and brought the worst scar to his cheek. "When you decide you are up to it, we will all go and look at the strange people out there together. It will be much more fun that way." Skylar stared up at him for a long time, her eyes moving over his harsh, sensual features, studying every inch of his face. Her smile was very slow in coming, but when it did, it lit up her eyes. "I think you are almost as afraid of all those people as I am, just not in the same way." Francesca laughed at Gabriel's wry expression, the joyful sound filling their home with love. She could do that, Gabriel thought. Francesca could fill up every inch of that huge house with love. Each moment spent in her company only deepened his feelings for her. There was so much light spilling out of her it fascinated him. Gabriel had lived in a world of darkness, of violence, for so long, he could only stare in awe at Francesca. His black eyes met Skylar's dove-gray gaze, and they shared a small smile of mutual understanding. She felt the same way. Both of them wanted to bask in Francesca's healing light for all eternity. Francesca slipped her arm around Skylar's waist, a gesture so natural to her, Skylar didn't think to pull away. "We won't have to worry about going out in public until you're ready, honey. I just want you to feel comfortable and safe here at home. I think you'll like our new housekeepers." Skylar made a face and exchanged another quick look with Gabriel. He was making the same face. Francesca laughed at them. "I can see how it's going to be. You two are a couple of hermits. There will be no ganging up against Francesca, you two. Skylar, you like your bodyguard, don't you?" Skylar shrugged. "I try never to look at him." "Well, you should. He's quite nice looking," Francesca replied. "That will be enough of that," Gabriel interrupted. "You do not need to find any man good-looking other than me." Francesca smiled very sweetly. "But then, I don't remember ever saying you were good-looking." Skylar found herself laughing. For one moment in time, she forgot. She forgot the scars on her body. She forgot the scars on her mind and soul. She was a young girl enjoying a moment of happiness with two people she was growing fond of. It was nearly impossible to believe she could trust them so quickly, but she did. "Are you going to let her get away with that?" she asked Gabriel, her eyes sparkling. "You are good-looking and she's noticed." "I know she has." He shackled Francesca's wrist when she would have run and dragged her close. "I am going to hypnotize her and plant all kinds of suggestions. You can help me, Skylar. I think she should revere me. While you're making suggestions, you can tell her no one else needs to take care of me. I only want her," Skylar said softly, more than half serious. "No one else has authority over you, Skylar. These people are coming to help you during the hours I'm away," Francesca replied gently. "They are doing us a tremendous favor so that you will not be alone." Her voice was musical and seeped into Skylar's mind with a healing compulsion. Gabriel made a rude noise, drawing Skylar's attention to him. "I noticed she used the words no one else. Did you catch that, Skylar? Is she excluding me? I think I'm the authority in this house." "You're not even good-looking," Skylar pointed out, laughing despite the seriousness of the situation. "Oh, so now you need to be hypnotized too," he threatened. "I should have known you women would stick together. Just remember this when you find yourself barking like a dog in your room and wondering how you got there." "I'd be wondering why I was barking," Francesca contradicted. "The barking would be a bit much." "I don't know," Skylar mused. "If the housekeeper came in and found us all barking like dogs, she'd hightail it out of here, and I'd be very happy." "You will give them a chance, won't you, Skylar?" Francesca asked gently. Skylar sighed softly. "I guess I don't have much choice. But I know I could stay by myself. I'm not a baby and I've spent most of my life alone." "You have a point," Gabriel acknowledged. "Please do not misunderstand, Skylar. Francesca and I want you to have a housekeeper because we want to ensure your comfort and safety, not because we don't trust you. We are wealthy, little one, and you may become a target because of that. Francesca would spend an inordinate amount of time worrying if we did not adequately protect you." Skylar's eyes were fixed on his face while she determined whether he was telling her the truth. Eventually she nodded. "I didn't think of that. I wouldn't want either of you to worry about me." Francesca's touch was soothing, as always. "Try it for a while, honey. If they don't work out, we'll find someone you like." Skylar made an attempt to ease the concern on Francesca's expressive face. "Aren't you worried about spoiling me just a little?" At once Francesca smiled, her dark eyes brilliant with laughter. "I hope that we do. It will be such fun. You don't know the first thing about parenting, do you?" Skylar chastised. "I'm going to have to be the one to run things around here." The doorbell cut off any further byplay between them, wiping the smile from Skylar's face. Francesca immediately circled the young woman's too-thin shoulders with a comforting arm. "They're here, aren't they?" Skylar whispered it, as if she were afraid to speak any louder. Francesca could feel her small body trembling. She glanced at Gabriel, clearly worried. "Perhaps we are pushing her too hard, expecting her to accept too many people in her life too fast. She must be protected, my love." Our only other choice is to command her acceptance, and we both agreed we would not do so unless necessary. Gabriel reached over to take Skylar's hand. I do not like strangers in my home either, little one. Perhaps you will be my strength while Francesca performs her magic. If neither of us feels anything wrong with these people, we will attempt to integrate them into our home. Is that a deal? What if I don't like the man? Skylar asked, voicing her worst fear. Understand this, Skylar, he said softly. If you ever have misgivings about any man, myself included, whether you have concrete reason or not, go directly to Francesca. Do not think about it, or worry about it, or hesitate in any way. Tell her immediately. Promise me you will do that. His voice was magical, so gentle and perfect it was impossible to resist. Skylar stood still for a moment before she nodded solemnly. She found herself gripping Gabriel's and Francesca's hands as they moved through the house to the front door. Somehow, physical contact with them made her calmer. There was something extremely soothing about the couple. When she was between them, their peace seemed to fill her up and keep her fears at bay. She couldn't remember a time in her life when she wasn't afraid. Not until Francesca had found her huddled inside her own mind and had swamped her with waves of warmth and reassurance. Even the fact that Gabriel was a very overwhelming male didn't bother her. She knew he was powerful, she could feel it when she was close to him, yet Skylar found Gabriel's power comforting. He had given her his word and she believed him. She believed in both of them. They were determined to make her whole again, make her understand love and kindness and what true safety was. Above Skylar's bent head, Francesca's black gaze met Gabriel's dark one in mute understanding. Both of them easily read the teenager's thoughts. Gabriel smiled his reassurance, wishing he could take Francesca into his arms and hold her close within the shelter of his heart and his mind, in the shelter of his body. She always thought of others, always wanted to help those in need, and her compassion was slowly rubbing off on him. I love you very much, Francesca. The emotion was so intense, the words spilled over from his mind into hers. Francesca felt the color rising in her cheeks. Gabriel could make her feel like a teenager, her heart fluttering at the brush of his hand. Sometimes he allowed himself to be so vulnerable. It was a very unusual trait in a Carpathian male. His soft laughter echoed in her mind as she opened the front door. You do not know the first thing about the Carpathian male. Francesca gave him her haughtiest look when what she really wanted was to fling herself into his arms. Instead, she smiled a welcome at the couple standing on her porch. Please come in. Aiden sent word to expect you. It's very kind of you to help us out when we are in such great need. The man stepped forward with an easy smile and held out his hand deliberately to Gabriel. I'm Santino and this is my wife, Brasilia. He was clearly at ease despite the fact that he suspected what they were. He was completely unafraid to have Gabriel read him, and Gabriel liked him for that. Santino was a good man with a sense of duty and a determination to do whatever it took to protect his family. He had been through sieges with vampires and their minions and knew the danger and what it took for the hunters to protect humans and Carpathians. He had willingly joined the ranks of the fighters by accepting the responsibility that came with knowing that vampires really existed. He had a quiet confidence about him, an air of capability that Gabriel liked immediately. Gabriel could almost see Francesca's inward sigh of relief. Skylar was very quiet during the introductions, her face very pale, but both Santino and his wife were extraordinarily gentle with her. Drusilla was a small woman, with much the same build as Skylar, only rounder and soft-looking. She was more nervous than her husband, but neither Carpathian could detect anything other than sincere compassion for Skylar and determination to be of assistance to a child in distress. Francesca liked her immediately for that. Skylar obviously read only good in the couple because she began to slowly relax, loosening her death grip on their hands and even managing a faint smile once or twice in the course of the conversation. Francesca showed the couple around the house, purposely excluding Skylar's bedroom. It was important the young woman felt she had her own privacy, a sanctuary no one would intrude on without permission or invitation. Drusilla was particularly happy with the kitchen and garden area. Santino was unhappy with the easy access from the street. To him, protecting the household was a logistical nightmare. Both spoke French fluently with a distinctly American accent. It was impossible not to feel at home and at peace in Francesca's home. There was something soothing and tranquil about the house. Drusilla smiled at her husband, suddenly happy with the decision they had made. It had not been an easy one. Their 2 children were in college, and they were ready for a change, but coming to France had not been in their plans at all. It had been the thought of the little girl so terribly abused and in need of someone to love and care for her that had tipped their decision in favor of the move. Still, it had been particularly frightening for Drusilla. She loved Aiden and his wife Alexandria, but she had known them a long time. The things her husband had told her were so far-fetched, she was uncertain whether she believed them or not. It was true she had never seen either Aiden or his wife during the day, although her memory seemed to be vague. Before Santino had told her the truth about Aiden and Alexandria, she would have sworn she often had been with them during all hours of the day. Now she knew she hadn't. She looked at Francesca closely, sneaking quick looks in an attempt to judge her personality. Would she be easy to work for? Drusilla wanted to make this house feel like her own home. She wanted to love poor little Skylar like a daughter. And she wanted to love Francesca and Gabriel as she did Aiden and Alexandria. Santino's parents had worked for Aiden all of their married lives. Santino had grown up in Aiden's home and loved him very much. She knew her husband's loyalty ran deep, a bond almost as strong as her marriage. Maybe stronger. She sighed and looked at her husband. Santino. She loved him so much. And she was very proud of him. Drusilla caught Francesca smiling at her and hastily gave her a tentative smile in return. I really love the house, she said, hoping to break the ice. Francesca's smile reached her magnificent eyes. Thank you, I've lived here a long time and it feels like home to me. I'm hoping it will feel the same to you. If the rooms aren't to your liking upstairs, or you need anything for the kitchen, please say so. It is, after all, entirely your domain. I can cook, Skylar said suddenly, surprising everyone. She had been very quiet, simply watching the others as they moved through the house. She stayed very close to Francesca and sometimes reached out and touched her arm as if to assure herself she wasn't alone. That's wonderful, Drusilla said immediately. You'll have to show me all your favorite recipes. I know what Santino likes. Just about anything edible. A ghost of a smile appeared on Skylar's face, but it didn't quite reach her eyes. This time she curled her fingers in Francesca's. Even as she did so, a strange look crossed her face. She leaned toward Francesca. You asked me to tell you when the other was here. I can feel him right now. Francesca went very still, her fingers forming a loose chain around Skylar's tiny wrist. Do not look at anyone in the house, honey, just concentrate on something else to keep your mind occupied. Gabriel, he is with Skylar now. I am afraid he will use her to harm someone. Skylar couldn't bear that. Do not enter her mind while he dwells there. I will do so and see what it is Lucian is seeking. More than likely it is information and mischief. He does like his games. Gabriel smiled his reassurance at Skylar even while he sent a silent signal to Francesca to keep the conversation going with Santino and Drusilla. Be careful, Gabriel, Francesca said worriedly. She was very afraid of Lucian. She knew his power, knew he was a force unlike any other. You believe he will use Skylar against me, but I fear he will use her against you. Gabriel's only answer was a flood of warmth in her mind. Come with me, sweetheart, he instructed very gently and took Skylar's hand in his, walking her to the den. As he passed the bookshelf, he handed her a book he had taken at random. I am certain you will enjoy this very much. Skylar took the book without question and opened it. She read in earnest, but even as she did so, a small smile was tugging at the corners of her soft mouth. All this cloak and dagger stuff is interesting, isn't it, Gabe? Gabriel's black eyebrows shot up nearly to the ceiling. In all the long centuries of his existence, no one had ever thought to call him Gabe. More respect, young lady, and less of this Gabe stuff. He merged his mind with hers quickly, not giving her time to think about it or tip off Lucian that he was joining them. Immediately, he could feel the surge of power that signaled his twin's presence in the girl's young mind. Lucian felt him at once.
A little crowded for the two of us. When were you reduced to using children to get your way? I thought perhaps you were strong enough to meet me face to face, but I see that your power has been slowly dwindling away. Gabriel spoke in a soft, pure voice, his tone hypnotic. You persist in taunting me. It has never worked, Gabriel. I doubt if I will be driven to accept your challenge. While you grow soft in that house surrounded by women, I am building a kingdom to rule. Gabriel sighed softly. You sound like a child, Lucian. You would be bored ruling a kingdom. Find a monastery and read some books. I have already done just that. Before Gabriel had a chance to see through Lucian's eyes and give him an idea where his twin might be, he felt the withdrawal. Lucian was gone from Skylar's mind that fast. Skylar looked up at him. He knew you gave me the book. He quoted from it and told me to look on page 82. I looked up the quote, and he'd repeated it word for word. She sounded awed by the feat. Lucian is a genius, Skylar, and he has a photographic memory. She turned her wide eyes on him, old eyes. You have one too, don't you? Gabriel nodded. Yes, I do, honey. Lucian is my brother, my twin. He likes to play games, not always nice ones. I do not want you to be afraid, but he has power and sometimes misuses it. Skylar shook her head and handed Gabriel the book. I'm not afraid of him, not at all. Why did Francesca tell me not to look at anybody? She asked the question to see if Gabriel would tell her the truth. His white teeth flashed, and for the first time Skylar felt a small shiver run down her spine. She could see the predator in him clearly for a moment. Lucian can do more than talk to you mind to mind. He is telepathic, but he also has other powers. He can use you if he is merged with you. She hadn't expected this answer. Skylar stopped walking and stared up at him. You really will answer my questions, won't you? No matter how bad it is, you will tell me the truth. What were you expecting, Skylar? She shrugged. Most people lie to kids if the truth is difficult. Skylar ducked her head so that her hair spilled around her face. I shouldn't have tested you like that. I suspected it was something like that. Is it too far-fetched for you to believe? Gabriel asked curiously. Isn't it far-fetched that you and Francesca can talk to me in my mind? Isn't it far-fetched that I can talk to animals? He raised one eyebrow. Can you? She nodded without looking at him, half afraid he might not believe her. I knew you had a built-in barometer for trouble, but I did not realize how gifted you really are. We will have to work on that particular talent. Do you like animals? Better than people, she admitted with a little grin. Much better than people. I relate to animals. They have a code they live by. An honorable code. Some people have codes, sweetheart. Some people actually have honor and integrity. You should know that. You are one of them. Can you really help me speak to animals better? I can help you develop what talent you have, he answered. And it is very possible, Francesca, and I might be able to teach you to shield yourself from unwanted emotions when you are with other people. I'd like that. Her small teeth tugged at her lower lip. You have a different accent. It's nice. I like the way you twist your words. How did you learn to speak both English and French? Skylar shrugged again. Languages are easy for me to pick up. I don't really know why, but I think my mother was the same way. She must have been a remarkable woman. I wish that I had known her, Skylar. Thank you, Skylar murmured. Her voice was soft and sweet, reminiscent of Francesca's. She did a peculiar little skip toward the stairs. Gabriel moved through the house, silently listening to the sounds of the humans. It wasn't nearly as uncomfortable as he'd thought it would be sharing the same dwelling. He had touched Santino's mind and found him to be a loyal, courageous man. He had never spent much time among humans, could call none his friend. But Santino was solid and had a good heart. There was no hidden agenda in the man. And his wife was sweet and good-natured. She was uncertain whether or not she believed the things Santino had told her about Aiden and his life mate, but she was willing to live with Santino anywhere he chose, and she was determined to make his home a happy one. Gabriel found himself smiling as he moved through the large house. The noises were becoming familiar, almost comforting. The different scents that filled the air made the house all the more homey. You like them? Francesca made it a statement as she slipped up behind Gabriel to circle his narrow waist with her arms. She rested her head against his broad back. Yes, I like them, he conceded.
I do not know whether the woman will run screaming from the house if a vampire should actually attack us here. I don't know if I'd run screaming from the house, Francesca laughed. Skylar has gone to bed. She's very tired. I sat with her for a few moments to be sure she was healing. But you know, my love, I'm incredibly hungry. There was a soft suggestion in her voice. He placed his larger hand over hers. Again? Just how often am I going to have to feed you? Her hands moved over his body, shaping his muscles, exploring the most intriguing places. It isn't just for me, she reminded him. In any case, you know perfectly well that isn't the hunger I'm talking about. He turned around to pull her into his arms, cradling her as if her weight was no more than a child's. His black eyes burned over her face with such hunger and intensity it took her breath away. And what kind of hunger would that be, Francesca? I love when you ask me for what you want. Gabriel. She breathed his name with a kind of wonder, drew a caressing hand along his stubborn jaw. Her Gabriel. Her legend. So incredibly sexy. I am not asking, life mate, I am demanding. My body hungers for yours. I'm burning inside and only you know how to satisfy me. They were moving quickly through the corridor to their bedchamber. I can do no other than please you. I think I wish to please you. I want you in my mouth. I want to see your face as you make love to me. I want to feel you hard and hot, and so much a part of me I will never be able to get you out. His mouth found hers, rocking her world while clothes littered the corridor. Already his fingers were deep inside her wet, welcoming core, pushing deep, stroking the heat, while he kissed her until she didn't know where he started and she left off. In the chamber, she pushed at the wall of his chest, insisting on her own right to taste him, to tease him. Her mind merged with his to share the experience, to allow him the heady satisfaction of knowing she wanted to drive him over the edge of control. Gabriel, who was always so controlled, was thrusting helplessly, a harsh cry torn from his throat as she tasted his essence. He pulled her into his arms and settled her onto his lap, filling her completely, his hands guiding her hips while he watched her slow, lazy ride, her hair covering her body so that her breasts could peek provocatively at him. You are the most beautiful, sexy woman on earth, he whispered softly. He had absolutely no intention of sleeping or allowing Francesca to go to sleep for a long while. Chapter 15. The doorbell let out a soft, melodious peal, announcing a visitor. Santino glanced at his wife and wished he didn't feel so apprehensive. Everything in Francesca and Gabriel's house was harmonious, even the doorbell, yet he had an ominous premonition of disaster. Skylar paled visibly and shrank into a little ball in the armchair. Her eyes seemed enormous in her small face as she hugged her stuffed animal to her. Santino wanted to put his arms around her and hold her, but she was careful to avoid any physical contact with him. Drusilla glanced at him, then moved over to stand beside Skylar's chair, partially blocking the visitor's view of the teenager. They had both noticed that Skylar seemed to know when trouble was coming, and right now she seemed very apprehensive. Bryce stabbed at the doorbell again with his finger, determined to see Francesca. He had developed an obsession. He couldn't sleep at night anymore, certain she was in danger. He thought of her every waking moment, planning and scheming ways to get her out from under Gabriel's black spell. Now he knew just the right thing to say to make her listen, but it was a total stranger who answered the door. Bryce heard a buzzing in his head. It was happening more and more frequently, a prelude to the terrible merciless headaches. "Who the devil are you?" he demanded rudely. How many men did Francesca have in her life anyway? Was he going to have to resort to violence? Gabriel probably had a gang of some kind. Maybe he really did belong to organized crime. Santino raised his eyebrow. "I beg your pardon," he answered softly, his face an expressionless mask. Bryce clenched his teeth, his fingers actually curling into fists. "This house belongs to Francesca Del Ponce, a very close friend of mine." "Where is she?" "She is out at the moment." "May I tell her who inquired after her?" Santino asked politely. He watched the other man closely, wondering about him. No one had warned him to expect trouble dressed in an expensive suit. Bryce swallowed his anger and pressed his fingertips to his throbbing temple. "I'm Skylar's doctor. I'm here to check on her." Drusilla felt the young woman instantly grow still, and she looked down at her. Skylar was so white she looked like a ghost. The child had buried her face against the wolf, only her eyes peered out in alarm. Drusilla reached down and put her hand very lightly on Skylar's shoulder. The girl's slight body was trembling. I wasn't aware Skylar had a doctor's appointment. Francesca is usually very good about informing me of the day's schedule, Santino improvised smoothly. Francesca promised me she would bring Skylar to the hospital for a checkup. Skylar made a small sound of distress, so low only Drusilla heard her. Santino glanced back at them, and his wife shook her head quickly. I'm sorry, doctor, but until Francesca returns, I'm afraid there's little I can do. I'll tell her you called, he said softly, easily. I'll take Skylar to the hospital myself, Bryce volunteered immediately. Skylar pressed back among the pillows, determined not to move 1 inch. She stared up at Santino helplessly. Santino smiled his reassurance at the teenager. I'm very sorry, sir, but as I haven't received any orders from Francesca, I cannot allow Skylar to leave the premises. I'm certain Francesca will make arrangements as soon as possible to bring Skylar in. He stood solidly in the doorway so that Bryce had no chance to push his way in. Color swept instantly up Bryce's neck into his face, giving his cheeks a ruddy glow. His temples were throbbing so hard he dug his thumb into the pulse point to try to ease the pain. She is my patient whether Gabriel likes it or not. I won't allow that man to dictate to me whether or not I examine my patients. Santino continued to smile pleasantly. I'm very sorry, sir. My French must not be very easily understood. Gabriel did not give me any orders concerning you at all. I was speaking of Francesca. She is the one who insisted Skylar remain indoors, and without the stress of company. I'm certain she did not mean you, sir, as you are Skylar's doctor, but I cannot go against her direct orders. I'm sure she'll clear up this misunderstanding as soon as she returns. Bryce swore angrily, glaring daggers at Santino. I don't even know you. Why would Francesca leave you in charge of my patient? I insist on coming in and speaking with Skylar. I want to make certain she is all right. Santino continued to smile, but his eyes were flat and cold. Are you suggesting I might be holding the young lady in captivity in her own house? I don't know what you're doing. Francesca is a close friend of mine. Bryce's tone implied all sorts of things. She would have told me if she'd made arrangements for Skylar's care. Perhaps you are not quite as good a friend as you thought you were, sir, Santino replied very softly. Bryce stepped forward to crowd the man, fury ripping through him, nearly overwhelming his good sense. How dare you? Santino didn't budge. He didn't flinch. He simply stood in the doorway, a solid, muscular frame impossible to move. Behind Bryce a man moved out of the shadows. Skylar's bodyguard stood at the bottom of the stairs with his arms folded. Bryce swallowed his rage and stepped away from Santino. Skylar, get out here. You're coming with me. I mean it. If you don't come now, I'm going straight to the judge and insist you be placed in my custody immediately. Skylar buried her face in her hands with a small moan of fear. Beneath the earth in the secret chamber lay 2 bodies, as still as death. A single heart began to beat where before there had been only silence. Gabriel felt the strength of the girl's fear, and it had awakened him. Instantly, he felt his twin's presence. At that moment, they were one being with one thought. Someone had threatened a child under their protection, and this wasn't to be tolerated. Gabriel could not explain such a phenomenon to Francesca. This was what made Lucian unique. It was what made it so difficult to condemn and hunt him. Lucian merged with him, and at once they were bonded, strong and lethal, of one mind on the hunt. Whatever his motive, Lucian was as determined as Gabriel that Skylar not be further intimidated. Gabriel could no more close himself off to his brother than give up protecting the women. At that moment, they were truly one being. Gabriel disconnected with his body, his spirit rising above his body and moving swiftly through the earth upward toward the main house. It was a peculiar wrenching feeling to be out of one's body, disorienting and yet strangely exhilarating. Gabriel was at his lowest point of power in the afternoon, but he could travel without his body, and he did so now, moving swiftly through the house until he was in the room where the disturbance was occurring. Light was streaming into the room despite Santino's large frame blocking the doorway. Gabriel flinched from the sunlight, although he was without his body and the light could not blind him. He went to Skylar's trembling figure huddled so small on the couch, forlorn and lost without Francesca and Gabriel to protect her from the world. He flooded her with warmth and a feeling of safety, while Lucian lent his own strength and power so that she was instantly soothed. Skylar lifted her head and looked around her, puzzled that she should sense Gabriel's presence even though he wasn't in the room with her. She glanced at Drusilla to see whether she felt anything. She wasn't going to go with Bryce no matter what any of them said.
Of course you won't, honey.
It was a distinctly masculine voice, soothing, comforting, filling her with confidence. Neither Santino nor I will allow anyone to take you against your will from this house. Bryce is ill. Skylar felt the presence of Gabriel, strong and powerful, in her mind. She recognized the touch of the other one, the one they all seemed to worry about, just as strong and powerful as Gabriel, his strength pouring into her along with Gabriel's. Skylar knew she would be protected. She had never felt part of a family before. It was a strange and even unnatural feeling to her, yet she wanted it desperately. She wanted to believe that Santino, Drusilla, and the bodyguard, Jared Silva, would protect her and be loyal to her in the same way she knew Gabriel and Francesca would. She had reservations about the other, only because she knew Gabriel and Francesca both were wary of him. She couldn't fathom why, although she had given it much thought and had even tried to read the couple when they touched her. Skylar attempted to reach out to Gabriel, felt frustrated for a moment, then laughed softly at herself. All she had to do was think a reply in her head. I told Francesca something was wrong with the doctor. He doesn't feel the same as he used to feel. I am more afraid for Francesca than for myself. I think Dr. Bryce is nuts. You must have faith in me. I would not allow Bryce to harm Francesca. Gabriel knew what her fear was, knew Skylar was afraid that Bryce would hurt Francesca, would somehow separate them. It will not happen, no one will take you from us. His voice was reassuring, so perfectly tranquil and soothing that Skylar regained her confidence immediately and was able to peer around Drusilla to smile a little impertinently at the doctor. I think you are frightening Skylar, sir, Santino said more softly than ever. There was the merest hint of a threat in his voice this time. Beside him, Gabriel stirred, a cold breeze washing over Bryce, swamping him with fear such as he had never known before. He was choking on it, his skin crawling with the feel of tiny insects, thousands of them attacking his body so that he began raking at his own flesh in an attempt to rid himself of the things. Santino exchanged a worried glance with Jared over the doctor's head. The man was acting as if he had the DTs. More than ever they were determined to protect Skylar from the doctor. The man needed a padded cell in a psych ward. Maybe a good detox center. Without warning, the doctor slammed his body into Santino's in an effort to get to Skylar. Afterward, Bryce could never remember why he'd done such a rash thing. His head was pounding abominably and his skin was crawling. He thought he would go mad. His only coherent thought was Francesca. She echoed in his mind with each throb of his pulse. He literally bounced off Santino's chest and landed on his backside. At once Jared was looming over him, his face an expressionless mask. I think it best you leave, sir, he said firmly. I do not want to embarrass you by calling the authorities to escort you off the property. I know you are a good friend of Francesca's, and she would be appalled at this display. If you don't mind my saying so, sir, I believe you need to check yourself into a clinic. He bent down and with ease lifted Bryce to his feet. Bryce was a wreck, physically and mentally. He could hardly think with the terrible buzzing in his head. His body was jerking and twitching almost as if he were suffering seizures. Pills, he needed more pills, then his body and mind would calm down. He tried to be reasonable. Some shred of dignity and pride prompted him to walk away, yet he couldn't force his trembling body to do it. The bodyguard had to drag him off the property. Skylar held her hands over her eyes, shutting out the sight of her doctor, almost foaming at the mouth. She had seen drool and spittle spraying as he talked. What's wrong with him? She whispered aloud, whispered it to Gabriel. Beneath Brasilia's palm, the teen was trembling, retreating. At once Francesca and Gabriel moved quickly to surround her, their warmth and love sending her waves of reassurance. She felt the other one, too, his presence strong and powerful. Santino closed the door firmly on the distasteful scene.
I'm sorry, Skylar.
I'm afraid that poor doctor has been sampling his own medicine. He's way gone on drugs.
Why was he trying to get to me?
Skylar asked in a low voice. She was beginning to believe she might actually be safe here in this house.
Gabriel decided the truth would be best. I believe he thought to use you in some way to get to Francesca.
I don't know, Santino answered gently.
Perhaps he thinks in his twisted mind that you're in some kind of danger, and he is rescuing you.
He doesn't know me, I'm a stranger in this land.
Whatever his reason, he can't take you from this house. You are perfectly safe here, Skylar.
I gave my word to Francesca, and I did not give it lightly.
Skylar was very confused. Why were all these people suddenly protecting her?
They were all virtual strangers, yet they were willing to risk violence to protect her.
Why?
She clutched tightly at her stuffed animal, the first gift she'd ever received.
You are now a part of our family.
It was said quietly and with great authority.
There was no way to dispute Gabriel's beautiful voice.
He spoke with such purity, Skylar could only believe him. At once she relaxed, allowing herself to breathe normally. Gabriel's heart twisted at the sight of her. She looked very small, far younger than her age. Except for her eyes. There was something about her large gray eyes that held far too much knowledge, none of it good.
Gabriel wished he could stamp out that look for all time, but it was impossible. You have grown so soft, Gabriel. This child you profess to feel such affection for should have been avenged.
Francesca, listening through Gabriel, went very still, touching Skylar's mind to learn whether Lucian was broadcasting to the teen as well. She could hear the vampire through his connection to her life mate. But Skylar was unaware of the conversation, paying attention instead to Santino.
I grow weary of your constant taunts, Lucian. Perhaps it is the only way you have left to torment me, but it is growing tedious and no longer bothers me. Revenge has never been our way. We do what we must to maintain the secrets of our race. We destroy the undead, but it is out of duty, not out of revenge.
In any case, the man claiming to be her father had to be removed from this earth, and you destroyed the others that were in her memories, saving me the trouble.
You have forgotten the difference between justice and revenge. Meet with me, Lucian, that we may come to terms. I know what is in your mind, brother. You seek to hunt me. You believe still that you can destroy me. If I wish it, I can kill the girl, your silly woman, and those humans you have installed in her house. You cannot prevent it with your safeguards. I taught you those safeguards.
Gabriel gave the mental equivalent of a shrug. He was floating back toward the chamber, away from the light of day into the earth that held his body for him. He saw Francesca lying there, although he knew her essence was not asleep. At once a sense of peace and warmth seeped into his soul.
Without thought, he projected it to his twin,
a sharing of intense love. Even before he could register that he had done such a thing, before he could judge Lucian's reaction, his brother was gone.
Gabriel's cry of anguish at his brother's rejection echoed to Francesca.
Gabriel settled into his own body beside Francesca, wide awake but unable to move. His heart was pounding loudly in the underground chamber, and his chest was tight and burning with pain for his lost brother. Beside him, Francesca's heart began to beat a slow, strong rhythm. She turned her head slowly and looked up at him. The movement must have taken tremendous effort, yet her expression was one of such love it robbed him of breath. She moved her hand, a slow process of pushing her fingers toward his so that they finally met.
You are never alone, my love.
Her words were clear and strong. It does not matter that he cannot feel what you share.
He is undead, no longer your beloved twin brother.
Mourn the one long gone from this earth. His empty shell remains behind, but the one you love so much, the one you honor, is beyond pain and heartache now. I am here with you, our child grows in me, and our house is filled with warmth and promise.
Why would he merge with me and give me added power to help Santino and Jared keep Skylar safe? What plan could he have but to use that child as a weapon?
His plans do not matter, Gabriel. Together we are strong enough to face him. We are a mirror he cannot look in. Her voice filled him with love and warmth. He felt so peaceful Gabriel wanted to stay there for eternity. I want you to see him as I once did. Gabriel wanted her to understand his great sorrow in the face of their love. He wanted her to know he valued her all the more because of Lucian, never less. He opened his mind fully to her, sharing his past, the terrible battles, the endless loneliness that only his link to his twin had made bearable. He showed Lucian's endless strength and power, his great genius, his search for knowledge to understand the mysteries of their race. Time and again Lucian had risked his body and soul for Gabriel's safety, for the safety of their people and that of the human race. Francesca watched the scenes playing out from Gabriel's memories. She could see Lucian as he had once been, without the taint of a vampire. Intelligent. Always placing himself in danger to shield his twin, always taking the lead in every dangerous situation. Countless times he gave his blood when he was mortally wounded himself. Countless times he dragged himself to his twin and healed him when he was close to death. Gabriel saw his twin as the most selfless Carpathian ever born, and he shared that memory with Francesca. She understood, and her heart ached all the more for her life mate. He had exchanged vows with Lucian, promising to destroy him should he lose his soul and become the very thing they hunted. Gabriel knew Lucian would never have rested until he had completed the task, and he could do no less. Francesca understood the enormity of that vow, knew it was a part of Gabriel as much as the lungs he used to breathe. She loved him all the more for his devotion, was determined to find a way to aid him. Lucian was alive to her now. She had shared their lives and those centuries of loneliness they both had endured. Gabriel now had her, but Lucian was lost to them, lost to their people along with his great genius and his iron will and tremendous power. His loss was a senseless, terrible tragedy. With effort, Francesca inched her body closer to Gabriel's so that their skin touched. Their limbs felt like lead, lethargic and heavy. Normally, they shut down their hearts and lungs during daylight hours, sparing themselves the terrible knowledge of their helplessness and vulnerability to enemies. Francesca lay close to Gabriel for a long time before she spoke. When you felt the disturbance, Gabriel and Skylar's fear, did you reach for Lucian? Gabriel thought it over. I cannot honestly say. I felt him with me as I always do in moments when I need strength and power. It is an ingrained habit neither of us seems to be able to break. He was silent a moment. If you think to find a way to exploit this strange phenomenon between us to defeat him, I have already tried. It is as natural as breathing. I do not know when I do it, and neither does he. Yes, but he is a vampire. An undead creature. He should not be able to travel while the sun is at its highest peak. You are the most powerful of our males, and it was a great effort for you to release your spirit from your body. How could he do such a thing, being a vampire? Gabriel gave the mental equivalent of a shrug. His mind shared mine, and he threw his power behind me. He could have just as easily attempted to stop me or kept me from re-entering my body. It is just as well that whatever game he thinks to play requires our Skylar. His power is great, Francesca. I would have been happy throwing up a wall in front of the doctor, but Lucian was not. He twisted my power so that Bryce felt thousands of insects crawling on his skin. Don't remind me. Francesca was not happy with that at all. She felt guilty about Bryce. Something was happening that she didn't understand. I tried to tone down his memories of me so that he would think of me only as a friend, but it didn't work. I've never had that happen before. Gabriel's fingers tightened around hers. He knew the reason she could not control the doctor's mind, and Francesca must know it also. She simply wasn't ready to face the truth. Gabriel wanted to hold her close in his arms to protect her. In his mind, he surrounded her with love and support. A vampire has somehow managed to ensnare him. There is no other explanation. Francesca wanted to shake her head in denial. There are other explanations. I saw him popping pills. And why did he lead you to the cemetery where the vampires were waiting for you? He is in league with them and does not know it. They are using him to get you. That is why you cannot control him. He is controlled by the undead. When you attempt to reach his mind, there is nothing there but the orders they have given him. Is it Lucian? Has Lucian done this to punish me for my feelings for Bryce? You cannot imagine what it is like to be unable to feel emotion. Lucian has no need to punish. He feels nothing at all. He uses others as puppets in the hope of feeling amusement, but he cannot. I did not detect the taint of his power, yet I cannot say for certain. Lucian prefers to work alone at all times. To my knowledge, he has never brought another into what he refers to as the game. Can you undo what they did to Bryce? Is there a way to make him whole again? This is my fault, Gabriel, entirely my fault because I became friends with a human. Now they think to use him against us. He is totally helpless. Gabriel could not bear her unhappiness. He would do anything to take the sorrow from her mind. He tightened his fingers around hers even as he flooded her mind with love and warmth and comfort. You are so right, my love. We are not alone in our struggles and our tasks. We have each other to draw strength from. As long as we believe in each other, it will all come right. I will do what I can for Bryce. If you wish me to try to save him, you know I will have to take his blood. Without a blood bond, I doubt if I can break what others have wrought. Francesca turned that idea over in her mind. The blood bond was a powerful weapon. Would it somehow put Gabriel in danger? Would the vampire, perhaps Lucian, expect such a move and somehow be able to use Bryce as a weapon against Gabriel? Gabriel, locked as he was to her mind, was enormously pleased that her first thought would be for him, for his safety. She loved him in the way of a true life mate. For who he was and what he was. Unconditionally. She saw good in him where he was never certain it really existed, but he lived up to her expectations all the same. Do it then, Gabriel. Take his blood, and I will see to his healing with you. I owe him that much. He is a great doctor, and the world would lose much if his healing abilities were destroyed. She smiled up at him even as her lashes drifted down. Gabriel felt her smile in his heart. It was like that with her. She turned him inside out with one look. Just by closing her eyes. He lay for a long while beneath the earth, feeling its vibrations, allowing it to murmur to him, soothe and comfort him, rejuvenate his body with its nourishment. He left the chamber at the first setting of the sun and fed well before returning to awaken his life mate. He lifted her body in his arms, floated to the bedchamber hidden in the rocks of the earth yet fitted with human comforts, the four-poster bed, the long, heavy drapes, and hundreds of candles. The candles sprang to life with a simple wave of his hand, immediately enveloping the chamber in a soft, fresh scent. He inhaled sharply, then took in the sight of her body. She was so beautiful, so feminine. Gabriel bent over her and whispered softly, "Wake, my love. I want you so badly I do not think I can wait until you are breathing properly." His mouth moved over her neck, her small shell-like ear. He found her pulse and lingered as it began, as her body heated beneath his hands. His teeth scraped her exquisite skin. So soft, so perfect. Gabriel liked the way the dancing flames played over her body. Her high, firm breasts were full and inviting, her rib cage narrow, her waist small. He bent his head to follow the clean line of her form, followed the dancing shadows with his mouth even while he created his own flames licking along her skin. His lips explored the small mound of her belly, the intriguing ridges of her hip bones. Francesca smiled, her eyes still closed while her heart raced and her blood heated and her world contracted to include only sensuous, erotic feeling. His thick hair brushed over her body while his teeth nipped and his tongue stroked and her blood heated to molten lava in her veins. She felt him worship her with the gentle touch of his exploring hands, which lingered in every sensitive spot on her body. She lay quiet, simply enjoying the sensations he was creating with each stroke of his tongue, each time his silky hair moved over her bare skin. How had she ever faced a rising without him? How had she ever wanted to open her eyes without the promise of seeing his beloved face? She knew every line, the strength in his jaw, the arch of his brow, the perfect shape of his mouth. She sighed softly in contentment and moved to give him better access to her breast. Her slender arms curved around his head, cradling him to her while he leisurely enjoyed her. His scent enveloped her and her temperature soared. With it rose her hunger. She stirred beneath his strong hands, her body alive with needs, with 1,000 secrets. She was a temptation, an invitation, an enticement. She buried her face in his neck, felt his body burn hotter against hers. Francesca's smile was frankly sexy with a woman's knowledge of her own power. Her teeth scraped his neck, her tongue swirling around in a small, lapping caress. She opened her mind more fully to him so that he could see her desire, share her feelings, the pleasure he was bringing to her body. At once he responded to the erotic images in her head, his hand moving lower to find her hot, pulsating entrance. She was creamy with need and excitement, wanting to share her body and heart with him. Gabriel couldn't help the shudder of pleasure moving through him when her hands shaped his body, her fingers tightening like a sheath, her mouth on his neck. She whispered something softly in his mind, a plea, a need, a hunger she couldn't ignore. Gabriel caught her small hips in his hands to slide her beneath him more fully, to lift her body to his. His breath caught in his throat as he held her still for one heartbeat, one moment while he looked into her beautiful eyes. He saw her stark hunger, so sexual, so erotic, all for him. He wanted to capture the moment, keep it, prolong it, but then she slowly lowered her head to his chest and deliberately caressed his pulse with her tongue. It was slow and sexy and beyond anything his imagination could have conjured up. He saw the beauty of her mouth as it slid over his chest, felt the heat of her call, wild and untamed, and then white-hot lightning sizzled and danced through his body, through his mind and heart, and he surged forward with one deep hard stroke, taking possession of her body while her teeth sank deeply into his skin. He heard his own husky cry, drawn from somewhere deep within his soul, and he felt tears burning in his throat and behind his eyes at the sheer beauty of it all. She was fire and velvet, lightning and thunder, molten lava taking him to a place he hadn't known existed. His fingers dug into her hips, clamping her to him while he performed the most erotic tango of his life. She knew every way to move to please him, her body adjusting to his rhythm almost before he knew. Her mind was filled only with thoughts of him, of his body, of giving him pleasure, of the pure enjoyment he gave her. She lapped at the tiny pinpricks on his chest when she was finished feeding. Francesca caught his thick hair in her hand and brought his head down to hers, finding his mouth and kissing him, sharing his exotic taste while she moved her hips ever faster, rising to meet each thrust with one of her own. Her muscles clenched tightly around him, a fiery friction, holding him, milking and teasing and luring him on so that he was as wild as she was. He stretched her arms over her head while he took her again and again, while the earth shook and her body and mind went up in flames. Still he gave her no rest, lapping at the small beads of sweat, tasting their pleasure from the pores of her skin, wanting all of her in case this memory would have to carry over into the next world. This union with her, this was true mating. He wanted to give her as much pleasure as a man could possibly give the one woman he loves. He wanted the memory of himself in her skin, in her body, in her deepest soul. When she was tired and lay passive in his arms, he found her breasts, so full and seductive, filling his mouth with creamy softness until her nipples were hard and begging for more. He cupped her bottom, pressing her close to him, his hands everywhere, arousing, memorizing, simply worshipping. He would never get enough of her, no matter how long he lived, and if he had only a short while, he wanted to bring her every pleasure he could, give her every good thing she deserved. Francesca lay quietly, knowing what he was doing, knowing he needed to be with her this rising before he went off to face the worst of his enemies. She wanted him to make love to her, to never stop. She wanted her body to hold him to her. She wanted him safe in their chamber, in their own world of pleasure and beauty and love, not out there in the night where something malevolent crouched and waited. Once she found herself laughing on the floor, and neither of them had any idea how they'd got there. But as she went to climb into the bed, he trapped her against the mattress, leaning over her, his body possessive, his hands strong as he took her again, riding her until they both went up in flames. It was paradise, yet at the same time it was a kind of hell. Between them always lay the fact that he was going out. He must hunt the undead. Long after the candles burned low and the lights were barely tiny flickers on the walls, they curled up in each other's arms, holding each other close. Francesca wanted them to be wearing the same skin. She wanted to be that close. She wished somehow she could prevent the future from happening. She wouldn't ask him not to go, he had to go. She knew it in heart and mind and soul.
It was who Gabriel was.
For the first time, she truly understood why he had chosen to fight, to hunt.
Gabriel was the only one capable of defeating Lucian.
The entire world, human and Carpathian alike, depended upon him. His hands were tangled in her thick hair, his mouth against her breast.
Listen to me, my love. Hear me. If I do not succeed this night, it will be all right. You will take Skylar and our child and go home to the Carpathian Mountains. Mikhail will guard you for me. You, and only you, will raise our child. I want our child to know you and to know me through your eyes. I know it will be difficult for you, but you are strong and I will dwell in your heart. Wherever I am, I will wait patiently for you, knowing you are carrying out the task that is so important to me, to both of us.
Francesca closed her eyes against the hot tears threatening to fall. She felt his breath so warm against her skin, his arms tight around her, locking her body to his.
Their legs were tangled together, and yet it wasn't enough. It would never be enough.
She couldn't go with him, and if he was defeated, she couldn't follow him until their child no longer needed her.
Gabriel raised himself above her, looking down onto her beautiful face. Francesca, you can do this thing for both of us. Give me your word. Do you have any idea what you are asking of me?
The words were a strangled whisper, and with the stirring of her breath, the last of the flames spluttered and went out. The chamber was once more inky black. Gabriel could easily see her beloved face, the shimmering tears she was so valiantly trying not to shed. He bent his head to taste a teardrop.
You have given me more happiness than I could ever have dared to hope for.
I want our daughter to know you, Francesca, your courage, your compassion, the essence of you. You are the best part of me.
I love you more than life on this earth, more than my own life or that of my brother. I thank God every day for you.
His mouth drifted lazily over her face, her long, wet, spiky lashes, along her high cheekbones, the corners of her mouth, and down to her throat.
Please do not feel sorrow. What I have done to the best of my ability. I cannot regret my choices, nor would I change anything but the briefness of the time I have had with you. Eternity looks good when I know I'll eventually share it with you, honey.
Francesca clasped her arms around him, holding him tightly to her.
Love was an overwhelming, all-encompassing emotion. He was her life. He had somehow become her life. Come home to me, Gabriel. Do not make me face a life of emptiness without you again. I was strong the first time because somehow I convinced myself that we were working together, you hunting and me healing. We were apart, but for many centuries, you were still with me.
His tongue swirled over the creamy swell of her breast, then traced a line along her rib.
And I will still be with you. No matter where my body may be, I will be in your heart, in your soul.
His mouth moved over her heart, a warm dance of flames.
You have to believe you can defeat him, Gabriel. You have to know you can. I am willing to aid you. We can work together. I can at least share my strength and power with you.
Gabriel smiled against her satin skin, nuzzled her breast again, unable to ignore such an erotic temptation.
You will not aid me in any way. You cannot connect with my mind while I am hunting. It is dangerous, my love. Lucian will know the moment you are with me, and he will use me to harm you in some way. That would be much more likely than your giving me strength. You have to trust me to know what to do. Her body was a miracle to him. Everywhere he touched her, each time he touched her, it was an incredible experience. He shifted his body to blanket her once more, his thigh edging hers so that he could lie over her, his body easily, naturally pinning hers. Francesca could feel him, thick and heavy, so hot with need there was an answering fire immediately in her body. She smiled up at him, raising her hips as he surged into her, leaving her breathless and beautiful and hungry for him all over again. Just come back to me, Gabriel, she whispered softly against his throat. I love you so much, and I am no longer so very strong without you beside me. He was tender and gentle, his body moving in hers with long, sure strokes to heighten her pleasure. I will always be with you, Francesca. In this life or the next, there is only you. That is a promise I know I can keep. Chapter 16. It was well past midnight, and the lights of the city were soft and muted by the layers of fog hanging in the night sky.
Gabriel stood on the balcony looking not at the city, but at the young girl asleep inside the adjoining room. She looked far too small for her large bed, a slight figure clutching a stuffed animal beneath the intricate quilt Francesca had made. His heart went out to the teenager. She looked so vulnerable and childlike in her sleep. She still was not completely safe. She was a rare gift to his people, and she would be much sought after. It was a precious treasure he was guarding, and the weight of the responsibility was tremendous. In her slender body and gifted mind, she might carry the life or death of one of their Carpathian males. With a wave of his hand, he closed the door firmly, and the lock slid into place. His hands moved gracefully, weaving intricate safeguards at every entrance to the room. Skylar would be safe from all but Lucian. Gabriel did not fool himself into thinking his twin would be unable to get past what he had wrought. Lesser vampires would be hurt, trapped, and probably held until the dawn could bring them justice, but not Lucian. In 2,000 years, no trap had ever successfully held him, and there was no safeguard that he could not unravel. Gabriel rested his palms on the wrought iron railing and stared down at the greenery below him. The garden was beautiful, colors exploding even in the night air. He found himself smiling. Francesca. She had a way of making everything she touched alive with beauty. Of course, she would choose flowers that could bloom at night. She would want things pleasing and soothing in her house and in her garden, no matter what the time of day or night. It mattered to her that others were comfortable, were surrounded by beauty. He filled his mind with thoughts of her, and of course, she filled his heart instantly. She always put others before herself, before her own needs. She had tried to be so tough with him, but from the moment Francesca had entered his life, she had been the one continuously giving. She soothed those around her with her spirit alone. She didn't have to do anything other than simply be who she was, yet she did so much more. Even now, she was allowing him to go, knowing he might not return to her, selflessly giving him to the world when she wanted him so desperately beside her. She was with child. His child. If he were to die this night, she had promised to continue without him even though the separation would be agony for her. His body ached for her even though he had just spent hours with her, precious, wonderful hours that had given him so much more than he had ever thought possible. His heart and soul ached for her. This house was his home. These people were his family. But out in the night, creatures were stalking the innocent, and he had no choice but to stop them. Gabriel watched the heavy fog moving through the city. It was not a natural fog, but one created to allow the undead to move unseen by their prey. He lifted his face to the shadow of the moon and drank in the beauty of it. He was a hunter of the night, a natural predator. He leaped easily onto the railing and spread his arms wide, embracing the air as he stepped into space. At once his body shimmered, becoming transparent so that the heavy fog could be seen right through him. He seemed to dissolve into millions of droplets, which streamed through the sky, weaving in and out of the dark clouds and the heavy fog. He flew out over the city, scanning as he went, looking for dead spaces that might indicate where the enemy was hiding. The small group of vampires that had banded together in the city were hunting for victims, for live prey to be used and discarded. Gabriel was determined to rid the city of the undead this night, and he wanted to find Bryce. He knew Bryce's fate weighed heavily on Francesca's conscience, and he was determined that he would put things right. He freely admitted he had little use for the man, but Francesca felt affection for the doctor, and the things he had done lately had been committed under the influence of a vampire. Perhaps even Lucian, although Gabriel doubted it. He would never have sent Bryce to the house to take Skylar from them, and then aid Gabriel in sending him away. There was no point in such a move. A few night spots were teeming with life, the perfect hunting grounds for the vampires. They would find prey to their liking, young men and women they could manipulate into all kinds of deviant behavior just for the perverse pleasure of making them squirm before giving them death. He moved through the city in silence, scanning for the undead even as he searched for a hint of Bryce. Twice he moved over the hospital, knowing Bryce often spent long hours there, but instead, he found him in the cemetery, drawn, no doubt, by his connection to the unclean. Nosferatu. Gabriel stayed high in the fog, carefully examining the area for one of the undead. Bryce was shuffling over the uneven ground, stumbling like a drunken man, muttering to himself and constantly batting at his body as if he still felt the crawling of bugs over his skin. Gabriel had withdrawn that illusion as soon as Bryce was off the property, but one of the vampires controlling the doctor must have picked the memory out of his head and used it to punish his failure to obtain Skylar. Gabriel felt the malevolent presence of one of the vampires. Not an ancient, more likely one recently turned, running with a pack to learn as much as he could as fast as he could. They thought they were banding together for protection against the hunters, but more often than not, the ancient vampires used the lesser ones as pawns, to be sacrificed. Had Lucian joined this group? The question nagged at Gabriel. He shook the thought away. It was much more likely that Lucian would control those around him from a distance so that they would never know what was happening to them. Gabriel had seen him do it often enough. His voice alone was one of the most powerful weapons Gabriel had ever encountered. Lucian had never allowed anyone else to intrude on their battles. He had disposed of other vampires in the areas where Gabriel had chased him. He never left evidence any other hunter would recognize. Lucian was not messy about his kills. Gabriel streamed to earth, the tiny droplets coming together just out of sight of Bryce. For a moment the large frame shimmered and sparkled like crystal before it solidified. Then Gabriel was striding through the cemetery to cut Bryce off before he could make his way to the caverns where the vampire waited. Gabriel could feel the compulsion the undead was using to call his victim to him. Bryce was muttering to himself, his clothes disheveled and dirty. There were long scratches on his skin where he had attempted to dislodge the illusory bugs crawling on him. Gabriel tried to feel sorry for the doctor because he knew Francesca would be so horrified. But Bryce had opened himself up to the vampire's compulsion through his own jealousy, and Gabriel could not forgive him for aiding the undead in his attempt to ensnare Francesca and Skylar. Bryce kept his head down as he hobbled determinately forward. He didn't seem to notice Gabriel standing solidly in his way. Gabriel waved his hand to put up a block, one invisible to the eye, but strong enough to interrupt the compulsion in the air. Bryce's blood had obviously been tainted by the vampire, so he continued to shuffle his feet although he was unable to move beyond the boundary Gabriel set for him. The doctor's eyes were dilated, fixed, and staring. He was far gone under the spell. Gabriel entered his mind to counteract the compulsion and give the human some relief. Bryce's face went slack and his muscles relaxed so that he stopped attempting to move toward his destination. Gabriel very gently eased him into a sitting position and Bryce complied like a lost child. From somewhere close, Gabriel heard a shriek of rage. Vampires didn't like interference with their chosen victims. The puppet master was not going to let Bryce go so easily. Gabriel smiled and turned his face up to the sky. The clouds were darkening to an angry black above his head, and small veins of lightning leaped from cloud to cloud. He shook his head slightly, and as the electrical charge began to build where he stood, he raised his hand and swept it in a small semicircle. Anyone watching would hardly have noticed the gesture, but the lightning in the clouds reacted immediately, slamming to earth just beyond the gently rolling hill, out of sight. The clap of thunder was deafening, as was the bang as the bolts scorched earth and shattered gravestones. A scream of hate and vengeance rose with the whirling wind. The trees began to shake under the onslaught, first twigs and then branches shaking loose to hurtle through the sky toward Gabriel. He blew softly into his palms and stood tall and straight, unconcerned as debris rained down around him. Bryce sat at his knees, unknowing, uncaring of the danger. There was no warning as the wind suddenly reversed itself. The sky rained leaves and dirt and branches over the small hill. Gabriel leaped into the air with the largest branch, camouflaged by its bulk. He was on the vampire before it had time to realize it was in deadly peril. Gabriel blasted out of the sky like a missile straight at the gaunt figure standing on the charred grass. Around him were broken headstones, shattered by the lightning bolts and the branches and wicked wind. The vampire stood frozen, trying to decide his next move even as he attempted to protect himself from the flying objects coming at his body. Gabriel came in behind the branch, hitting the vampire so hard. The blow drove the creature backward with Gabriel's fist embedded deep in his chest cavity. He gripped the blackened, pulsing heart and extracted the thing, separating the organ from the body. Even as he did so, he leaped away to minimize his contact with the tainted blood. The vampire's shriek of despair echoed through the cemetery so that the bats rose up into the air in great clouds. The undead simply folded in half and sank in a heap to the blood-stained ground, flopping, dragging its body toward Gabriel, toward the dark, ugly thing he tossed upon a rock just out of the vampire's reaching claw. Almost without conscious thought, Gabriel built the charge of electricity and directed it at the horrible organ straining to return to its body. The thin white-hot lash incinerated the heart and leaped to the body of the undead, reducing it to ashes. At once Gabriel bathed his hands in the heat, removing every trace of tainted blood before checking that the ground was clean of all infection. The vampire couldn't have turned very many years earlier. He'd been unskilled and slow. He couldn't have been the one to put Bryce under such a well-hidden compulsion. The darkness in the doctor ran deep. It tainted his blood and was eating up his will and rotting him from the inside out. He wasn't a ghoul, feasting on the flesh of human dead and living for the vampire's blood, but the one controlling him was a powerful being. Gabriel couldn't see Lucian's hand in Bryce's corruption. Lucian would consider it beneath him to do such a thing. He might harm Bryce, or kill him outright, but he wouldn't use the man to entrap Skylar and, ultimately, Francesca. He would not need to stoop to such a thing. Lucian was a true genius. He possessed a powerful brain that constantly thirsted for knowledge. Lucian needed difficulties for his mind to work on. Intellectual challenge was what kept him from going completely mad. Gabriel shook his head, exasperated with himself. Lucian had gone mad. He had chosen to lose his soul many centuries ago. If Gabriel was going to protect his family, he could no longer think of Lucian as being part of him. Francesca was his heart and soul now. He couldn't take the chance of Lucian harming her. Gabriel made his way back to Bryce. He needed to take the man back to the house and put him under a strong safeguard to prevent the vampire from harming him further. Bryce was so far gone, Gabriel wasn't certain the doctor could be helped. Obviously, the vampire had been working on Bryce subtly for a long while. The doctor was huddled in a ball on the ground, oblivious to his surroundings, deep within Gabriel's spell. Gabriel knew no one but Lucian could break through the safeguard keeping Bryce's mind intact. It was a gamble bringing Bryce into Francesca's home. They would have to take him to the underground chamber so Skylar would not be frightened by the sight of the doctor. And if he couldn't be healed, it would be up to Gabriel to show him mercy. It was not something he thought Francesca would thank him for. Gabriel lifted the man as if he were no more than a child. Under the strong hypnotic trance Gabriel had put him in, Bryce was completely trusting. He lay passive as Gabriel took to the air with him. The cloud cover was heavy enough to prevent prying eyes from seeing more than a blur moving fast through the night sky. Francesca was waiting on the balcony for him, an anxious look on her usually serene face. Gabriel hadn't attempted to keep the extent of the damage from her, and she knew if she were to save Bryce's sanity, they would have to work fast. "Thank you for trying, Gabriel," she whispered softly, her voice a velvet caress. Her eyes moved over him carefully, searching for any injury he might have sustained. At once he felt that curious melting sensation he was becoming familiar with. She was worried about him, checking to be sure he was fine even when he was bringing her a human friend whose mind had been damaged by the undead. Francesca thought of him first, and her concern meant everything to him. "I have directed Santino and Drusilla away from the kitchen so that we can take him safely down to the chamber. Skylar is asleep in her room. See to it that she stays there." His voice was a little bit gruff, made husky by emotion he couldn't control. She was so beautiful standing there in the night, tall and slender with her long hair in a thick braid and love shining in her eyes. Gabriel reached out to run his fingertip tenderly down her face. "I think there is a chance that he can be healed, Francesca, but it will be difficult. The poison is already well advanced in his system. Can the vampire reach him in her home?" She was worried about young Skylar. The girl had suffered enough at the hands of a human monster. She didn't need to witness what the undead was capable of doing. Unless the one using him is Lucian, there is no way he can penetrate the safeguards I have wrought. I do not believe this is Lucian's work. But it must be an ancient to have deceived both of us as he did. He must have taken Bryce's blood some time ago. Bryce is using drugs to counteract the pain in his head, but he does not understand what is happening to him. He thinks only what the vampire wishes him to think. He is a puppet now with none of his own thoughts. I warn you, Francesca, the damage is substantial. He may never be the same again. I will try, Francesca vowed as she followed him down the stairs through the kitchen and below the earth where the first chamber lay. Gabriel placed Bryce on the bed and turned to help his life mate fill the room with the pungent odor of healing herbs. At once a frown replaced the slack expression on the doctor's face, and he moved restlessly. Gabriel took Francesca's hand in his, brought her knuckles to the warmth of his mouth. You know I must go back out and find this evil one. Without his death, Bryce is lost no matter what we do. The vampire knows we have Bryce, and he is angrier than ever. We cannot keep the man a prisoner down here forever. Francesca turned her face away from Gabriel in an attempt to hide her expression from him. He was going back out to hunt. They both knew he had to do it, but she didn't have to like the idea. Gabriel's arm encircled her slender shoulders and pulled her into the shelter of his body. I am not going to allow any vampire to defeat me, my love, when I have so much at stake. I will remove the threat to Bryce's sanity. Then we will see what can be done to heal him. Reluctantly, he released her, his hands lingering for a moment in the wealth of her hair, crushing the thick braid in his fist. He knew she was afraid for him, but he was pleased that she refused to voice her fears, rather gave him a tentative smile to send him off. Do not attempt to heal this one until I return. His blood is tainted with the vampire's blood. You cannot walk in his mind alone and unaided. Should I not return, you must get another healer to aid you before you make your attempt. Promise me, Francesca. It would be far too dangerous for you to go in without additional strength. Remember always, you carry our life within your body. She gave him a quick look of reprimand from under the long sweep of her lashes. It is not necessary to remind me of either fact. I do not care to dwell on the possibility that you might not return. And I have never, for one moment, forgotten I carry our child. She is a miracle to me. I would never risk the baby, not even for Bryce. You will return to me this night. I will expect you very soon without a mark on your body. Now go and do what you were born for. She leaned into him, resting her body all too briefly against his, savoring the feel of him. Strong, masculine, powerful. She had never expected to love him so much. And she had never expected to feel so loved. Gabriel wasn't shy about showing her his emotions. He hungered for her with an intensity she had never dreamed of. Not simply her body, but her company, her heart and soul. He liked to be in her mind, sharing her laughter, the way she looked at life, the way she lived. He had such pride in her, such a deep belief in her. Gabriel. She breathed his name, her body soft and pliant, molding itself to his. Hurry back to me. She had no thought of seduction. The last thing on her mind was making love, yet she felt a terrible need for him. Gabriel filled her mind with love and warmth as he held her to him. Then he was striding away, back through the tunnel to the upper stories. By the time he had reached the kitchen, he was invisible, moving fast, a cold blast of air. This time Gabriel streamed under the door out into the garden, taking to the sky immediately. He had destroyed a minion of the vampire, had taken one of his puppets from him. The vampire would be in a rage and easy to locate. Already Gabriel could feel the disturbing vibrations in the air. They flowed through the sky, leading him like an arrow toward the vampire. You go to this one's lair like an amateur. He has set a trap for you, Hunter. Gabriel continued moving. Lucian sounded far too close for comfort. If he took a hand in the battle, there was no way to know which side he would come down on. Do you suggest another approach? Gabriel replied. Back off. You know better than to go into battle when the enemy is waiting for you. The voice was as soft and gentle as always, with no hint of a reprimand. Gabriel found himself smiling. Lucian's presence was so familiar to him, so much a part of him. I thank you for your advice, Ancient One. The old taunt was a reminder that Lucian was older by a few minutes. Gabriel was unswerving on his path, but more alert now. He had no fear of the upcoming battle with the vampire, but his twin was a different matter. You are not heeding my advice. This one is not as powerful as those we have faced in the past. This one is an ancient. Gabriel withdrew from the merge, his mind turning over the possibilities. What was Lucian up to? He shifted his course, turning in a circle to approach from a different direction, scanning below him as he went. He was over a river where a vast bridge covered the water. Two tubes ran along the embankment, emptying their contents into the river. The tubes were quite large and surrounded by masses of reeds. He could feel the presence of the vampire. There was a dark, malevolent feeling in the air, heavy and oppressive. Gabriel was very familiar with the foul stench of the undead. It clogged the air as nothing else could. They were masters of illusion, presenting themselves to their human prey as handsome or beautiful, but in reality they were gaunt and gray, with receding gums and sharp, stained teeth. Gabriel felt their presence like a blow deep in his gut. He abhorred the subversion of superior gifts and talents meant to be used for good. Below him the region looked stable, but the wind told him different. The vampire was waiting, lurking in the shadows, unseen, bloated with his own power, enraged. The scent of blood reached Gabriel just before the soft choked cry that signaled a kill. The wind carried the tale, the fear and adrenaline in the blood of the victim that would give the vampire a rush, make him even more powerful. The vampire had known he was coming, had baited the trap and waited like a spider in the midst of his web. He had human prey, kept alive and terrorized, so that adrenaline would flood the bloodstream. The rush was addicting to the undead. They believed it made them stronger and much more difficult to kill. Gabriel couldn't spot the exact location of the vampire. There was more than one suspicious, dead spot in the air. He took a pass over the area before settling to earth. At once the ground shifted slightly and his feet sank into a black mire. It sucked at his shoes, the grip astonishingly strong, as if the bog actually wanted to drag him under. Something moved toward him beneath the surface, fast, serpentine, large, raising the reed-choked mud. Gabriel dissolved quickly into droplets of mist, merging with the heavy fog. At once a ferocious wind began to blow, striking at the molecules hidden in the fog in an attempt to scatter them and stop Gabriel from bringing his body together. A foul dark shape hurtled through the fog bank directly at the droplets. The shape hit a barrier before it could reach Gabriel's bodiless form. It fell from the sky into the bog even as Gabriel rose sharply to avoid the dark mass. The monster hidden in the mud attacked at once, dragging at the struggling form while Gabriel shapeshifted above the scene. He hadn't thought it necessary to throw up a barrier, so he supposed his twin had once again joined the battle, inserting his body between Gabriel and the vampire. Yet Gabriel could not detect his presence. That was Lucian's skill. He could go undetected while others could not. The wind would not whisper of his presence or give him away to any seeking him. The vampire howled in anger and pain, hurling from him the worm-like creature he'd created. He extricated himself from the mud, whirling this way and that in an attempt to locate Gabriel. Gabriel dropped from the sky, one razor-sharp talon ripping across the vampire's throat. The creature screamed in rage, and at once lightning arced in the clouds, and the air boiled with dark malevolence. They struck from all sides, dark-winged gargoyles ripping at Gabriel, clawing and biting at him, landing on his head and shoulders, weighing him down in an attempt to drive him to earth and the black mire. Calmly Gabriel dissolved beneath them, streaming into the rank air toward the vampire. He shifted into his form just as he made a thrust at the vampire's chest, his feet inches above the ground. His fist penetrated the chest wall, but the vampire was already moving away from him, his voice a jarring cacophony of sounds so hideous and discordant, it hurt Gabriel's ears. To protect himself, Gabriel immediately muted the sound and turned it back on the vampire. His hand was burning with the poisonous blood coating it. He had to keep moving to avoid the gargoyles. There was no standing in one place with the creatures constantly circling and darting at him. They raked at his skin and eyes, clawing and biting to aid their master. Gabriel was patient. The vampire had 2 major wounds, draining him of his strength. In the muck and mire, with blood seeping below the ground, the worm creature was becoming difficult for the vampire to control. It was in a frenzy, snapping and biting at its creator, looking for flesh and blood. Gabriel had closed himself off to pain and fatigue. His entire being was focused on the battle. As he prepared to launch another attack on the vampire, lightning erupted unexpectedly from the sky above. Gabriel hadn't felt the surge of power, so he was as surprised as the vampire when the lash of white-hot energy whipped across the sky, a jagged streak that cleared the air instantly of the malevolent gargoyles. They fell to the muck, scorched and seared, incinerated by the blast of energy. At once the worm creature rose up to consume them. Another bolt came out of the clouds, missed the vampire by scant inches, and reduced the worm to ashes.
The stench was incredible.
Gabriel struck while the vampire was reeling from the shock of the lash of lightning. He blurred his image and moved with preternatural speed, slamming into the vampire, driving hard with his fist into the same wound, this time reaching the blackened, withered organ he was seeking. As he began to extract the heart, he felt the warning in his mind and shifted his body weight. Something hit him hard in his side, penetrating his rib cage, breaking bones as it went. The pain was excruciating. It drove the breath from his body. At once the entire sky lit up, as if the world were going up in flames. In the air was a feeling of dark foreboding. Gabriel had never felt anything like it. The dark sky went red and orange with flames storming across the black clouds. A network of white-blue veins sizzled and danced in the roiling clouds. All around, the ground seemed to explode as bolt after bolt of lightning hit the earth. Gabriel calmly extracted the heart and tossed it into the fiery conflagration, turning as he did so to meet the threat behind him. The ancient undead had revealed himself, believing Gabriel to be occupied with his partner. The vampire was thin and gray, his skin shrunken over his bones. His hair was white and gray, a long tangle of frost. His eyes glowed red-hot, a feral cunning in them. He backed away from Gabriel, his gaze darting from side to side, looking for a way out. He didn't understand the intensity of the storm raging around them. He didn't recognize the hunter confronting him. He had lived by knowing how to avoid confrontation with the hunters, by studying his enemies and picking his moments to fight. There was a voice whispering in his head. At first, he couldn't hear the words over the explosions slamming all around him. He watched the hunter back slowly away from him. The voice was pure and beautiful, moving through his mind almost gently. It was painful to hear that voice, to listen to the tone. It had been long since the vampire had listened to such purity, and his body cringed away from the sound. The voice was the brush of black velvet, a soft whisper of death. The vampire didn't take his eyes from the hunter now, believing he would attempt to deliver the killing blow momentarily.
He was ready for it.
He had tricks, illusions, so much power. He was fresh, without real injury, while the hunter had been weakened battling his lesser servants. The undead knew he had scored a terrible blow to the hunter, and the creatures had drained precious blood from him, yet the hunter stood tall and straight with the black eyes of death. Was that his voice whispering in his head? Where was it coming from? No Carpathian male had ever exchanged blood with him. He had no connection with anyone, yet he could hear that soft whisper calling him to his death. The words were clearer now. They spoke so gently of death, of hopelessness. There was no hope. This hunter would take his life. He would die this night after surviving where others could not.
"Who are you?"
the vampire shrieked. "Death," the beautiful voice whispered.
"I am Gabriel," Gabriel replied.
He was leery of the firestorm raging in the skies, his every sense flaring out to locate the one initiating the blasts. Their creator was definitely one of much skill and power. Lucian. There was no spillage, nothing to tell where the power came from. It simply surrounded Gabriel and the vampire, a force of great destruction. The vampire snarled, his sharp teeth stained from years of tainted blood. "You think to defeat me with clever tricks. No hunter has defeated me in centuries, but you, an unknown, presume to challenge me." All at once Gabriel was weary. He had played out this same scene on so many battlefields, in so many countries, in so many centuries. It was always the same. The vampire was attempting to use his voice to weaken Gabriel's confidence. Gabriel's head went up, his dark features hardening into an expressionless mask. "You know of me, Ancient One. You do not want to know me, as I have been named legend by our people. You cannot defeat me."
The battle is already won and justice has finally come to you. There was a curious whisper brushing Gabriel's mind. A soft note of censure almost, yet not quite. Gabriel was not using his own voice to defeat the ancient killer as he should have been. He was tired from blood loss. The stench of death filled his mind and heart. He was tired of destroying his own people time and time again. He would do what was necessary, but he did not have to enjoy it. The vampire suddenly covered his ears and began to wail in a high-pitched tone, attempting to drown out the insidious whispering of that velvet voice. There was a quality to that voice that insisted on being heard. It was sapping his strength, taking his power, removing his abilities. Shrieking his hatred and fear, the vampire played his last card, jerking his arms wide and calling his minions to the kill. At once the mire erupted with hundreds of huge leeches, boiling out of the mud to swarm at Gabriel. Even as they did so, the air groaned with a sudden infestation of owls, a black cloud of bodies that dove, talons tended, straight for the hunter. The vampire turned to make his escape and ran straight into the Carpathian. The hunter seemed to shimmer out of the air itself, his face a mask of granite. The vampire looked down and saw his chest wide open, his withered heart pulsing in the fist of the hunter. The man never changed expression, yet he seemed to be fading in and out, almost an illusion. Only his fist was all too real. The vampire screamed his hatred and defiance, lunging forward in an attempt to recover his stolen heart. He fell face down in the muck of his own making, the leeches finding him immediately. They covered his body, filling the empty hole in his chest. Gabriel had been forced to dissolve when the vampire sent his servants to attack. He had risen high above the ground, into the clouds themselves. Now he directed the electrically charged air in a thin whip along the ground to sear the leeches and fry the raptors right out of the sky. They rained on the earth, their blackened bodies plopping into the bog. He could see the vampire lying in the muck along with his minions and wondered for a moment what trick the undead thought to play. What good would it do to pretend death? With his superior eyesight, Gabriel could see the vampire's heart several feet from his body, lying atop a rock. Lucian. He had definitely joined the hunt, removing all other players from their battleground. Gabriel could see that the vampire was dragging himself forward, inching his way ever closer to the withered heart. At once Gabriel directed the whip of lightning, reducing the heart to a pile of ashes, ensuring the undead could never rise again. The vampire let out a hideous hiss, a last protest just as the lightning bolt took him, incinerating his body, removing all evidence of his existence. There was nothing left to do but clean up. Gabriel took care to eliminate all evidence of the vampire and his work from the area. The bog would be a trap for animals and humans alike, and Gabriel used precious energy to eradicate it. It took a long time to extract every evil thing from that place, replacing it with good. Whatever game Lucian was playing, it would have to wait. Gabriel's wounds were throbbing. He kept the pain at bay, but his energy was gone. He would not attempt to pursue Lucian this night. He could only find it in himself to be grateful his twin had come down on his side in the battle. When Gabriel turned toward his home, weariness immediately set in. He was tired and his wounds could no longer be ignored. He needed blood and Francesca's healing presence. He was eternally grateful he had a home and a life mate to go back to. Chapter 17. The moment he entered the house, Gabriel knew something was wrong. There was an oppressive feeling of danger. Some menace disturbed the usual tranquility. Automatically, he touched Francesca and found her filled with fear. But the fear was for Gabriel and their unborn child, not for herself. Gabriel glided through the upper story, his feet barely touching the floor. There was blood oozing from the deep scratches on his arm, and the puncture wound in his side was throbbing with each movement. The pain in his ribs took his breath away. He was tired, his great strength drained. Naturally, Lucian would choose this time for their battle. He knew Lucian was in the house. There was no other explanation. Only Lucian was powerful enough to conceal his presence from the air itself. As Gabriel continued through the house, he shut off his emotions, his fear for Francesca and Skylar, his doubt in his ability to defeat his brother, the pain of his wounds, and his fatigue.
He became the emotionless robot he would have to be to defeat the greatest, the most powerful vampire ever in existence. The large living room was empty, but he caught a glimpse of Santino and Drusilla lying together on the floor of their bedroom. He didn't bother to check if they were alive or dead. It wouldn't make a difference at this point. He accepted that he could do nothing for them until he had taken care of his greatest task. Lucian must be defeated. Gabriel scanned the house for Skylar's presence and found her in her room seemingly fast asleep. He could sense Francesca's hand in that. There was a very feminine feel to the power that clung to Skylar's room. It was like Francesca to think of the girl even in her own moment of stark terror. If she could help Skylar sleep through this nightmare, then she would do so. Gabriel scanned farther, checking the underground chamber where Bryce slept fitfully. The vampire's tainted blood was still in his system, poisoning him, making him restless despite the healing herbs and the deep sleep he had been placed in, but he was not in danger from Lucian. Those safeguards were intact. Gabriel continued moving through the house, making no attempt to hide his presence. Lucian was expecting him. He moved slowly into the drawing room. Francesca was seated in a high-backed armchair facing his twin. Lucian was in the shadows, his face hidden from Gabriel, but he stood tall, shoulders wide, his clothes, as always, immaculate. "We have a visitor, Gabriel," Francesca announced, her voice matter-of-fact. "Skylar thought he was you when he came to the door." Gabriel nodded. He merged with Francesca to see her memories, not wanting to ask questions in front of Lucian. Skylar didn't know she had allowed their enemy entrance into their home. Lucian, a powerful ancient, had easily changed his thought patterns and aura to those of his twin. He hadn't revealed his true identity to Skylar, and neither had Francesca. Francesca had put her under compulsion to sleep in an attempt to save her from what was to come. "Did he touch you, harm you in any way?" He asked me questions. There was a note in Francesca's voice that Gabriel couldn't define. Personal questions about myself. He did not come near me, but stayed in the shadows where I could not see him or touch him. He did not attempt to take my blood or the blood of any residing in this house. "I trust your greetings are satisfactory and are over now," Lucian said in his beautiful voice. It seemed to send out a wave of purity and goodness. "You are welcome in our home, brother," Francesca said suddenly softly. "Please come in and sit with us for a visit. It has been long since you and your brother have had an occasion to visit in a tranquil setting." She gestured toward a chair, her movements graceful. Francesca had a way about her voice, the way her body moved, her very presence, that soothed and made those nearby feel at peace. She was wielding her magic now, her greatest gift, in an attempt to reach Lucian. She knew it was hopeless. Once a Carpathian male had chosen to give up his soul, he was lost for all time. There was no going back. Even Francesca, with her great healing powers, could not do the impossible. Gabriel ached to gather her in his arms and hold her to him, both as comfort for himself and for her. "You wish us to be civil before our battle." Lucian looked around the room. "This does seem a place of peace rather than war." He lowered his voice so that it became a compulsion. "Come here to me then, sister, and share your strength with me." Gabriel inserted his body between his twin and his life mate immediately. He crouched low, his stance that of a fighter. Behind him, Francesca watched with sorrow-filled eyes as the tall, elegant man approached them. He came out of the shadows, looking what he was, a dark, dangerous predator. His black eyes glittered dangerously. They were graveyard eyes, eyes empty of all emotion. Eyes of death. He moved with an animal grace, a ripple of power. "Stay back, Lucian," Gabriel warned softly. "You will not endanger my life mate." "It was you who brought her to danger, Gabriel," the voice said softly. "You should have done what you vowed so many centuries ago. Now you have brought more pawns into our game." "I did not have anything to do with that." The voice was sweetly reasonable. "I see you're injured. I trust that will not prevent you from doing your duty and destroying me." "You were the one who destroyed the ancient undead." "What do you mean?" "Lucian killed the vampire." Francesca's voice was in his head, her voice thoughtful. Instead of answering her mind to mind, Gabriel chose to throw Lucian off guard with his answer. "Lucian prevented the vampire from injuring me further, and he used his voice to weaken him." I could not hear the murmuring, but I know he was there. He created a massive storm, and eventually it was Lucian who destroyed the undead while I took to the air above the battle scene. Lucian shrugged his broad shoulders and turned his empty black eyes on his twin. You made me a promise, Gabriel, and you will now carry it out. The voice was a whisper of velvet, a soft command. Gabriel recognized the hidden compulsion even as he leaped forward to strike, closing the distance to Lucian so fast even Francesca could not see him moving. An eternity too late, with his lifemate's cry of denial loud in his mind, he whipped his razor-sharp clawed hand at his twin brother's throat, even as it registered that Lucian had opened his arms wide in acceptance of the kill. Lucian had given him a direct shot at his chest and jugular. No vampire would ever do such a thing. The undead fought with their dying breath to kill everyone and everything around them. To sacrifice one's life was not the act of a vampire. The knowledge came too late. Crimson droplets sprayed the room, arced over the heavy curtains. Blood poured in a steady stream from the gaping wound. Gabriel tried to go back, to reach his brother, but Lucian's power was far too great. Gabriel was unable to move, stopped in his tracks by Lucian's will alone. His eyes widened in surprise. Lucian had so much power. Gabriel was an ancient, more powerful than most on Earth. Until that moment he had thought himself Lucian's equal. Gabriel looked helplessly at Francesca. Her eyes were drowning in tears. Help him. Save him for me. He will not allow me to aid him. He wants to end his life. I feel his resolve. Francesca moved, a slow, subtle glide of grace and tranquility. You must allow us to aid you, she said softly. Her voice was crystal clear, soothing. She had a tremendous gift for healing. If anyone could prevent Lucian's death, she could. I know what you have done. You think to end your life now. Lucian's white teeth gleamed. Gabriel has you to keep him safe. That has been my duty and privilege for many centuries, but it is ended. I go now to rest. Blood was soaking his clothes, running down his arm. He made no attempt to stop it. He simply stood there, tall and straight. There was no hint of accusation in his eyes or voice or in his expression. Gabriel stood very still, his eyes alive with pain and sorrow for his twin. You did this for me. For 400 years you have deceived me. You prevented me from making the kills, gave me no chance to turn. Why? Why would you risk your soul this way? Small white lines of strain were beginning to appear around Lucian's mouth. I knew you had a life mate. Someone who would know told me many years ago. I asked him and knew he would not tell an untruth. You did not lose your feelings and emotions early as I did. It took centuries. I was a mere fledgling when I ceased to feel. But you merged your mind with mine, and I was able to share your joy in life and see through your eyes. You made me remember what I could never have for myself. Lucian suddenly staggered, his great power draining away with his life. Gabriel had been waiting for the moment when Lucian would weaken and the hold on him would loosen. He took advantage, powering through the barrier, leaping to his brother's side, sweeping his tongue across the gaping wound to close it. Francesca was at Lucian's other side, her small hand on his arm, gentle and soothing. She slipped her hand into Lucian's to connect them. You think there is no more purpose to your existence? Lucian closed his eyes tiredly. I have hunted and killed for 2,000 years, sister. My soul has so many pieces missing, it is like a sieve. If I do not go now, I may not go later, and my beloved brother would be forced to hunt and destroy a true vampire. It would be no easy task. He must remain safe. Already I could not walk quietly into the dawn. I relied on his aid. I have done my duty on this earth. Allow me to rest. There is another, Francesca whispered softly. She is not like us. She is mortal. At this moment she is very young and in terrible pain. I can only say to you, if you do not stay she will live a life of such agony and despair as we cannot imagine. You must live for her. You must endure for her. You are telling me I have a life mate. And that her need of you is great. Skylar is not my life mate. I merged with her repeatedly to spare her suffering when she was alone and the terrible nightmares invaded. But she is not my life mate. Even as he made the denial, Lucian was not resisting as Gabriel's life mate began to work on the savage wound. Nevertheless, I am not telling an untruth to hold you to this earth. I cannot tell you where she is or how I know, but she exists in this time period. I feel her sometimes and I know now she belongs with you. Allow me to heal you, my brother, she insisted softly, if not for your sake or ours, for your life mate, who has great need of you. Gabriel filled the room with healing herbs and began the ancient healing chant. He cut his wrist and pressed the wound to his twin's mouth. I offer my life freely for yours. Take what you need to heal. We will put you deep within the soil and guard you until you are at full strength. Lucian was reluctant to take Gabriel's blood when his twin was already so depleted from his wounds. Gabriel pressed his wrist tight to his brother's mouth, ensuring that he fed. He was determined to save Lucian's life. He could not believe what his twin had suffered for him. He should have known, should have realized everything Lucian had done was for his protection. Lucian had always taken on the most ancient and skilled of their enemies, always inserted his body between Gabriel's and death. Do not feel such guilt. Francesca's voice was gentle in his mind. It was always his choice. He made each choice with full knowledge of the consequences. You would never have agreed. Do not lessen his sacrifice to ease your guilt. Francesca smiled up at Lucian as she applied precious soil from her homeland that she kept for dire emergencies. She had it stored with the numerous herbs she grew for just such an event. You aided Skylar on more than one occasion. I thank you for that. And you brought to justice the men involved in harming her so that Gabriel would not have to do so. I could not understand, at first, why my life mate had such trouble with the idea of destroying a creature he believed to be a vampire, but I understand now. A part of him knew you had not turned. Not his conscious mind, but his soul. Gabriel helped to lower Lucian to the safety of the couch. Even as he aided his twin, he could feel his own great strength draining. They were in desperate need of blood. He glanced at the serenity of Francesca's face and at once felt better. She always knew what was needed and he could trust her completely with his life and with that of his brother. I need to heal your wound, Lucian, she informed Gabriel's twin gently. Lucian closed the laceration in his brother's wrist and looked into Francesca's eyes. I am no gentleman. I have killed so long I know of no other existence. Tying any woman to me, Carpathian or mortal, is sentencing her to live with a monster. Perhaps a monster such as yourself is needed to protect her from the monsters who would destroy one such as she. Your first duty is to your life mate, Lucian. You can do no other than find her and remove her from danger. The darkness is already in me. The shadows are permanent now. Have faith in your life mate, Gabriel counseled, as I have in mine. You are strong enough to sacrifice your life for mine. You are strong enough to live while you hunt for this woman of yours. Francesca signaled to Gabriel and closed her eyes, shutting herself off from their conversation and all that was around them. She separated herself from her body and went seeking outside of herself into the body so mortally injured. She made the repairs with all the skill of a superior surgeon. All the while Gabriel chanted the healing words and the scent of the herbs filled the air. Francesca removed herself from Lucian's body and immediately entered Gabriel's. She was not about to allow her life mate to suffer needlessly. She meticulously attended every wound, every laceration, pushing out the poisonous cells the vampire had injected through his minions and repairing all damage from the inside out. It took time to repair his ribs, his lungs, the battle scars so deeply entrenched in his body. She was swaying with weariness when she emerged. At once Gabriel put his arm around her. Rest, honey, I will go out to hunt this night to replace the blood we need. Francesca gave him one swift look of censure with her enormous black eyes. I do not think so, Gabriel. You will stay right in this room. I am the healer and you will follow my instructions in this matter. You and Lucian will stay here where you both are perfectly safe in your weakened condition, and I will return soon with the blood you need so desperately. She rose with a little swish of her hips, a very feminine gesture of impatience with the male of the species. She looked quite haughty. Gabriel didn't dare look at Lucian to see his expression. He watched her leave, his features carefully expressionless. It was only when he was certain she had left the house that he turned his head to meet his twin's black gaze. Do not say it, Gabriel said with quiet menace. I said nothing, Lucian pointed out. You raised your eyebrow in that obnoxious way you have, Gabriel replied. You are already in enough trouble with me without adding a sneer to your sins. She is not like the women I seem to remember from our youth. You did not know any women in our youth, Gabriel told him. Francesca is a law unto herself. She had hidden from the prince of our people for as these long centuries. She hid from me, Lucian admitted. He slid farther down into the cushions of the couch, his large frame drained of its life-giving fluid. I sensed her close on more than one occasion, and often led you here in the hopes of discovering her, but she was always out of reach.
Gabriel was inordinately proud of Francesca for that.
When Lucian hunted the undead, none was successful in hiding from him, yet Francesca had done just that over several centuries.
Lucian shook his head tiredly.
If she had not been so successful, we would have found her long ago and you would have been safe. And then you would have chosen to end your life and your life-mate would be without the one she needs so desperately, Gabriel pointed out rather smugly. Lucian's empty black eyes gleamed for a moment, moving over his twin in a kind of warning.
Gabriel grinned at him like a little boy. You hate it when I am right.
She is with child, Lucian said suddenly, his eyes closing. His long lashes softened the lines of strain in his face. She cannot enter the doctor's body without endangering both of them, even with your aid.
You know it is so.
Yes, I know, Gabriel admitted. There was no reason to tell her when I did not know if I would return to her. She gave me her word she would call Gregorian to aid her if I had failed to come back to her. Gregori would never have allowed Francesca to place herself or the child in jeopardy. There was a small silence. Lucian had slowed his heart and lungs because his body was crying out for blood.
Gabriel sighed. You should not have done it, Lucian.
You are correct, I was close to turning. I believe I felt Francesca's decision to withdraw from this world.
She was able to find a way to live partially as a human.
Her intention was to grow old and die in this time period.
She had been experimenting, seeking ways to become more human for several centuries.
She is an extraordinary woman. I was astonished by her strength and ingenuity. Lucian's voice was very low, a mere thread of sound. You are the only reason I continued my existence, Gabriel.
If not for you, I would have chosen to end my time in this world and go on to the next a long time ago.
I did not believe there was ever hope for me. I lost my ability to see in color, to feel emotion almost immediately.
I did not last the 200 years our males usually have as fledglings.
For years I used your emotions, but then you, too, lost them and there was only one way for both of us to survive. I had to convince you I was a danger to the world or we both were lost. If you did not believe I was too dangerous to allow others to hunt me, you might have turned. And if that had happened, I knew I would not be able to destroy you.
Gabriel smiled.
You could have destroyed me. You are far more powerful than even I imagined.
I would not have destroyed you, Gabriel.
You are the one who sought to keep our vow. I would never have allowed anyone to kill you. You would have, Lucian, Gabriel said softly, knowing it was true in his heart.
You never have stepped aside from our chosen path and you never have gone back on your word of honor. You would have kept our vow.
Your belief in me is greater than my own. Lucian lifted his head tiredly. She returns to you, brother. She will attempt to replenish me as she believes I am in the most need.
Take the blood and then give it to me. I have discovered you have a few flaws, and jealousy is one of your worst.
Francesca found the brothers stretched out on the couches in her drawing room, a small smile on Gabriel's mouth, Lucian devoid of all expression.
She started toward Lucian, but her life-mate stopped her. Come to me, my love. I will feed and then care for my brother. We will have to utilize the soil beneath the chamber where the doctor rests.
If Francesca wanted to argue with him, Gabriel couldn't find it in her mind. She went to his side instantly, leaning her body into his, her hands moving over him as if to assure herself he was in one piece. She was careful to stay clear of his wounds, although she passed her palm over the multitude of deep scratches and bite marks, leaving behind a soothing balm. Whether it was in his mind or real, Gabriel didn't know and didn't care. She made him feel alive and whole. She made his world right again. He gathered her close, inhaled her fragrance. He could hear the blood flowing in her veins, beckoning to him. Her scent mixed with the heady temptation, and the untamed beast in him rose quickly, his need and that of his brother great. Gabriel bent his dark head to her slender neck, tasted her satin skin, the warmth of her pulse. His mouth drifted down the warm column to the hollow of her shoulder, his teeth grazing her skin gently. Francesca felt the shiver run along her spine. Gabriel had a way of doing that to her no matter what the circumstances. His arms tightened around her as he fitted her body more closely into his. Despite the measure of his need, he knew they weren't alone in the darkened room, and he wouldn't take sustenance from his life mate in front of his brother. It was far too intimate a ritual for that. He moved her backward into the privacy of the heavy draperies. His mouth wandered lower, traveling over her shoulder toward the creamy swell of her breast, pushing the thin material of her shirt out of the way as he did so. Instantly, Francesca felt alive again. She had been holding her breath the entire time he was gone, her heart pounding with fear, but now it was pounding with excitement. There had been something wrong all along with the picture of Lucian as a vampire. He had intervened too often to protect Gabriel and those Gabriel loved. He had come to Skylar to soothe her, rather than harass and frighten her. She was ashamed of herself for not putting the pieces of the puzzle together much quicker. Her head went back, her slender arms cradling Gabriel's head to her as the white-hot whip of lightning danced through her bloodstream. His teeth had pierced deep and he was feeding. A kind of drowsy contentment took the place of her leaping pulse. It was edged with sexual excitement. She couldn't have Gabriel touch her like this and not want him. Need him, even crave his body in hers. Gabriel dragged her closer, his hands moving over her, pushing her shirt farther from her shoulders to feel the heat of her skin. She was soft and warm, a haven in his world of dark, dangerous battles. He closed the tiny pinpricks with a sweep of his tongue and allowed his mouth the pleasure of tasting her skin for just one moment. He found the slope of her breast, the deep valley, drifted upward along her collarbone to her soft, vulnerable throat. Beneath his palm her heart was beating with the same rhythm as his heart. Her mind was filled with desire for him, her body with liquid heat. "I am home." He whispered the words against the corner of her mouth. "Really home." Francesca smiled as he kissed her face, her small dimple, her chin. "Of course you are, my love. Now kiss me and give your brother what he needs so that later you can give me the things I need." Her voice was no more than a warm breath in his ear, but Gabriel's entire body tightened at her words. His mouth settled over hers, rocking the earth beneath their feet, whirling them together into another world, a time and place where they were alone with the heat of their bodies and pleasure uppermost in their minds. Lucian coughed discreetly. "I am trying not to share your mind, Gabriel, but you're close and your combined emotions fill this small room. I have been long without feelings and the temptation is strong." Gabriel pulled away from Francesca instantly, his black eyes glittering, but she was laughing, her face washed with color like a teenager. "We were being thoughtless." She pointed it out gently even as she adjusted her clothing and moved around him. Gabriel loved the way she moved. Silent, very feminine, a symphony of motions that could rob him of breath. In his mind he heard a soft sigh, his twin's reminder to get on with the job. Francesca was bending over Lucian, touching the wound on his throat and neck, her fingertips gentle, her manner tranquil. Gabriel knew she was providing another healing session. She could not touch someone who was hurt or in need and not provide solace of some kind. Lucian attempted a wan smile, although he did not open his eyes. "You are the miracle my brother has named you in his thoughts." "Has he named me a miracle?" Even her voice was soothing and tranquil to Gabriel's ears. He wanted to touch her, bask forever in her beauty, in her serenity. After the chaos of a bleak, gray world filled with violence, she was a miracle. Yes, and for once, he was right. There was an edge of weariness to the beautiful pitch of Lucian's voice, and it alarmed Gabriel. He had never heard his invincible twin sound so utterly drained of strength. "I am right at all times," Gabriel corrected, moving at once to his brother's side. "It is a peculiar phenomenon Lucian finds difficult to live with, but all the same." Lucian opened his eyes to regard his brother with an icy stare clearly meant to intimidate. "Francesca, my dear sister, you have tied yourself to one who has a much inflated opinion of himself.
I do not remember a time when he was right about anything.
Gabriel moved to the couch, seating himself beside his brother. Do not listen to him, my love. He practices his intimidating stare in the mirror on a daily basis. He thinks to silence me with his glare. Very carefully, he slid a long, deep gash in his wrist and pressed the life-giving fluid to his twin's mouth.
Drink, brother, that you may live. I offer to you freely for you and your future life mate wherever she might be.
Deliberately, Gabriel reminded his brother of the woman waiting for him somewhere in the vast world. He could feel Lucian's weariness beating at him. He was tired of the empty, bleak existence he had lived for over 2,000 years. His body cried out for blood. His eyes saw only the shadows, gray and dark. There were no emotions other than the few he borrowed when he merged his mind with Gabriel's. He had lived without hope, had sacrificed repeatedly that Gabriel would not have to kill, giving him respite from the endless battles.
Lucian took the ancient blood reluctantly, sparingly.
He had spent his entire existence looking out for his brother, and he wanted him strong and healed. Lucian felt his shriveled cells welcoming the fluids, building and growing in strength and power. Once more he closed his eyes, not wanting the renewal of life. For so long he had been set on his future, but now it was necessary to make a switch.
What if Francesca was wrong? How could she possibly know such a thing? She had no blood tied to this mythical woman. Was she simply saying whatever it took to keep him on Earth?
She could not, Gabriel assured him, weariness creeping into his voice.
Francesca could not possibly tell an untruth. If she says there is a life mate in need, then it is so.
And how do you know this?
Lucian asked Francesca.
A small smile curved her soft mouth.
I wish I could tell you, but in fact I cannot. For some time I have felt a connection to another being.
She is very young, perhaps a few years older than Skylar, and she is experiencing great trauma, but her spirit is strong. She is far away, perhaps in another land, but as I touched you to heal you, she appeared in my mind.
She is a part of you, Lucian. That is all I can tell you. I wish it was more.
Lucian closed the wound on his brother's wrist, careful of his twin's health.
Do not feel you have failed me, sister.
Francesca looked startled, her eyes flying to Gabriel.
Her life mate laughed softly.
He would have you believe he is so powerful he can read the thoughts of all Carpathians, but in truth, he is reading my thoughts and I am merged with you.
He can feel your emotions through me.
Lucian raised his eyebrow.
Do not be so certain, brother. You do not know if I can read minds or not.
Francesca began laughing.
I can see the two of you are going to be obnoxious. Gabriel is right, Lucian. I would not lie to you about something so important as a life mate. I am certain I am not wrong.
This child cries out in the night.
I feel her pain and sorrow even stronger than I felt Skylar's. She is connected to us as no other has been. We must put you deep within the soil to heal.
You must be strong before you begin your journey of discovery.
First, I will take care of your doctor friend. You cannot do so. Lucian made it a decree.
His black eyes glittered for a moment, sheer ice and menace.
Francesca glared at him, her black eyes sparkling. I will do what is necessary. You have no say in it.
Lucian's empty eyes turned on his brother, one eyebrow arched.
You will allow this lunacy? These things are difficult.
Gabriel shrugged his broad shoulders as if to say Lucian didn't know anything about women.
Francesca tossed her thick braid over her left shoulder. I realize you were born many centuries ago, Lucian. I should have not shown such impatience. Women no longer do whatever a man decrees. Her voice held a faintly haughty tone. Francesca. The look in Gabriel's black eyes was something between laughter and censure. He could not remember anyone ever speaking to Lucian in such a way. She turned away from her life mate, trying desperately not to laugh.
The two men were very old-fashioned in their manners.
Courtly. Elegant. Sexy. That thought crept in unbidden and was hastily censored.
She shared Gabriel's thoughts, knew it was in his mind to prevent her healing Bryce until he had removed all traces of the tainted blood himself.
Right now, Gabriel needed the healing earth, as did Lucian. Both ancients were wounded and weak. I have noticed for some centuries now, it is the women who take care of all the little details. I will ensure that Bryce sleeps this day until the new rising.
It is necessary to prepare the earth for your brother. He is in great need, despite his belief in his own omnipotence.
Do not worry, I do have brains and have managed quite well without guidance of any kind for centuries. I will be able to handle all the details by my little lonesome while you poor boys rest. But you will not go near Bryce," Gabriel said, trying to make it more of a statement than a command.
Francesca swept past her life mate and glided down the hall toward the kitchen and the underground chambers. Of course, she wouldn't risk her unborn child trying to heal Bryce without aid.
Did they think she was a dolt? The two of them could sleep in the underground chamber together.
"I will not be sleeping with my brother, woman, believe me. I will be sleeping right alongside you where I belong." This time there was distinct laughter, a drawling male amusement in the deep timbre of Gabriel's voice. His voice always held that lazy, sexy note she couldn't ignore.
"Do not count on your charm to get you out of this one."
Francesca opened the earth, a section of deep rich soil large enough to accommodate Lucian's powerful frame.
"I am much gratified to know you find me charming. Was I thinking that? I do not think so. I believe what I was thinking was how irritating the males of our race are, and I am certain I had good cause to hide my existence from them all these centuries."
Deliberately, Francesca kept her voice as haughty as ever.
"Teasing him. Loving him. Wanting to be alone with him. Gabriel.
You were thinking about making love to me, not sentencing me to a lonely bed."
"You think much of yourself, sir. Only by reading your thoughts. I find I like the way you view me far better than the view I have of myself."
Francesca scattered healing herbs across the dirt floor and added precious soil from her homeland from the small treasure box she had guarded over the centuries.
The soil was what Lucian needed more than anything else. "It is ready."
Gabriel reached for his twin, helping him to his feet. It felt right to be with Lucian again. They moved the same way, their expressions were totally alike. It suddenly occurred to Gabriel that perhaps Francesca couldn't tell them apart.
"Do not be so silly.
You are part of me, the other half of my heart."
"You think the silliest things, Gabriel."
The whisper of her voice was an invitation. It heated his blood as nothing else ever could.
Gabriel guided Lucian past the chamber containing Bryce.
The twins touched the mind of the sleeping human at the exact same time, sharing the knowledge without thinking about it, a well-rehearsed action. Francesca stepped to one side to allow Lucian into the narrow opening leading to his sleeping area.
"Sleep well, brother."
Lucian looked down at her with his empty black eyes.
"I thank you for your kindness to me, sister, but most of all for the way you care for my brother." He said it sincerely.
There was pure magic in his voice. Francesca found herself smiling up at her life-mate's twin. She believed him far too powerful for his own good, but she knew he loved his brother, and that reassured her as nothing else could have. Gabriel locked his arm around her waist the moment Lucian had floated to earth and the soil had closed over his head.
Alone at last. I did not think it would ever happen.
She gave him her snootiest look.
"You seem to forget poor Brasilia and Santino.
They deserve an explanation of tonight's events. I protected them as best I could, and I suspect Lucian probably did also, but Santino is not one we control. We gave our word to Aiden. Besides, you went out and got yourself hurt.
That was uncalled for."
He leaned down to nuzzle her neck, inhale her fragrance.
"I love the way you smell. The moment I entered our house, it was filled with your presence, and I knew I was home."
Francesca's hand crept up to his face.
"I love you very much, Gabriel. I do not appreciate gray hair at this stage in my life when I am about to become a mother."
"You would look very sexy with gray hair," Gabriel replied, holding her hand to him so that he could turn his face and press a kiss into the center of her palm.
"And I would like to go upstairs and see young Skylar before the night is gone. You can see Santino without me."
She bit his palm, a little nip of reprimand.
"You will not go without me, and you will not leave all the tiny details of our life to me."
He managed to look innocent.
"Was I doing that?"
Francesca laughed, her heart light and happy now that he was beside her and they were safe within the walls of their home.
Chapter 18.
Francesca woke in Gabriel's arms. Gabriel had remained below the earth for 2 days, but now his wounds were completely healed and Francesca felt safe calling him to her. She felt she had been patient long enough when everything in her cried out for him. Above them the night was stirring to life, and the comforting sounds of her household were settling into the rhythm of the night. Skylar was laughing in the kitchen with Drusilla. Francesca lay for a moment savoring the wonder of that. Skylar didn't laugh often, and when she did it was brief, but the sound was incredibly beautiful. Francesca was already becoming fond of Drusilla. She was a motherly woman who ran the house very efficiently. She had an open, loving personality. There was ample room in her heart for young Skylar. Santino was a miracle. He had immediately set to work with the bodyguard to ensure the house was protected inside and out. It would be necessary to change Francesca's manner of living to accommodate a high fence around the grounds now that there were humans to protect also. Santino was quick to find a design that fit the old-fashioned architecture. He had incorporated the safeguards Francesca had chosen to build into the fence itself. It was already well under construction. Santino didn't believe in procrastinating. Francesca was certain Gabriel and Santino would become good friends in time. "You are certainly accurate in your thinking," Gabriel murmured, his heart already finding the perfect rhythm of hers. She was his world, and he loved waking up with the knowledge that she was there, waiting for him, so cool and serene and beautiful. Francesca smiled as she turned in his arms, her body molding itself to his, already soft and pliant, her skin warming as his blood thickened and heated. She reveled in the feel of his body, how different he was from her, his muscles so defined and hard. With her hands she sought his hips, the columns of his thighs, smoothed over his chest, lingered over the area where he had been wounded. "You hunger." She made it a statement. She had known he would awaken ravenous, and she was more than willing to provide for her life mate. She could feel the hunger in him, a growing, living thing. Gabriel buried his face in the hollow of her shoulders, his mouth moving over her scented skin. His hands shaped her slender body, tracing her perfect form, her lush breasts and rounded hips, her small tucked-in waist. Their child lay beneath his palm, and it excited him to think of it growing there, another binding tie between them. A rush of heat hit him with the speed of a fireball, exploding in his lower belly as her fingers danced over him. "Francesca." He breathed her name against the creamy mound of her breast, his warm breath teasing her nipple into an answering erotic peak. His lips kissed the vulnerable line of her throat, found her mouth, fastened there, his mouth dominating and very male. She was everything to him. Everything. He whispered it into her mouth, sliding his tongue along hers in a fiery tango. He closed his eyes to feel her with his body, his hands exploring while his mouth moved along her neck back to the deep valley between her breasts. His body was growing hard and uncomfortable with wanting her, his hunger rising sharply. She murmured something softly against his skin, a little endearment, an enticement even, while her hands moved over his hips and settled with teasing, dancing fingers along the hard evidence of his growing need. His breath seemed to explode out of his body as she moved over him, her breast an invitation beneath his seeking mouth. Fangs lengthened, grew as his teeth teased and scraped her skin over her pounding, beckoning pulse. Her fingers were inflaming him, teasing and shaping, even as she arched her body closer to his. Fiery heat streaked through her, through him as his teeth sank deep. Whips of lightning danced over their skin as he fed voraciously, her blood, hot and sweet, flowing into the starved cells of his body. His body, racked with fires. Flames that could never be put out. He was so hot he burned with need. Even as he fed, he caught her slender hips and pinned her beneath him so he could surge forward, a powerful thrust, burying himself deep in her tight sheath. She was hot and slick with need, with hunger. Colors whirled and danced, and the fire raged out of control. Gabriel just let it happen, let it consume him. Her body was all that mattered in that moment. He would plumb every secret place, delve deeper and deeper until he found complete sanctuary from the host of demons forever haunting him. He moved harder and faster, long sure strokes designed to inflame her, to bring her to the same burning fever he felt. He whispered her name as he stroked his tongue across the tiny pinpricks, closing the wound in her breast. He gathered her to him, reveling in the mysteries of her wondrous body. He was lost for all time. She was his world and everything good in it. Francesca looked up at his face above her, etched in sensual beauty, his black eyes glittering with the intensity of his wild lovemaking, swimming in unexpected tears. She gasped, touched a teardrop on his impossibly long eyelashes. His perfect mouth softened, curved in response. "You're just so beautiful, Francesca. I still cannot believe I am here with you, sharing your life, sharing your body. You have no idea what you mean to me." She leaned up to capture his mouth with hers, merging her mind more fully, offering total acceptance of his wild nature, matching his fiery demands with her own. Long afterward they lay together, listening to their combined heartbeat, savoring the luxury of simply lying in each other's arms, in the differences of their bodies and their ability to be so entwined. "I love you, Francesca," Gabriel told her solemnly. "I cannot express in words what you are to me." She smiled up at him. "You do a fairly good job expressing yourself." His eyebrows shot up. "Fairly good. I think your ego is already far too large. I am not about to call you the greatest lover in the world." His hand cupped her soft breast, his thumb stroking small caresses over her taut nipple. "But you would if it were not for fear of my ego?" Each stroke of his thumb produced an answering rush of liquid heat, and Francesca shifted, rising above him, flinging her abundance of hair over her shoulder as she slowly straddled him, lowering her body over his. He gasped aloud, his eyes closing for a moment in ecstasy, then opening to watch her body as she began to slowly move. "I booked Bryce in at a medical clinic in Milan. I have friends there who will back up my story. I told them he was recovering from an addiction, and we were helping him here. They owe me a favor or two," Francesca added when Gabriel frowned. He wasn't used to relying on humans for aid, but Francesca slipped easily between the two worlds. She knew the value of money and social position. She knew medical clinics relied heavily on wealthy benefactors. She was very generous in that regard and rarely asked anything in return. If she wanted one of her friends, particularly a great physician, to be booked in as recovering from a violent flu, the clinic was more than happy to help. "And yes, I know you and Lucian will aid in destroying the vampire's hold on him. I read your mind easily, my love. Nothing will harm our daughter. Either of our daughters. I will wait until Bryce is free of all shadowing before I aid in his healing." "Yes, you will," he said softly, his hands going to her waist. She moved her body a little faster to accommodate the sudden erotic picture in his mind. Francesca smiled, a slow seductive smile, as she sensed the fire building in his body. "You believe it is wise to involve another clinic?" Gabriel had to work at keeping his voice natural when she was tying him up in knots again. Her waist was so narrow and her breasts jutted so temptingly over him. Surely, he cannot simply pick up and leave his job when the whim comes upon him. Of course not, but it wasn't too difficult to put in a phone call from the clinic inviting Bryce to speak at a fictitious seminar. Bryce often does such things. I had his secretary arrange for other doctors to take over his patients, and then simply followed up with another phone call saying he had become ill, but the clinic was taking good care of him. When we heal him, he will still be in good standing in the medical community. She was trying not to smile at his reaction to her body teasing his, at the way his eyes had gone smoky and glazed as he watched her so intently. He was striving desperately to follow the conversation, to maintain interest in it when his body was in ecstasy. "Do you fix everything for everyone so easily?" Gabriel asked her, bending his head forward to the temptation of her inviting nipple. He couldn't help himself. He had to touch her, to taste her. Her skin reminded him of warm honey. His hands caught her around the waist as she undulated her body, so beautiful she robbed him of the ability to think. He loved her face, her eyes, her lush mouth. Francesca tossed her head back as she began to move faster, her body hot and demanding, her breasts bare to his sight, while her hair spilled around them in dark silken clouds. She watched his breath shorten and she smiled, moving a little harder, her body tightening around his in response to his evident pleasure. "Actually, yes, I do," she answered slowly. "Particularly you. For instance, I know you like certain things." He could barely breathe, watching her ride him with that sexy little smile on her face. "What things?" he dared to ask. She leaned back, moving deeper, teasing him, enticing, watching him watch her. It was wildly exciting the way Gabriel gave her so much power over him. She loved being his partner. His other half. She loved to be in his mind while they were making love, loved the way he thought about her, the way her body pleased him. "You please me," he contradicted, suddenly moving his own hips into a hard, rhythmic surging. He watched her ride him, the sight adding to his intense pleasure until he could only thrust at her almost helplessly, reaching higher and higher, building, forever building. Her hair brushed his sensitive skin, scorching him, burning him. Nothing mattered except her body over his, sliding wildly, rocking and teasing until he was crying out her name to the very heavens, and she was clinging to him somewhere between laughter and tears. Neither could breathe normally for the longest time. They simply held each other tightly, savoring these moments alone together. Overhead, the sounds of the household were comforting to Gabriel. Bryce would be seen to as soon as they were able. Skylar was forming bonds. Lucian, his beloved twin brother, slept safely beneath the soil, healing, gathering strength, his iron will renewed. Francesca was in his arms, his body and soul wrapped deeply in hers, and all was right with Gabriel's world.